Futures trying to hold on to gains here as we head towards the open this morning, coming off the biggest single day for stocks since back in 2020 yesterday, and the biggest single day rally for the NASDAQ ever, coming off of a CPI print that was better than expected yesterday. What a move right across the board, not only for the indexes themselves, but for individual stocks along the way. We get more help to sentiment this morning in the form of China news, and China officials coming out overnight saying they are going to revisit the zero COVID policy, and they are going to change a few things, including quarantine and lockdown time for people who have been exposed to positive COVID-19 cases. So we'll talk about Chinese ADRs across the board catching a bid on that news this morning. Casino stocks also higher on that news across the board. That will definitely help out Macau. We'll talk about Apple because we've been discussing this Foxconn effect for Apple as well. Big day yesterday. Big day for chip stocks yesterday as well. It's Remembrance Day here in Canada. It's Veterans Day in the U.S. It's Friday, November 11th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Look at positive numbers to kick things off, adding to what was just an absolute monster day yesterday. Here's 0.6 already for the NASDAQ, 0.5% for both the S&P and the Dow as we look to build on what is now a very, very positive week for stocks right across the board. We break out, in fact, above some very, very key resistance levels for all three U.S. indexes. This was above 3%. Crude oil back to just about 3%, 2.9. It was up to about 3.6, 3.8 at one point this morning on this China reopening news. 2.25 downside, meanwhile, for Bitcoin, about 1.5 for Ethereum on a bit of a pullback after big rallies yesterday. Neil is back in the chair today. Thanks again to Arun for sitting in once again yesterday. It was just an absolute monster day across the board, guys. Welcome to a Friday that could be a little bit quiet. We were talking yesterday at the end of the show about this being a bank holiday and maybe we see a little bit of a dip in volume across the board, but going to be important to see if we can hold some of this positivity after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And first things first, look, it's Remembrance Day here, so important day for us, and of course in this U.S. Veterans Day. So first and foremost, just thank everyone for their service when you get that opportunity. It's a good day to be able to celebrate. But I'm kind of thinking to myself, like, did I really miss anything yesterday? I don't know. The market moved a little bit, tiny moves here and there, maybe some key levels, maybe some interesting longs. Like, of all the days. Like, really? Like, of all the days? At least I can say that. At least I can say, you know what?
Well, I mean, you missed the CPI day. Yeah,
I know, but I knew it was going to move. It's just, I mean, it moved. Like, it was pretty crazy. Even just looking at some of the charts when I had an opportunity to later in the evening was pretty spectacular to see. I just saw Bears versus Bulls in the chat say, nothing on my quote board right now is red except for Tesla. Tesla just took a bit of a turn, a couple of bucks to the downside here. And I just said, well, you probably don't have Intel on your quote board. So if you're looking for something red, we'll talk about Intel as well. There's going to be a lot to watch today. The Chinese ADR is back on watch. Someone just bought a bunch of shares at 73 on, and there's not a lot of liquidity. Now they're stacking 72.98 on Alibaba. So some weird things going on in that one. I like the casinos today. Wynn's going to be in play. They're in the midst of a big breakout. Yeah, there's a lot to watch. I mean, AMD should be strong. They're chewing into Intel a little bit more. Intel got some downgrades. Yeah, pick your poison. Meta's up 23% from its recent bottoms. That's getting into some key levels we'll get to discuss. It's going to be a wild end to the week. No questions about it. And for the record, like this, I do have a red shirt on, but that is not a statement about where I think necessarily the market is going today. I just kind of felt like I got the poppy on. I wanted to also wear a little something red as well to go with it. So.
What a guy, what a guy.
I'm not saying the market's going down.
No, of course not, because you would be wrong if you said that. The market's going up today, again, just like we said it was going to go up yesterday. What a big day yesterday, and thanks for joining us once again today. And of course, a special day today, so we're going to wearing our poppies for the last time here. And yeah, it should be another fun day, man. I mean, yesterday was, you guys saw the action. Thanks for all the love for Arun and I yesterday. We held it down in Neil's absence, and it was just a fantastic fantastic day. I'm hoping that maybe my voice will get better over the weekend. Probably not. But I'll be here, hopefully, making some moves with you guys today. Amazon, I'm already long that name over 70. We'll see if that can continue the move. Amazon just bounced off 99 there on that release. So let's wait to see what happens here moving into today. I really like Apple. The sticky note's ready to rock and roll. Alibaba's ready to go as well. We have the COVID policy change a little bit there over in China. We're ready to rock and roll. It's going to be a great day. We've got the white hoodie on. What's up to Trader TV Live and my family out there, everyone that's helped support us through thick and thin here, man, grabbing our merchandise and whatnot. So I'm here to support you as well with all that. So let's go. It's going to be a big day once again. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls.
Yeah, pretty impressive so far for some of these Chinese ADRs. I just saw JD.com now 7.5% to the upside. Baidu even 3+% to the upside. We'll talk a little bit about the policy change coming up. I wanted to start with this though. Let's go back in time a little bit because this was the board as of, it's tough to see, but that's 3:32 p.m. yesterday afternoon. So, I mean, some of the numbers on here are just kind of crazy. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit so it's a little, there we go. AMD 14.69%. Amazon 11.9% on the watch list again today. There's NVIDIA. Remember, NVIDIA reports next week. So we haven't even got earnings yet from NVIDIA, 13.8%, 7% for Apple. It was up more than 8 at one point. Microsoft, same thing. Like this picture just it kind of tells the story, guys, about what happened yesterday. Look at the banks even. I mean, very, very strong day for the banks here. JP Morgan 4%, BAC, Berkshire in there, GS as well, almost 5% to the upside. Just a crazy, crazy rally.
I mean, even just at the end of the day there, I mean, we had Apple breaking that 144 yesterday, we rode that all. Look at this move in Apple in the last hour. It was up almost to $3. Well, not almost, it was 144 to 147. Just kept on rallying. What's up, Cyberspeed? Thank you so much for your super chat one more time. You were in here the other day for crypto, so we are going to get those diamond hands ready. Hopefully you didn't have too many diamond hands for crypto and you're able to get something out before that nasty move earlier on this week. But thank you again so much, Cyberspeed, for that. Yeah, Apple ripping yesterday. I mean, what wasn't? I mean, one of the weakest sectors. I think every sector was up yesterday except oil. Oil was up only 1.5%, I believe, or so. So that was the worst one yesterday. But yeah, these tech names just kept on flying, and it was great to see because it was the big guys. It was Apple near the end of the day that kept going. Microsoft kept going. So a lot of these names, if and when this will load, like they took off near the end of the day. To me, that's sort of justifying, some of those moves that happened earlier. I mean, that's the CPI number, a big, huge bump up there from 225. Like Microsoft was 225, ends the day at 243 right there. So you're only getting, $18 to the north side there for Softy. So Monster moves up, man, and honestly, there's that 240 level. That's the same level like on Apple. Like once we broke higher there, we just continued into the close. So for me, it was all about tech, but yeah, I mean, every sector went. We had longs everywhere. We tried a couple shorts. We actually made money on the Amazon short early, and then it started to rip up. So yeah, super excited for what this market brings. Have we seen the bottom? We talked about it yesterday with Meta when in the pre-market, Arun was joking around with Fahad, and I said, well, you'll probably never see those bottoms again. Both looked at me like I was crazy, but let's see if that is the truth. I don't think we're out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination, and I was kind of joking that the NASDAQ could turn red at some point today. I would kind of expect a little bit of profit taking. It was the 13th biggest day in NASDAQ history, I believe, yesterday. So, I mean, to get some numbers to come off, I don't think that would be a surprise. But hey, at least it was fueled by something. I mean, the cooler CPI reading is exactly what we called. And I mean, how about, I gave you I think it was 15 times winner talking about buying those Q calls, right? So we talked about buying those Q calls at 280. They expire today. They were 18 cents, the Qs for 280 expiring today. They're $5 in the money from 18 cents. So there you go, Qs for the win.
Yeah, I think when you talk about bottoms on some of these stocks, Like there's individual names that have probably seen it. Overall, like you can't lumping everything in the same bucket as a trader. That's really not the game that we play because you're trading individual things on a daily basis. So, I just stick to what's trending and what you're able to see some pretty amazing trends. Nvidia, we do get the report next week, but this stock, it's above that 50. It actually closed, pulling back into the 50. So yesterday, like goodness. And I'm like, yeah, what did I miss? It's like, okay, well, this literally was at the bottom, 50-period support after closing above, and that's where it broke from. I don't know that there was a better setup just from a technical standpoint for the break. And then what happened in the afternoon? Like it broke 150. So this is one that's on a bit of a tear. I would wonder if there isn't at least some kind of a dip that comes on those earnings, but we can worry about that next week. It's like I said, in the midst of that break. I like it back to 154 here today, but there's so much room for this to potentially run. I just think it's absolutely tremendous. A lot of people have asked about in the chat, like your Apples and your Microsofts and some of the big tech names. Apple in particular. If this just want to load up, there you go. Apple in particular, if you look at some of the names that could give you at least some kind of pause for where you could run into, okay, well, 150 is the 50 period. It didn't quite get there on that bounce. So, like that's one of the stocks that if there is a move up and there's something to be faded, it did run into potentially, well, not quite even get to what might be some resistance to that at its 50 period moving average. But across the board, I just like the names that have broken ranges and look like they're in that midst of a higher lows, finding higher support. If it's got overhead resistance today, remember the ES didn't get through 4,000 this morning, so we do have that line in the sand. That's probably why Apple can't seem to get through a 150 just yet. So it's not as if there's nothing too short. And even names like Intel's down today, Tesla's down today. They're looking a little bit weak. There's places to go to. I like Wynn, but there's not a lot of liquidity in some of the casino names this morning. I have to wait till the open for some of those. They look incredibly strong.
We're going to get Michael Lawson here in a few minutes to talk a little bit about relative strength coming off a day like that. How do you still, identify what is relatively strong versus the overall market? I mean, 7% is pretty strong. Let's talk about this quickly, though, for those wondering. Chinese ADR is higher after officials in the country did go ahead and ease some of their stringent zero COVID policy rules, including quarantine time. So they shortened the period to which someone who's exposed to a positive case has to quarantine, and that included anyone traveling into and out of the country. So, I mean, it's not a huge change, but I guess a step in the right direction here.
At this point, the market just every single time you get any positive news or negative news when it comes out of China when it comes to their policy with COVID, there's a gap in either direction. It's always like these names, whether it's BABA, JD I think is more than BABA, but 5% to the upside here, just on that one headline. But that's what's been going on lately. However, you are getting an upward trend. You can't ignore the fact that we are in a slight upward trend, holding pretty decent support on specifically Alibaba is what I'm looking at. And then you come in, you essentially, like 70 would have been a fantastic break, you can get it, but this 72 level that had been resistance now suddenly is on the floor in the pre-market. So I like this one in front of that 72. If it takes that out, definitely waiting back to that 70 even. We've seen it where you can't just go, oh, it's good news, reopen, changing their policies, or at least lightening them a little bit. That's positive news. It has to go up. That's not always been the case. We've seen these get reversed. So I always want to have myself a line in the sand at that 72. If it breaks there, you can hunt back into a 70 level. This has been gapping all over the place inside of this range, and specifically Alibaba. So I've been waiting for it to be really just, okay, like let's get above that 72 level. Otherwise, buying off support's been a little bit easier. Like, look, it's buy the dip as your trade. If you like the long, buy the dip as your trade. Every single day, your only long opportunity has been buying dips. Like it has to come into you before it goes upside. So I'm kind of looking at that 72 and saying, okay, let's just go back to that well. If it gets sold at the open, 72 holds, I want that long on Alibaba. There's a few other names out there, but this is the one that has the lead. Someone bought a bunch of it at 73 a couple of times here in the pre-market. I don't know how much I'm concerned with that. I mean, you can always have some, overnight short covering. Who knows? It could have been anything there. But yeah, just noting that there is someone buying 73 is pretty much all pre-market.
Yeah, we wrote down here on our sticky note here. You can find it at Trader TV, Sean. Now, of course, paid the piper and verified. So there's a lot of verified accounts out there. Now I think they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do about that. A little too easy to get verified, obviously, right now. But yeah, there it is, man. Let's see if it continues. The new COVID policy definitely helps that out. I think you just play momentum. That's one thing that we've been learning. It's never too high to get long. I mean, you never know where these stocks are going to fall to or rip to. So if it does fall back down, obviously we have to pick up something at 70. If the market does give it up a little bit today, then we'll be right back in there. And that will be a level that I'll be sitting there waiting with my hands open and arms open, I guess. We'll be a bear hug those shares. Wynn starting to go as well. Wynn has been a fantastic stock. You guys know that we've been picking this one up also in the 60s. We didn't get the very bottoms here of 50, 53 or so, but we did pick some up the other week when we were down here. Not the other week, sorry. Back into here. We didn't dip that in. We got these dips. So we got some around 60 bucks, but that was back before the summer. We've been touting Wynn for a very, very long time. I want to shout out my friend Nelson. You were talking about this when we were in Miami last year as well. Now, it's gotten hit, man. It's gotten destroyed with that COVID stuff. And now, hopefully with Macau, you're going to see some nice little bump ups here for Wynn and for LVS and just some of the travel names today as China eases up some of those policies. So I really like it. You're going to break through 76. It kind of goes back to here, all the way back to December, the last time we were sort of at that area. But we were just here and then dropped. So, you know, there is two sort of trains of thought here. Either we're topping out now and we come back in, or the next sort of level once we take out this 76 would be to float up here to 83, 84, 85 in this realm. So again, a name that was just $55 a week ago, now 75, looking to go higher. I like Wynn, and I think you can take it long, buying any dips in this name as well. Harder today than yesterday. We went short first on the CPI, then we went long. It was your trade of the day. It was my number one stock, I think, turned out to be Apple by the end of it all. But TQQ was a big trade for us. It was obvious yesterday. I know Arun didn't. I don't think he made any trades in the afternoon, but he had a good futures trade early. And yeah, you know, let's just see if we can run it again here today in these names. But it's not as clear. The NASDAQ today, much choppier, obviously. We don't have that huge economic release coming through. So I think you just play momentum, you stay long, but you got to wait for key price levels. I like Wynn at 76.
Important to have an understanding of exactly what the market overall is doing. We'll bring in Michael Noss here from Trade Ideas for a good conversation, I think, on a day like this. Michael, great to see you as always. When it comes to what happened yesterday, I mean, 7% is, you know, pretty impressive on its own, but it's the market that was in play. And overall, we have to kind of still take a step back here and understand that, yeah, we're still in a downtrend on the overall market. A lot of people still coming out this morning saying, this is still a bear market. Yes, yesterday was great, but we still have to be able to identify relative strength and relative weakness across the board.
Yeah, and that's, you know, I always feel like I'm coming in just contrary to what everyone's talking about. But the last CPI print, I remember coming in and saying, listen, I don't think, you know, it's as bearish as everyone thinks it's going to be. That turned out to be correct. And you know, obviously this big move happened yesterday, and I'm seeing a sentiment shift, right? Where everyone's all in on the bull side now. You know, that's the new low. You know, things are going to push up to new highs. So, you know, the cautious part of me, the technician, zooms out on the S&P 500 and looks and draws a trend line across the top and just says, hey, we are still technically in a bear market. We're still technically in a downtrend. Yes, this has been a good bounce, and this bounce could last for a long period of time, but we need to see a little bit more constructive action before I think we can move higher. So I just want everyone to remain cautiously optimistic. I'm still very long a lot of things myself, but I'm always trying to keep that overall trend in kind of the back of my mind. And this is something that me and Brendan talked about for a little bit too, right? Just because the lows might be in, that doesn't mean we're going to scream back to new highs. So I have this initial chart just showing the S&P 500, very simple trend line that I'm sure all chartist nerds like me are looking at, just connecting all of the tops of the downtrend. You can still see we have a little bit of room to go if we're going to test that downtrend. So that's good. So if you're positioned nicely, that's going to end up being a good thing. So we'll see what happens if and when we get there. Are we going to rest? Are we going to pull back? Is this going to be a continuation of the trend? But that kind of gap between where price is now and the upper trend line there is kind of what I'm interested in. But I like to do this with you guys about once a month, where I kind of zoom into the individual markets and say, okay, what trend are we in, and then what is doing the best when we're in that trend. So if we believe the market's got a little bit to go, the next slide here, I just have a scan. And again, anyone who's using trade ideas with Trader TV can just hit me up on Twitter or email info@trade-ideas.com and we can get you this. Trader TV at checkout saves you 15% in case you don't have it and you want to give it a shot. But basically what I'm doing here is I'm taking all of the ETFs that I follow, and I follow about like 50 or so ETFs, and I can sort them by position and range. So the more green the highlighted bar, the higher up it is in that range, the closer to the top of that range. And then the more red is the lower in that range. So then I sort the entire list by a time frame that's interesting to me. In this case, it's 10 days. I'm interested in about the last 2 weeks of price action as someone who swings trades for about a week. And solar makes the top of the list. So solar is doing the best in comparison to all the other ETFs that I follow. So this is kind of that top-down approach that I talk about all the time. So next, let's look at the actual solar ETF. You can see relatively strong here, just as I talked about, that trend line going back. The trend line got cut off, but it's way closer to that. So if it's going to break through that trend line, it's going to be something that's going to be stronger than the overall market. So it makes me want to then dive in and say, okay, now that I think there's a little bit of room on the SPY, I think solar, and I kind of clump green energy all in together there, is doing the best. Well, now let's zoom into some individual names. So as always, I always like to give you guys a name. First one's for solar. It has a major level around 150, hitting up near highs. And if you want to talk about relatively strong to the overall market, look at this and compare it to the S&P 500. So over 150 or 160 or so, this thing could really get going. I'm long and will continue to stay long as we hold that 150 mark. Next is Enphase. This has been the strongest stock in the market for a long time. It's a more expensive one, but maybe for you options traders out there, anything over 310, I'm interested as long as it stays above that kind of downtrend line. Next is MAXM, a little bit weaker on this one, but it has a very clean support area around 16 bucks. So I'm playing off that zone. As long as we can stay over 15 or 16, I'm happy on this one. Last but not least, this isn't solar, but this is lithium, and came up really, really high on the relative strength algorithm that I have running over at Trade Ideas. Nice tight flag there, a couple equal highs around 36 bucks or so. If this gets over 36, I'm actually really, really excited about this one for a little bit of a trade.
Interesting to see some of these individual charts in relation to the market, as you're saying, showing all kinds of strength versus what the market is. I want to go back and just kind of revisit that point in the sense that, we're not trying to be, negative here overall. We're just saying, yeah, it's a great uptrend. It's been a great uptrend for a couple of weeks. No reason, no problem trying to take advantage of that, but just understand the bigger picture here.
Well, yeah, and statistically, the biggest bounces always happen in downtrends. So there's a chart I think I showed, if not, I'll bring it next week, that shows in 2001, the tech bubble crash. There was all of these massive bounces, like 30, 40, 50% bounces, as this market kind of sailed into oblivion with the whole tech bubble explosion. So, catching those bounces, you can make some really great returns, right? The market from its lows is already up amazingly. ARK was up 13% yesterday. But you need to have a plan to exit, because if the market's going to do these bounces, and you can time those bounces and do very well with them, if you don't have that exit plan, then you just end up buying at the top of all of these dips in a downtrend. So that's what I'm saying, is that, ride this for as long as it's going to go. Understand that we are still in a bear market and we are still in a downtrend. So just start to develop a plan for the things that you're probably up on right now and say, hey, I'm going to get out if this does X, right? So just that plan to scalp them.
Important to understand. Great stuff as always. Michael Noss, CMT with Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend. We'll talk again next week.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks as always to Michael. It is important, like that's like the fact of the best rallies come in bear markets. It's just sort of borne out by looking at where anything has come from, right? Like it's just the easiest way to demonstrate that is if you look at something like a Meta. Okay, it's really impressive if you have a move from like 88 into 112, whatever it was. You put in like a 25% retracement from the bottom. But if you simply just go back to June, this is not even the entire full year, like that same $22 move, really, it's about half that. When a stock is cut in half or cut in half twice, a 10% rally is rather insignificant in the grand scheme of things, right? Like stock to get back, it's cut in half twice, it's got to move 400% to get back up to the tops. So 10%, 20% is like a drop in the bucket. That's why statistically you will always have that fact being true over and over again. Now Meta here, just in particular, not sure. Anyways, Meta did just make a bit of a pullback in, and I think you could see this for some names that got up to those fantastic highs yesterday that might have a little bit of overhead resistance. This is still $15 away from the gap fill after earnings. It was at 125 or so. So there's a lot of room that I thought it still had to be able to run. I look at some afternoon support coming in here at 109. I don't see much of a reason, particularly for the drop that just happened in Meta, but Tesla made a bit of a bump into the downside. So there are some names starting to pull back almost one by one as I watch the futures not do a heck of a lot. So keep your eye on some of this relative weakness. I do like a couple of dips in Meta. I mean, it's going to stand out 106 or so, but at the open, I think 109 is kind of that first little area that you can dig into. I'm not really the first thing that I think I will be short. I say think, but I feel like it's going to be true. Is going to be Intel today. I know there's a few other names that are down, but this one's down for a reason. That's why I've been leaning to that.
I like the end-phase call there. Obviously, with solar coming into play, end-phase looking like it wants to take out some tops too, 324. I mean, we talked about some of the strongest names in the market being McDonald's, Eli Lilly, some of the more stable kind of stocks there that are blue chip that everyone has to have in their portfolio. But end-phase, again, continues to work, man, looking up to 330. We're not going to get there today, but what a move yesterday off some of those bottoms there, right off the 50 period of 285. Nice call on that one, Michael. So I really like that. I like the TAN ETF. And again, if there's going to be this gridlock sort of over there in Congress and the Senate, then that's good for the market. They're not going to be able to get anything done. The market kind of likes that. So, I think that this name continues to work here with not much coming in the way of solar names right now. So I like that. We saw EV take off yesterday. We have a name like Polestar running today. I marked down that we'd probably want to go long. I don't want to do anything in the pre-market, but I do want to look at $6 here. We marked that down as a key level. It just went to 6 and fell off. I don't have the order to go long on that, but I want to take that break if and when the market takes off off the open. So there's going to be a couple good names. Then Neil just hinted on Tesla as well, which was another great trade yesterday off that 195. So we'll see if we get to 195 again, and we'll be able to short that one. But yeah, look, thanks again to Michael Noss. He continues to support me every day on trade ideas on the platform and things like that. So make sure that you hit those guys up. Trade ideas, use Trader TV as your code, and you'll get, I think it's 15% right now off on that. But we really like trade ideas. We vetted it, and it's been a good one. So thanks to Michael Noss for coming through, and we'll continue to use it. I've got my races I'm willing to do. We've got support and resistance levels. So I'll be showing off some trade ideas things today.
Let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. It's worth mentioning that SNAL on the watch list this morning, little one, that was actually an IPO yesterday. So with everything else that was going on, little tiny IPO, SNAL up big time again today anyways. We'll get to that. I wanted to point out this, Hut 8 downside. Crypto kind of quiet, to be honest, this morning, which is maybe a good thing. Hut 8, though, downside here this morning with Bitcoin. L3 Harris is on here, Six Flags. Duolingo to the downside as well. There's Win with the upgrade from Barclays today on this China news. And oil really strong, back above 3% now to the upside.
Yeah, look, obviously, whichever one's strong one. I feel like that's like the second or third time we've seen Six Flags on that downgrade board. I never really look at that stock. Maybe I'll have to check it out. But Dox is making a big power move. Like the reason... it's not about the upgrade for Win. Like the last couple of times that I've looked at the stock, it's really just been, when it's breaking out from that 60 level, when it's holding above the 50 period, when it broke that 70 as well, held the 200. And then now you're right above this last line of, it's not the last line of resistance, but the next line of resistance, and it's about 74.5. So that's 74 to 75 range. It's just sitting pretty. You got the reopening behind you. Not the reopening, I shouldn't say. So you have the relief of some of the restrictions in China coming as well, at least the potential for that to be going further and maybe bigger ones. It's kind of minute what they're doing right now, but that could be leading to something bigger. So you have that room to go up to like an $80 level. So I want to buy this dip in here, 74, 75 and Win. Well, it makes a lot of sense to me. This Dox is also making a bit of a move to the upside as well. This is probably there's not a lot of liquidity on this, but when you gap in and then you go right into a chop zone. It's like this needs to get above 35, or it's almost like I want to be shorting a level like that, 35, or wait for it to come, maybe retest previous resistance or support it down at 29.30. It feels like it's in the middle of no man's land on light volume, which is a bit of a no-fly zone until it either retests this previous low here, 29, or tries to get up to like 35 or so. So DOX is on my radar. But yeah, I need to see some actual volume in this one. So going to sit this one out until the open. Not a lot of liquidity on win either, so I probably not going to get any dip buys until we hit 9:30.
Yesterday we had Veru trading. Yesterday was pretty good. Short up here, out. Good trade for Veru. Yesterday it didn't get above $8. We were in it in the pre-market. Was kind of just back and forth there. Took a profit at the very bottom of the day. Then took it out when we broke 6. Then shorted on that pop when it went up there. Saw the topping tail there. Shorted it. Out. So we'll see if Veru has some excitement today. If it does, we're going to still watch out for that $8 mark. And it could be a decent bottom in here around 6.50. So if we dip around down here for Veru, I think you can get some decent shares in. And yeah, you have a good out if you take down that 6. So I think, mid to low $6 here for Veru, or a take of yesterday's top tail there, which is 7.80. So we're getting close to that as well. So a couple trades there for you guys to look at as crypto's starting to edge back down a little bit. Now Bitcoin right here, I'm going to have to refresh this because I think it's a little lower than what it just showed there. I got 17. What? Okay, so I guess I never really refreshed that. But yeah, 17, what is it right there? I got to make this chart bigger here. 17, yeah, so 17,218 right there on Bitcoin. Looking to still hold this 17.2. We bounced off there a couple times. That's right where we're at right now. So let's wait to see if Bitcoin pulls off. Again, we've come up to this 17.5 a couple times and dipped down. So there it is. Now you're starting to see it get accelerated down. There it is right now, 7.15, breaking lower right now. So yeah, Bitcoin's going to be pretty interesting here today. Should be a good trade if you're looking at anything like Coinbase or whatnot. There it is. We're cracking lower, 17.19. I just talked about this, and now here's the move. The move is literally happening right now in Bitcoin. So nice little move going to the downside here for BTC. Let's see what it does at 17,000.
All right, here's a look at European markets to kick off your Friday morning as we head towards midday over in Europe right now. A bit of a choppy start. Anyways, some positivity coming through. Here's a look at social sentiment. Very positive coming off what happened yesterday. I was just looking up this one. I wasn't able to find it, though. VSID. I'll continue to look. .kl, I'm unfamiliar with that. Mullen back on here. Tesla. There's Polestar. We'll get to Polestar on the watch list this morning after a good report from them. AMC, Apple, NIO, SoFi, to name a few. A lot of green. Once again today, we'll see if this move can hold. We'll see if we can even extend back to the upside after a historic day. Let's bring in Arun and get a check of the future. Speaking of a monster day yesterday, it was impressive across the board, Arun. It was worth noting, I think, coming up at 10 o'clock, we have that University of Michigan sentiment number. There is a inflation aspect to that. Obviously not going to be anywhere near what we saw yesterday, but good to keep on the radar for coming up at 10.
Yeah, well, any inflation number now, because the Fed's explicitly said that these are the numbers that we're looking at, everyone's going to be paying attention. The big one was yesterday, but now you do have the sentiment number. That's also on deck, and that will move the market. We've had our big move yesterday, but now the market has, overnight, we've gotten close to 4,000, fairly close to 4,000, but yet not enough to push through. I think at this point, given that it's going to be a day 2 move, everyone is going to be waiting for the next catalyst, and the next reason to either continue this move up will be from something like that, which will be the CIE portion of that sentiment number. So well, let's keep an eye on that one there. That's 10 o'clock. That's an hour and change, well, just underneath an hour away. And the way the market's reacting right now, or the way the market's been trading, is actually really good for that, because the last thing I would want to do is be positioned and go right into that number, and that number does something ridiculous and this market moves, right? And so the way it's moving right now, because of where it is, it's very hard to position anything. So I'm kind of forced to be sitting on the sidelines because there's nothing to do. So right now, with it trading at 82, I've got 39.45 as a stop. Obviously, the 4,000's up top there. If the market gets above 4,000, you're probably going to see some stop runs all the way up to 05, maybe even 10 if they get really aggressive with it. So there's a lot of space to the upside with stops, but at the same time, there's some space to the downside given the aggressive move we can go down 40 points and still be positive, right? So that's the kind of angle that we're working with. So 39.45 is the only support level I've got. 4,000's up there for you. Just be careful with 4,000 because it's just way too easy to trap up there and then come right back underneath. So we're just going to wait on this one. Maybe we'll start making some trades after 10 o'clock, preferably after 10 o'clock. But, you know, we'll just be very close with this market. Because once it gets to 4,000, let's just say off the open we get to 4,000, things could change fairly quickly. Maybe go for a scalp or something. But for now, 39.45 is the level I'm looking at. And I'd like to see this sentiment number and this CIE number come out before I start making some trades.
Crazy look at that chart. Thanks, Arun. We'll touch base again on Monday. What a move it was yesterday, right across the board for not only the indexes, but individual names. Make sure you grab that every single day, guys. Join the more than 30,000, getting that for free every single day. Free. All you need is your email address. Hit that link, and we'll send it to you every morning before we come on at 8:30. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market. Take a sec as well, if you haven't done so already. Like the video, first of all. Second, hit subscribe. We just topped, I saw, 360,000 subscribers now, guys. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Let's jump into Chinese stocks, moving back to the upside here, right across the board. There's some outside of that group as well, obviously going to benefit. I want to kind of talk a little bit, guys, on Apple as well, because we had that Foxconn news going back to earlier in the week for Apple. But here we go. ADRs across the board higher. Beijing going to ease some COVID rules, mostly around the quarantine times at this point. I mean, it's hard to believe we're even talking about this still, but here we are. ADRs, though, in focus here, right across the board, up big time.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly right. It's hard to believe. Yeah, we are still talking about it, but when you gap 5% on headlines, we're going to watch these stocks. There's no other way around it. I've already talked about Alibaba, like that 72 area. I think the casinos are a pretty interesting play. That's why we've been talking a little bit about Wynn. But interesting thing about NIO is, as strong as the move was in the overall market yesterday, this faded pretty heavily. Like, this got to 1080 and came all the way back to double bottom at 10 in the afternoon. It's a pretty sharp sell-off, I guess, respecting this $11 level. So, you know, for NIO here, it's going to have to get through 11 to convince me. Otherwise, you know, wait for it to just come right back in, give you that key $10 area there. So we've seen this story before where you're gapping back and forth. If there's one thing that's been consistent about this stock, this is $9 where you see a lot of support. This is $10 where you definitely have had a lot of both support and resistance. 11 resistance, 12, you see what happens. It's just, if you're not waiting for the even dollar levels in NIO, then you probably just shouldn't trade it, because everything else is almost like a waste of time. Like, if you get a long off of 10, you can probably risk 5 to 10 cents to try and at least get a $0.50 even more out of it. And it's the same thing shorting off 11. So if it's a long here, then I have to wait for it to be breaking out at like 11.10 or something like that, and then try to play 11 higher, or I'm just waiting for it to get to 10 even, and then show me a day on this chart where you haven't really, there's like 1 or 2 days where you have not had a significant, almost dollar type movement. So that's what you should be playing, waiting for, and that's what I'm going to do here on NIO. So yeah, I'll be bidding in front of 10, no question about it. If we break like 11.10, I'll like that long back probably to 11. Yeah, it's going to be pretty simple when it comes to that. And then Alibaba, like I said, a bit of a different story here for me, because I've been waiting for it to get past that 72. It is gapped above resistance. So suddenly I want the long in front of 72. That breaks. I'll be pretty patient waiting back into that 70 even area. So a couple of names that I like in this particular space. You probably have to be rejecting 11 for me to get the short in NIO. First things first, it does feel like we want to test that high.
Yeah, we talked about NIO yesterday on the show, of course, and that it was like really doing sort of the opposite of everything else. We did take off early off the CPI number, but then basically faded the rest of the day. So, you know, that's everything went up at the end of the day. But we were looking at a 10 break yesterday. That never came into play. It got as low as 10.05 there. You know, that was going to be one of our smash shorts if the market went the other way. It didn't. And even today, I mean, it's a nice bump up. Sure, it's up 4% and a bit. That's nice. But I still think it can go a little higher than that. But at the same time, I want to worry about that 11 area. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's moving the same way as all the other names. You're still down pretty dramatically here. You know, the trend has definitely been your friend if you've been short on this name. I don't really want to change that up. I don't know if it's a long break or not here at 11. I didn't write it down on the sticky note, so that's kind of, one thing there. We had it yesterday. We don't have it today. Let's wait to see what happens here with NEO today. I still think it's a short just based on how it traded yesterday. So, probably breaking right there, man. 1070. What time is it? 9:10. I think breaking this 1070 to the downside could be the right play, especially if this market continues this nasty trend to the downside. Let's just take a quick look on the imbalance locator, which we haven't done yet today. Yesterday, of course, it was all buys. Today, you're mixed up here a little bit. You got Yeti there. I'm going to take a sip out of my Yeti in a minute. CCL, NEO, there's the buy right there. Lots of buys. Disney was a name that we had short at the end of the day that worked, and then got stopped out on that rally, but still good name to short today, probably Disney as well. As you can see, there it is here, short, stopped out right there when we broke higher and then left it alone. But good little short there for Disney. So there's a couple different levels here that we could break lower. So I've got Disney on my radar for shorts. I got NEO on my radar for short as well. And then Amazon's a tricky one for me for sure. AMD, I said that we would take a 70 break on the sticky note, so we did that. Obviously, we're not putting on a real position here until the market opens, but I did average back in at 70, and then not too many shares. That's why my average price is 96. We're going to wait for a 69 bid here and then see what happens around 68.50. So in a little bit too early for some of these longs as the market is pulling back. Hey, we could get like a minus 1 or 2% day. Wouldn't really be surprising to me if that does come through. So let's wait to see what's in store for the market. But here's a dip down. We'll average into AMD, but then we're going to get out if it keeps on going lower. Not going to be in this one for very long.
All right, some of the most impressive moves yesterday, not only in tech, but if you dive into that group a little bit further, the chip makers, semiconductors specifically, we touched on some of the clean energy names. I mean, the earnings earlier in the week from SEDG, Enphase as well, EMPH, as we talked about, big move to the upside. I want to focus on, I showed you that heat map to start things off this morning. AMD, NVIDIA, both on there. Monster days yesterday, guys. What do we do with these chip makers today?
So I know what I'm doing with Intel. It sounds like it can't be a long. And actually, I want to get to that in a quick second because I want to acknowledge we did just get a super chat. I want to thank you, Brian Snell, for the super chat asking about Carvana. Look, it's 33% bounce yesterday, but just remember what the gap was on this stock. It was 13, and the bottom got cut in half in like 2 days. So when you have that kind of a move, yeah, the rally 33%, you got to put it into a little bit of perspective. I see that double top there at 1050 and say, look, it's either breaking out of this and giving you a continuation, or any move to the downside, you could be filling back in at 1050. It's got a very wide berth and not a lot of liquidity. 10-cent spread on a $9 stock already is what we're looking at here. So I think it's incredible. Going back to the chips here, the note that's coming through, of course, Intel getting a double downgrade, but the other story is their data center losing ground in their earnings report. AMD gaining, AMD strong here today. Intel not really breaking out. I do favor buying some dips, which it feels like the market is looking for a bit of a dip. And the biggest level I could find was 67. So if it doesn't fall that far, then I am looking in between, like, the previous close and that 69. That'd be a tighter target, but I don't want to sit out in front of it. But if I'm short something today, it better be Intel, because the market goes down and I'm not short Intel, that I've done something wrong. It's got this 29 potential breakdown, which could happen. I'm on the offer. I'm sorry, I'm not on the offer. I have a stop order if 29 breaks to get short on Intel. This just could not sustain holding through its breakout. Then you get the double downgrade. It's been relatively weak. It's trying to break this trend to the upside. So, look, if we get through, if I take that 29 short and we get through 29 and a quarter, then I'm giving it up because it's closed above the 50 and it is trending higher. But the one day that I abandoned shorting it on the earnings, the next day it was just like every single day it was another bit of a downward turn. So you have another spike to the upside. Until I see some follow through, as a day trader, I'm still looking for the shorts in Intel. I would have probably said this regardless of the downgrades or not. So 29 breakdown short. If it were to just run right up to 30 even, well, that even dollar level certainly would be in play. And I also want to acknowledge one more thing here, because we always talk about like how great this community is. It's actually been pretty humbling, and I thank you everybody that said, hey, I hope your daughter's feeling well. It's actually really cool, and I appreciate everybody that has actually reached out. And she's doing pretty well, but it sucks if you have kids. You know what it's like when the little one is sick. You feel powerless, like you can't do anything about it, except just be a good parent. So, it's good to be back with. It's all you can do, man.
But it's a fever. It's not. It's fine. I mean,
it is what it is.
We all exactly.
Everybody understands what it's like. It's been pretty bad for her, but my hat's off to my wife. I spent 2 days this week at home. Like, she's been working at home while being with her 3 out of the 5 days this week. Like, she's an absolute trooper. But thank you guys so much. You guys are really cool, all of you, to keep asking. But she's doing pretty well, man. She's got her games. She's got lots of stories. And she's having some fun at home, although she missed out on, it was literally tree planting day yesterday, which she was really looking forward to at her school, but she had to miss out on that. That's what's dragging her down.
Yep. I wish, people say, Neil, it's okay to take days off. Yeah, I feel like I should have taken a couple days off, but maybe next week we'll see. Hopefully the voice can get better, but it's fine. We're all rocking and rolling, and that's a dedication, obviously, that we all have here with you guys as well. And we want to thank you, like Neil just mentioned, for coming back to us every single day as well. So, big ups to everybody. Wow, this market is really now starting to head southbound here. I got to find out what's hitting the wires here because, the market's starting to head to the downside. I don't really see anything. We'll find out, but there's the NASDAQ. Basically,
FTX commences Chapter 11. Is that true?
That's what I'm seeing as well, but I don't whether or not that's what the case is or not. But there it is right now. Yeah, we know that crypto's in a bit of trouble, so now FTX commences voluntary bankruptcy proceedings in the U.S. Yep. So there it is right now. Not a good little headline there for FTX, and we can go over and check out some crypto as well, Brendo. But that's not a good look there to start the morning.
It was, I guess, a matter of time. We knew this was coming eventually. They said yesterday they were going to try and do a raise for the remainder of the week, but it was only a matter of time, I feel. I wanted to mention a couple things here quickly. Let's talk about oil first, but I just saw a Polestar pop up on volume as well. Yeah, it's fine. There's this SNAL, which was that IPO from yesterday. Still taking out the highs here. There's a few people mentioning this. Just keep in mind, this was day one yesterday. 9 million share float on this, so sky's the limit, possibly. Here's oil right now. There was a spike back to the upside there just a few moments ago, but 3.15 for oil on these China headlines today, guys. Some of the individual producers in positive territory. Not this much, though, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I pulled up Oxy and I was watching this one. I wasn't really watching it yesterday, but I was sort of keeping tabs on the move off the 50 period here as it bounced to the upside. I kind of feel like it feels like you get almost like a sideways try to support 70 even is my gut feeling on Occidental. And I'm not seeing a ton of volume, but I like where it bounced. For the opportunity to get back to some of those highs, typically speaking, when you've had that little bounce, you've had these sometimes big retracements back up to the high. You had to pull to the 50, kind of held it, and then you kind of went a little sideways, but we're constantly breaking back up. So that's my feeling with Oxy. But it almost feels like it needs to test back lower. Like a lot of times, with Oxy, I'm playing a breakout trade, which would be like, okay, you just long 72.50. But that's not new territory anymore. You're not breaking highs. So if you are trying to reclaim this support at that $70 level, well, let's let it get down there. So my thought is to be patient with Occidental. It's not a huge move to the upside. I think there's other names that are gapping and looking stronger. We just had that FTX headline come through, and I think there's probably going to be some opportunities if you like to catch some bids. Not saying that that's related to oil, but there's going to be an opportunity to catch some bids if you like them today, especially after getting that news and seeing the market start to roll back.
Let's just check out what's happening with Coinbase. Coinbase falling a little bit here, not crazy, but falling with the market. But this is going to be, I don't know. Like I think Brendan was just mentioning there. I think that we were sort of expecting that to happen as they were trying to raise funds, and then after Binance looked under the hood, as we said 3 days ago, they weren't going to like what they see, and it appears to be the case for everybody. They're unable to find more buyers. There was some rumors that Dan Loeb and some of his capital was going to get into that. He denied it as well. So we're going to watch out for Coinbase. We just talked about Bitcoin a little bit, and you know what? It's funny that we talked about. Remember when I was talking about Bitcoin before, and I was like, "Oh, here we go, starting to move to the downside pretty quickly there." Well, we sort of nailed that even before this happened. So someone must have got wind of this a couple minutes ago, because it was chilling up here at 17.4, 17.5. Then it started to dip down, a little bit of a bump back up, and then boom. Now we just took down 17,000. We're trying to bounce off the 16.83, which is the 24-hour bottom, and it looks like we're taking that out literally right now. So. But I don't know. I feel like I said this yesterday. If you're a crypto bull, I don't think it's too early to get in now. I think you want to wait a little bit before you kind of step in to some of these names. But you can still trade the GBTCs of the world and things like that. I would let this all sort of flush out. Like, I don't know where the momentum's going to go from here. It seems like it's just to the downside in the crypto space. And there we go again. Just want to show you what GBTC looks like if you want. We have Jeff Mendel on the show all the time, obviously, from OTC Markets. But look at that. There it is. Another dramatic move happening right in front of our face here on Bitcoin. And there it is right there. Boom, to the downside. About $1,000 off now. It was just, when we first started talking about it a couple minutes ago, it was 17.5. Like I said, we sniffed it out on this move down there. And now it's going to the downside as FTX. Apparently now, well, that was FTX US, I believe, as well, right? So that's not going to be good. FTX Group. So we're going to find out because I know there was FTX International and there's also FTX US, where I know that there's some traders that are tied up in both of those exchanges. So
the US is not filing bankruptcy, is it?
I don't know. That was the highlight, the note that I saw there. FTX.com, Alameda Research, and about 130 additional affiliated companies commenced proceedings under Chapter 11 bankruptcy. FTX says Bankman-Fried has resigned as CEO. So there it is, man. CEO resigned. Sam Bankman-Fried has resigned, Brendan.
Here is the press release that just came across here from FTX. Talking about this. So it's FTX Trading Limited, which is, I guess, the entire thing, it would appear. John J. Ray III appointed CEO in replacement of Sam Bankman-Fried, who, as you guys were saying there, has resigned as CEO. But there's the official press release, guys, just coming through there for FTX. So we'll see. I mean, yeah, the crypto space going to be under pressure, it would appear, off of this. Here's Coinbase, now 5%. Trying to catch a bid back to the upside along with Bitcoin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's talk Polestar here. I mean, we're getting on in time. Just 10 minutes to go here. Good report from PSNY. They reaffirmed their production targets for the end of this year, and they talked pretty positive about what's to come next year, guys. So 50,000 going to be made by the end of 2022 for Polestar. Smaller loss, too.
Yeah, look, it was a good report by them, obviously. You gotta always, and we say this all the time, man, you gotta just put these in the smaller ones into a bit of a different bucket when it comes to expectations, so you don't get underwhelmed by some of those numbers. It's not a heck of a lot of vehicles, but I always go back and say, okay, are we breaking out on the daily? You are. Forget about five quarter. You're even breaking out from. So I'm not terribly daunted by the fact that you pull back off 6. I think you would expect there's some bag holders down in there that would be doing some selling, especially in the pre-market when it makes that kind of a move. Volume's pretty solid. I even see bids down in this 520 range. Like, there's a pretty big one at 520 even. So that 520 to 525 looks like a pretty decent place. If you find a bid down there at the open, I would be willing to slide in on that one. I did get win on the pullback there. As I was saying, sometimes it's like, what does win necessarily have to do with the FTX news? Doesn't really matter. When the market started to come back down there, I was able to get the first dip buy in right at 75. I actually just put it on the even dollar number and was able to get it. So this started to come back, and I was able to pick up some win in there. But I'll wait to see 520 hold. Like, that's a pretty big pullback that I just saw on Polestar. I don't need to rush in. It has to hold that 5 quarter area at the open for me to like the long in that name. And if it gets to 6, it's probably a good scalp short up there. But already into win, the casino name I do like today for some longs. If it doesn't hold 74 at the open, I'd probably even be back there at 70, 71 half, 72 for a second shot.
So I've been busy here with all this crypto stuff, and I'm actually in touch right now with Kevin O'Leary's handlers, I guess, and WonderFi and things like that. We're going to look to get those guys on right now. I'm actually in touch right now with his team, and they're messaging me as we speak. So hopefully we can get Kevin O'Leary and some of these, other important influencers, I guess, on to see what their thoughts are about all of this. So this is going to be very, very developing story here. Thank you for joining us live once again all day. Look at this, man. There goes Bitcoin right now to the downside. 16.5, 16.4, bleeding right now. So very, very important day today. You want me? Yeah, I mean, Hamster, what's up, man? I can't do everything here, but I'm trying. Kevin loves Matic. Yeah, let's get this guy on. Yeah, I mean, whatever. We'll figure that out. But that's why we got a team here. So I'm in contact right now. Hopefully this will get done soon. But yeah, Meta breaking down right now. AMD breaking down. Look, this is why you don't want to get into too many shares here as the show. As the show. Hey, what's up? This is the show. But as the morning happens, wait for real liquidity to come in. We are going to have some dip buys here coming in for AMD, but maybe crypto is. It's not like the canary in the coal mine, but it's definitely creating not nice moves here for the NASDAQ to the downside. That's really the only information that I can see. We do have Michigan coming out soon as well, consumer confidence from that side. So we'll see what that's doing about Michigan confidence. We'll see what that's going to do to the market. But for right now, it's AMD, it's the market, and we're starting to fall down. AMD's still up 1%.
Yeah, I just got some intel. Look, the one stock is going to be short today because the trend is the trend. 29 broke on Intel, already starting to flush through. It made that first 10-cent move. It goes to another 10, then 70s, 60s. Down at 28.50 is where I think you could actually see a bit of a bid here. If it does pop, I'm probably just going to short it back into the pre-market highs as well. So this and Win both coming into play here. I know we talked about some big tech, but I want to go over some of these other ones very quickly if I can here. As we're now starting to come down. Where's my bid? You know what? When I see this move happen, it's like I don't get my 97 bid on Amazon when you just flushed $1.50. So if I don't get that long in that little bounce consolidation, then I don't want it till it checks in lower because that's kind of what we're trying to capture, and it's now 9.26 as well. So if I don't get that bid in this little bit of a relief, I pull it back. I wouldn't want that fill breaking the low. Then it's likely to head down into 96. So 96 is the level I liked. I would have started early in the pre-market, but I probably missed that opportunity for a bounce. Obviously, there's a lot of names moving around on this news, and Robinhood is going to be one of them. Of course, attached to crypto, a little bit at the hip. I actually have to pay for locates on this, so it wasn't on my top list of things to look at. I was probably looking more at Coinbase, which is free for us. But on any move into the upside, I'm looking 9s and then over at that 940 level to try and fade some pops here in Robinhood. It's been pretty solid. Obviously, if you've been shorting it the last couple of days, but on the daily chart, this is what that 940 looks like. It's a nice consolidation near this bottom. So I want to give it a couple of chances to swing for the short side. First things first, got to pay for those locates.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's another good one, Robinhood. I wonder, have we ever seen anything on Robinhood and them getting, because I believe Sam Bankman-Fried had about 56 million shares of Robinhood. So I don't know, again, who knows what those are tied up with FTX or what they are, but yeah, that could be definitely a good name to look at here. As it's 9:27, Polestar, AMD, Apple, Alibaba. Let's see if Alibaba pulled back a little bit here again today. 72.50. Yeah, we didn't dump down to 70 there, but we are going to be waiting for a bid here for Alibaba on that downside. So I'm going to put up Alibaba, start to watch that. I don't mind picking up some Meta either. The problem with Meta is it's just so high up right now over the last couple of days that it's a dangerous name and game to play going long on some of these names that are so high up. But Meta is falling right now as well. As if you were short, like I said, with that sort of, you can never expect news like that to hit, but it did. So there's the move to the downside. The short's been paying off. Here's Meta right back to where we were at yesterday's sort of close. Well, yesterday's close is up here, but before the rally where we had a little bit of a bottom there at 109 and change. So, Meta could get going here off of some of these levels. I'm not... Because of this news and because of what we're seeing here in the crypto space, I think it's a little bit better to keep on our strategy, stay light on things until we see some levels develop and really get things figured out. We just missed. We were at 69.11 there. It went to 69.20. Nice little bounce back for AMD. This name's going to work, I have a feeling.
Yeah, with 90 seconds to go to the open, I know there's a few names that we haven't really talked about. Tesla was already weak going into this, down 2.5%. Obviously, this is just going to take them a little bit lower. I don't know if we see 195, but all week that's kind of been that good resistance level. I made my mistake by sort of writing it down in my morning note and then shorting it before, and we all know what happened after that. So if it does get up there, that's resistance till it's not. I really don't want to be shorting through a 185. I only want to play the pop into the upside because I'm not risking $10 on a Tesla trade. Getting over to, we talked about some Apple there, but I did want to get to another travel name. We have 1 minute to go, so we got, okay, I don't have to rush. We got a little bit of time. CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines, it's above $10 here, and if you're looking for things that have been unusually bullish, this is breaking out from the 50, also breaking out on the daily chart above. It's about 985 here. So if it holds this at the open, there's some runway for this back up to 11. Clearly the market just pulled back a little bit, but there's a few names out there that I like breaking above key levels and breaking above some consolidations. This is one. If it's below 985, got to be able to give it up, but I do like that level. Brendo?
Just seeing this note, guys, on FTX US being included in the bankruptcy filing. So it appears like it is, as we were saying, the entire thing. So FTX.US is, in fact, included in the bankruptcy.
That's my bet. As I was listening to Brendan, we did get the countdown come through. Actually, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Tony.
Let's do this. Here we go. Let's go. We're ready to rock and roll now as there goes the market trying to bump up a little bit here. So we do want to take advantage of some of these moves that have happened to the downside right now. But we are still long AMD. We're long at 70. So we need to wait for that one to get going again. We are ready to rock and roll now, obviously, as this market is open. And here we go. Let's find some winners for you. Waiting for things to develop, though, a little bit right now. We're starting to go. We're going to wait for this market. I want to watch Apple. I want to watch a few names. I'm not into anything yet. Just waiting to see what we're going to do. Apple off the 1 minute right now, 145 and change. Let's give it a couple seconds to work.
Yeah, and just one that we already have here. We got that 72 bid on Alibaba. That's a bounce we like immediately right up to VWAP on the 3 here. So it does get to 72.5. That's a pretty big downward trend. We obviously saw that in the market. So I'm going to pay myself there. And if it can't hold 72, I'm out of Dodge. Win is already starting to go. It's up at that 75 half range. It had a wick top. Had a wick top at 76, so do I want to pay myself some out in front of 76? Absolutely, if we can catch it. I said Tesla, I wanted to short a pop, and as usual, not really much of a pop. It's actually heading to the downside. Got to 184. I'm not getting in too early on this. You know, I'm going to give it some time. I want to short a pop and a pop only, and last time I got in early, I got absolutely burned. But Win also heading to the upside. We just got a bit of a fill there to take some profit on that name, and I'll look to get more short in Intel as well. But Robinhood, yeah, Robinhood got down to 850. I said I wanted to short 9 if it got there. It saw 887, like 1 cent from higher from where I was talking about it. So no move to the upside to be shorted just yet in Hood.
I'm going to take a position here, I guess, on NEO. I do want to get shorter on this name, but I just want to see what the market's going to do. I'm thinking about this 65 break bottom here. We'll take a 75 right now short and just see if this name wants to work. So there it is, 75 short on NEO, just to see where we want to go. It was a weak name. It wasn't a weak name, but it was weaker yesterday than before. Oh, there we go. We just got into a short and then it came right back up. So this is what happened to us yesterday. So let's see what happens now again today on some of these. That's a pretty aggressive move here for NEO, trying to make a dance to the downside. We are short 60. Like I was supposed to get a 65 break. I don't know if it broke or not, but here we go. NEO to the downside right now. We have room to go. Let's hold on to this a little bit just in case the market continues this downside plunge.
Yeah. So we take the 50 pennies on BABA and then it just takes it. Well, not all of it right back because we actually had 20s long, but it took out that 70. So I'm out of Dodge there. I said I'd reload some Intel. I definitely got that, but Tesla is the story. Tesla is absolutely flushing right now. It could retest that 180 level from, like 180 was a pretty significant level before. There you go. It's like that 180 could get retested pretty quickly. I'm seeing Apple make some power moves as well. The only thing it's holding for it to the long side, Win did break the high of the day. So Win is on one. It's through 76. I think the casinos are going to be a safe place to hold on to as these ones look pretty strong.
All right, so we've, we took a hit already on AMD, just a little bit of one, not much of one, but still, we averaged in. I just don't like it down here at 69, so we're going to get out of that right now. Our NEO did print pretty good. We got some good bids down here in the in the mid 50s. Sorry, that's where we are right now. Let's put another bid out here to get some more out. We're just really on that trade right now, only on NEO. I'm going to hold this AMD. I don't have too many shares, but there goes NEO right back up to the upside. So a little topsy-turvy here to start the day as we go. Yeah, short NEO. Amazon working to the high side as well that I can see right now. So that could be something that's starting to go a little bit here. Amazon back from yesterday. Good move yesterday down to, sorry, it was just up at 98. Then it just made a nice move down $1. So we had that yesterday as well. Some moves happening right now everywhere. So Rivian downside, NEO downside, AMD trying to go down. Things are not looking so sweet here today.
Yeah, and speaking of not looking so sweet, there's $9 on Robinhood. That bounce just 35 pennies, which 35 cents on the stock is almost 4%. So that is a pretty decent bounce off of those lows. If it can't hold that 9 bounce, I do like that short. And see what I said about being patient with Tesla? Like it just bounced $3 to that upside. So patience with Robinhood here as it does get back to this 9 even area. This is the first level I want to play for a relief short. I haven't really looked at Coinbase. This is where the focus has been to see if that's making a similar bounce. That's the next place I'll go. But if we hold beneath this 9, kind of a bit of a stacked offer here, then I want to get into the short. But I want it to kind of settle itself down a little bit here. I'm really seeing a 1 cent spread hold up back and forth when I want this underneath $9. And that'll give me some time to go over to Coinbase. We know crypto is going to be on the move. This looks a little bit weaker on this last bounce. It did get up to 48. I'm canceling my offer in front of 50. I think if it gets to 50, I'd have to reassess. It's now, it's sitting at $48, right? So obviously it's getting crushed. I'm going to have to think a little bit lower than that on Coinbase. But Hood, now that's holding at 9. Now I'm getting in.
All right, AMD, continuing to go to the downside. We have a small piece on that. I'm really glad that we got rid of that quickly there
going down
on AMD. We did, so we made a keystroke error, but we were able to get back in on the same price, so all seems to be okay here on NIO. We got in and out there. You might have saw me that quickly. We punched out by accident there. We got right back in, so we actually had to pay the piper a little bit because we wound up getting some out at 67, and then I had to get back in on the other side of that, so that wasn't good. But there comes a downside. AMD still going to the downside as well as crypto 16.5. But here we go. I'm just going to get out of this AMD, honestly. Right now, really no point in this as the market continues to go to the downside. I'm actually going to cancel my Alibaba and look at that in a minute as well.
So, of course, it's one of these days. I'll call it bizarre world because AMD's going down, Intel's going up. Maybe it's going to be a head fake, but you're now clearing through resistance, and you know that means I'm getting out. I'm going to adhere to my stop. And if Intel's going to be long today, then it'll be the one day that since earnings that I'm smiling in the long term. But the short is not going to work out. If it gets to 30, that's about the only other level I like. It either has to be up at that 30 or it had to be in this range, the short. We've broken that range, so I'm either re-engaging it. If we hold it at the open, and I'm talking about like the first 30 minutes of the day. Otherwise, we'll just have to sit back and wait for that 30 even. Wind's starting to pull back, so I am looking for ways to maybe get some more shares into this. So you have a bit of a dip coming in. I do still like that 75. If I can catch some more shares down there, I will get on that bid and just try to respect that a little bit on win. I do think this is going to be a relatively strong one. Going back over to Tesla, not much of a bounce. It's still hanging right around those lows. It feels like 180 might come a heck of a lot faster than 190. Unfortunately for me, wanted to short some pops. Brendo?
Nice move so far from Matterport, guys, back to the upside. Off the watch list, 20% now. Trying to get into some of these pre-market levels right now, but big volume spike there. Above that aftermarket high, I guess it was for MTTR.
Matterport,
yeah, that
Matterport
was on the list as well.
That was earnings name there.
Yeah.
All right, so we're long BABA, short NEO. So that's never really a great combination, but we have a good little trade on here. Long 70s right now, 25 cents. We're going to take 30 cents. We're going to take it out at 71 if it gets back up there. NEO, yeah, bouncing off that bottom. So far, not so good here on some of these names as they dance around a little bit there. Google, we can have a quick look at. That was another name that, again, had a big move that's been beat down a little bit. So this could be one that's trying to work out for us here as it's starting to take down 94 right now. The market's pretty low, as you guys can see. So let's see what Google wants to do, just taking down that 94. There goes NEO. So NEO made it all the way back. So that's okay because, well, it's not okay. We lost on it, but we're making it back here on, whatever. We like that short. If it's going to work, we got to get out of that ASAP. So there's Neo just to show you. Short out. We got out. We took a little bit long there just because we were overfilled. Now we're out of that one. Let's watch it go. Here goes Alibaba. Nicely in the money now, 70 cents to the upside. So negative on Neo, very positive on Alibaba.
And just one, I forgot all about Boeing. I've been trading it all week, obviously. Boeing 175 just bounced once. If it tries to go down there again, I do still favor, at least until something changes, I favor longs on Boeing, giving it to 174 on any kind of a dip. I like you, Boeing. If you break 174, I think you're filling a bit of a gap into the downside, so got to be able to respect that. Apple making a bit of a move here. Amazon got close to my 96. I don't know if I got the fill in it. Apple getting very close down into this 142. If it gets anywhere near that, I think there's going to be a long on Apple as well. Go back over to Coin, as now Hood is getting up to that 940 high, so this is going to be it. Coin's at 50. And Hood is testing that 940, so I could be in both of these off of these tops at exactly the same time. Brendo again?
Another low float name making moves today. VS up 31%. Looks like 2 days ago there was a reverse stock split on this, but trying to go again. 1.9 million shares for VS on the float.
Okay. I'm still trying to find, I'm trying to get into some good names here. Google. Again, we're below, I don't know, you know what, I don't really want to go long here on some of these names. Just trying to wait for some setups and be patient, man. Meta did bounce back up a little bit, so that could be a good name to look at. Just dancing off some of these levels here as well for Meta, so up to 110.50, just holding that level. Now, whether or not we take it, I like a 111 break on Meta a little bit better, obviously, just to come into there. That's 111.15. Let's wait for Meta to go long at 111.15 or so there in case we do break that. Neo's up to that 11 mark. That's not a horrible spot either. But 111.15, I don't know. This is going to be a tricky one, man. I just don't know what to think about this market right now. So I think we got to get some shorts on. It's just a matter of where and when. So that's what we're looking for right now.
Well, one place I might not be looking for the short right now is AMC, believe it or not. AMC breaking out at 6.25. Thank you guys for pointing this one out in the chat. Of course, they just had their earnings, but there's a consolidation break. It's pretty clean. 650 is going to be on the offer. I'm not going to take that next break until I see it hang sideways. I'd rather catch the bid in front of that 6.25. So if we reject 650, hopefully I can get me in at least into that downside. 625. I think I'm about to get win on that dip. He's going back over to win. Well, actually not. It's about 75, 70. So I'm looking at the 20s, 75, 20s to try to get some more shares in here on win. I don't want to step that up too far. I don't want to compromise on my price. And then just going back over to some of the big cap names there. We did talk about, I know you talked about some Microsoft. For myself, I've liked the strength that they've had in Softy. Come on. Here's 245. If the market reverses, Microsoft is holding green right now, so there's relative strength in it. If it breaks to 25, that makes some sense to me. But I just got that dip in AMC. Brendo, what's up?
I saw Carvana popped up there. Looks like it is might not be actually. This is not a huge move. 9 up to 960. Carvana just halted, guys. So I'll double check on this one, but CVNA halted currently.
Some aggressive moves happening right here.
Doesn't take much to halt that thing.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to go on those when they're so beat down right now. But okay, here we go. AMD made it all the way back. So yeah, good job on AMD. Wow, some of these names really starting to get going now, including our Alibaba. We just punched in a little bit more, but it keeps on stopping here in the high 90s. So let's go Alibaba. There it is, like a 97 out there. Let's see if it continues to float a little bit higher here. This is a name that I like, and we're going to see if it can continue to work to that upside as well right now. So AMD starting to go, Baba starting to go, and AMD starting to go. NIO is what I'm looking at right now, possibly breaking back through $11. Could be something on that as well. But now we're starting to break a little bit higher on some of these things. So I definitely like what we're seeing now. We got to get something that's relatively strong. Yesterday we indicated that Apple had a great close, but today, again, much weaker than the market. So this is not going to be one that we're going to pick on for a relative strength. But for right now, still looking, man. I like Alibaba off that 70 level. We've done it twice. We're going to hold it. This could be our big trade here. Let's see if it does want to moon here. But yeah, that FTX news. Bitcoin not really doing too much. 16.5 right now, dancing around. Google, wow, that was a good buy. We just missed it. I was going to look short if we stayed under 94, but it's a big move back up to the upside here for Google.
Yeah, a couple of things here. We'll do one of these, and whoops, I'm on the Coinbase chart. So Coinbase, I did get to fill in Coinbase 49.25. Going to take some out in front of VWAP there for about 70 pennies, but it's AMC. And then I said I wanted to dip by an AMC because 950, why not? So it got to 650. It got to 650 and pulled back. I was able to get 631 in front of that quarter. It's right back up into those 40s. So as it tries to put in a lower high, I'll take another leg out so I'm not holding half of it. And if it breaks 650, suddenly I can be long into said number instead of necessarily worrying about taking that 650 break. So hopefully this is a trend they can hold on to because long win, I just got to reload and win, and the other long I got is an AMC. Not exactly names that I think are going to follow the market, so hopefully if the market goes down, I still have a shot with these two. Brenda, what do you got, bud?
More earnings, guys. This one, nice report for DOCS. Doximity is the name of the company. Big move aftermarket, big move this morning as well, trying to get back to pre-market highs here. They beat right across the board. Forecast looks pretty good as well for Doximity.
Lyft, Meta, Donkey Kong, Doximity, yeah, I love that name. Let's look at Donkey Kong right now, DraftKings, DKNG, another one of those names that, again, a lot of you probably trading, just made a nice high there at $14, now pulling back down a little bit, but that was a nice high there at 14, pulling back to 13 and change. Good long, maybe off that 1350. So yeah, I'm gonna try that DraftKings long off that 1350 level there. Could be a good little winner for us if we take it. It's only up that 1% here. And again, all about the market, right? Let's see what this market wants to do right now. But I like this DraftKings. Let's test a long right here.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the market is still trying to figure out what it wants to do. We're basically flat on the NASDAQ. I mean, the ES is just barely in the red. Yes, we've rejected a monster level. Just here's Tesla again. I'm not even sure. See, I said I'm not going to chase it, and it's still trending downside, but now it's really going sideways at a price I'm not going to like at all. So I got to stay away from that one until I might have to revisit Tesla at 10 o'clock, quite frankly, instead of making mistakes. But I got in some more shares off this 75 and win. So I'm looking for it to test back up to that 76 in front of VWAP there on my 3-minute. If it goes, I think we have a decent one. But watch out for some of these recoveries. Like Amazon, AMZN, Amazon here is now screaming. So I pull back to 96, and this is screaming now 2% to the upside. Forget about Microsoft. Amazon is certainly relatively strong, and I think that dip, I should be going back to that 97 level if I can even catch it. Market's starting to come back off there. I'm almost getting my win fill, but Amazon sets up. This could easily be a consolidation breakout. And NVIDIA, wow, NVIDIA, 155, 158, that is one heck of a wick top. Someone just said Intel looks like a good short. I'm just going to remind myself, I like the top. I like the top only. It broke here. I like here, and that's it. So I'm giving it another 15, 20 cents. If the market wants to bounce, I want to let this one come to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to let AMD come down here as well if we can get some more shares or get something involved with AMD. You guys want to talk about a nice little win there. Who took that DraftKings with me? Right there, nice little one there as it's up to 90 right now, DraftKings. We just put the long on at 78. That's a nice one. We did reload again here on Alibaba, so another reload situation here. Just get something out in the mid-80s, and then we'll try the high 90s again and just trying to rinse and repeat as the market continues to go to the upside here. Still waiting for that 70. I mean, this could turn out to be a bad trade for us for sure, but waiting to see if the market wants to take some of these Chinese ADRs back up to the upside. Hey, we're not going to be foolish on that, and let's just go again, man. Let's just drop down some cash here as we wait for new graphics to come through. Wow. There's DraftKings, a nice little, I mean, it's a great move to the upside here for DKNG. There it is, man. We just put it on. That's it, man. The one-hit winner right there for DraftKings. Let's see how high it can climb now as well as Alibaba. Just trying to break through 71 right now, and there it goes. Come on, Alibaba. You can do this.
Brendo?
What's up, Brent?
Nice report for ACB, guys. I mentioned right at the end of the day yesterday, one that was standing out on the earnings board. Here we go, straight higher so far for Aurora. I mean, it's 14 cents, but hey, we'll take it.
I was about to say, I saw some people saying Tilray was making a power move, but I guess that's not that big. I'll check Tilray in a second, but I just got the next level up on Coinbase. It pulled VWAP. Now you're all the way back up to 51, so it is making a bit of a churn. If it takes out the highs, again, I want to wait for those highs. Amazon just broke the high of the day. You just said Now Meta doesn't want to load.
Yeah, Meta.
Okay. So Meta's not through yesterday's top. That's 113-ish. 112.80 is the level that I'm watching here. So there's still a chance this can dip back into 111. Amazon is gonzo now. It's through that high. So I still like a 98 dip, but if it just starts holding above 99, I think you can see 100 two-set upside. So I'm going to take a shot at the breakout. If we see a 100 break, look, I'm going to have a 100 break on Amazon. It is what it is. That's a round number. I take it upside, take it downside. I'd much prefer to be getting this dip at 95. The longs are still continuing to work. With shorts, obviously not. Intel needs to go a little higher before I get back into that one. But I'm going to keep rinsing and repeating on win, but I want to make sure I'm holding some of this. If it breaks the high again, then I want to have this. I think you can see 80 if we do have a strong day in the market today for win, as much as it is up now. I never got a trade in NIO. It didn't really set up to give a dip down to 10 even. The other side of it that I liked was breaking out from here. So we're now through that $11. So I liked it here until back about like 10.90 or so. So gonna have some NEO if I can catch it. Obviously the dip buy did not come into this stock, unfortunately. So I'll give it back to this consolidation, probably add some shares if it does that. And then AMC couldn't really take this 650, but I'm just holding for it. Until we see this retest 650, if it double tops, I'll consider getting some more shares out. But when you have a significant break like this, you want to give it some room for the chance to really run. As far as I'm concerned, this is still a pretty muted move for this, breaking levels like that.
Yeah, shout out to everyone besides me who has this trade. Thank you so much. I forget who it was in the chat. You're like, wow, what a great call for Meta. Yeah, but I didn't put the order out. So right there, breaking that 111, right there, 111.15. It just ripped up $1.40 for you. So that would have been an absolutely great call. I was too busy looking at this Alibaba and reloading it, which has worked out great for me. No doubt about that. This is 50 cents in the money, but it's not that move in Meta. We'll take Meta long if it comes back in a couple pennies. I don't know if that's going to be the case. But since then, man, look, it's crazy because we had the AMD. We're going to have a loser in AMD today, which is crazy because you see where it is right now. Ripping upside, but look at DraftKings as well. We only have, we still have 60% of this name. I guess I didn't get filled at 98. I thought I did. So let's take a 93. There we go. We just took a 93 out there as we wait to see where this goes. Now we only have 50% of DraftKings left, and we were waiting at 98. Thought I got it, but I didn't. So hopefully if it comes back up, we can get out of that one. I'm also waiting upside here about 25 or 26, but now that I'm seeing that it's failing it out a little bit, let's take another piece, maybe 95s. There it is. Another piece out for us on Alibaba. Whoa. And then, yeah, I do want to wait for Meta. I'm trying to be more patient with some of the names that we get in, but, we missed the Meta trade. And then look at AMD. This is what I'm talking about. You can't have them all. We did have this one, though. Like, my long was 69, man. I mean, all the way back up to the upside. Now trying to take out that 70 where we were in the first place. So AMD could be a short up here because it's bouncing off that 70 level again with some wick tops. So I want to get long on AMD. It just has to come back in. Some of these names have to retrace back right now. Tesla 186.
Yeah, so Tesla's not high enough for me to take that short. Obviously Intel worked if you just shorted it wherever it was at near that high, that 65. It's giving it to you, but it's not there just yet. Watch out for SoFi. SoFi, everything rallied yesterday, so talking about how impressive yesterday is pretty waste of time. But this is actually a bit of a bigger move here in SoFi today. Remember, it rejected $6 pretty heavily, so if it dips, I like the 50 period. It's 550 is that 50 period on the backside. So I kind of treat that one the same way as AMC on that break, where once you've missed out on any kind of a break, just look for previous resistance, turn that support. So I'm looking at like 625, 630 on AMC. I like that for SoFi at about that 550 level. If it comes back in, I want to do a dip buy in SoFi. I don't know if it gets all the way down in here to like 45.50. So somewhere in the high 50s is probably going to be the entry point for me in SoFi. Here comes, now Coinbase is gone. So took two swings. Robinhood took out the top. Coinbase took out the top. Actually, no, it did not take out the top. Okay, it's probably going to, there it is. It didn't matter anyways.
Yeah, it's going to.
No, it's like, I got wicked out by a dark pool, but realistically, 10 seconds later, it took out the next 10 cents anyway. So that's one of those situations where you just got to get out of Dodge. Took a couple of swings at this one, neither one of them. Well, there was a bit of a scalp trade for the first one, but it does not hold up the second time through. Sometimes this happens where you sit there, you have ideas in both directions, and then what you're holding on to when the dust settles is where you want to be. I got the NEO. I didn't get that reload I wanted at 1090, so I might have to be a little bit more aggressive on the next dip to be able to catch it. I'm going to hang on to AMC NEO win, look to pick up a couple more longs. I still like Amazon on the dip. That's going to be over at that 98 level. I don't have my orders out because if it drops $1.50, I want to be able to reassess. I do have an order out for a 100 break, however, on Amazon. In terms of shorts that I still like, Tesla's not even challenging 195. So I might just have to sit this one out altogether. That's the level I like on Tesla. Last time I compromised on that, I got absolutely burned. And then here comes Intel. The first thing I shorted, well, you could have just waited for this top here at 29.75. I did not. And now it starts to come back into earth. On this dip, I'm looking Amazon 98. That's probably the first thing that's going to come into play. Maybe some SoFi.
All right, so we were, again, like, you know, we talked about where we were getting out, man, if this comes up to 25. So we got another piece out of Alibaba up there at 25. So good call to get out there. We'll see if it's going to be the right one or not. But Alibaba right now trying to fade back down. Look at the market. Market's coming back down right now as well. So let's just take a piece out of Alibaba in case we're wrong on this and it doesn't want to go up. But right now, Alibaba will take another piece out right there. And I'm waiting to get long in Meta down here at some of these downside levels. So whether or not that comes in or not is something else. And I do like a 112.50 break, but that seems high break at this point right now. If we dip back down in, I do have some Meta bids at 111.60 or so right into there to see about this 111.20 for an out. But for right now, this is what we're doing, man. It's an upside move for Meta. We want to go long, but we got to wait for that trade.
So you guys know what a wick top is. We had Michael Noss on. He's obviously talked about it. If I ever make a wick top, I always want to be back into the trade if it does set up. So there is your wick top. That's me getting stopped out. It then broke the high anyways. And now you have a 52 top on coin. That's going to mean short that 51. I have taken some scalp trades out. And if it gets down, forget about VWAP for a second. If it gets down to 50, I think that's like the big test, 50s, and then probably down into that 49 area here for Coinbase. So it's a bit of a wide berth, but a wick top is always going to be a setup that I like. AMC, of course, as this starts to come back in, AMC is right here, right now. Back at that VWAP. So this retraced pretty quickly, despite looking pretty strong. If it cannot hold that pre-market high, then I don't know that I want to be adding back into this. So you got to wick top at that 650. You got to top at that 650. And if we're going to come all the way back in, I need to see it start to bounce or at least level off before I add back into this. We are still in a bit of a downward trend in the overall market. So careful on a reload. That isn't something that I came into the day thinking I wanted to dip by. This was a momentum play that I got into later. So I want to be very cautious about reloading this. It doesn't look like it really wants to hold out this 625 level too well.
Okay, so Alibaba now average price $70.30 because there it is, a nice little dip down in here for Alibaba. We got some shares on board here. If it breaks 70, man, we're gone. That's a pretty easy trade for us to figure out here for Alibaba. A break back down below 70, and we are going to get out of Alibaba. We're long right here at 70.30, sorry. So hopefully, hey, look, hopefully it can go back up to the upside. I don't know, but I do hope so. And we do have our out for that. So if that comes, that's fine. We do have our out back down here at 70. It was a key level for us. So in this market, dump off here a little bit. We'll wait to see if that can hold out that 70 level. And I think like you're going to play support and resistance levels. So that's one that I'm going to sit here and look at. You know, let's just see if it holds. I mean, we have some offers to get out here in the 40s if it goes back to the upside. And then hopefully we can retrace back into the 70, 71-ish area there. But see, the problem is you're below the 50 period now. We're below VWAP. We're below everything, 200 periods, everything. So I don't know, man. The market is definitely looking like it wants to go southbound. So a little bit of a tricky trade here today. You have to be very, very patient with a lot of these levels. Meta's holding out pretty high. NEO is now broken above 11. So that's a good sign for this Baba long. But for right now, DraftKings, we also reloaded. Here goes Alibaba. Let's see if it wants to go back up.
Yeah, Meta is really setting up for, like, of course, the second I say it's setting up for a top-end break, it starts dipping back into the downside. So, be patient with that. You're really starting to see the dip in Amazon a little bit more here, so a little bit weaker than Meta. But I'm on that bid, trying to catch that 98 if it wants to come in there. I'm very close to getting AMC as well, just being cautious with that. I did reload on some NEO. Not really reload because I didn't take any profit when it went in the money. It got up to 11.15. That wasn't enough. I took some more at 11. I'll buy next probably at about 10.90 here on NIO. That's still trending to the upside. Brendo?
Yeah, I saw another one here. Amazon, guys, off what happened yesterday. I remember we had that cost-cutting announcement that came through for AMZN. Trying to hold this pre-market high right now as support for Amazon.
Amazon's a good name.
I actually missed that headline.
Yeah, that's a good headline. All right, Meta right here, pulling back in. We still like that. Ooh, I got to get some shares here because this is, I'm close enough to where I wanted it anyways. So we'll take some shares on Meta here. We also are cleaning out some of our Alibaba trade. The biggest trade here for me today by far is that Alibaba average in right now. So right now we are into Meta for a decent amount of shares. I'm going to cancel my 12.55 break long for right now because we got that dip buy in Meta. So here it comes right down in now. We got to watch out because we are still net long on Alibaba, which has paid us off. I'm going to take a little bit more out here. We just got some out, like I said, in the 60s and not 70s, in the 60s there. All right, DraftKings reloaded, Meta here as well. Let's just see, now we're long Meta 65s right now on Meta. Looking for it to drop below 11 before we get out. So Meta coming back in now. Let's see if it wants to continue its upside momentum from yesterday. That's Meta that I'm looking at.
Yeah, and I see that Doc's going to get there in a quick second, but here comes that test back into 98 on Amazon. It just touched VWAP, so I'm going to try to get a little bit off of VWAP here. Where'd that bid go? Okay, I'm still at 25s. I'll try to take a little bit in front of 90.50 and then maybe draw back a little closer to 98 there. But Docs, which Brendan brought to us at least a couple of times here today, making a big move to the upside. I don't know if we have to pay for locates, but whoa. Wick top up to 33. There's your high. If it fails this top, there's you're talking 10% back into this breakout price, but that's a pretty strong move. And I have to respect the fact that this is going to the upside. So it needs to actually take out this high for any kind of a rejection for a short. Otherwise, I want to treat this like NEO and AMC, where you're looking to get into a trend as opposed to fight it. Still holding coin. It's about 15 cents in the money. I'm probably done scalping it in this range. Brendo?
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out, Chart Prime, guys. Use the code at the bottom of the screen. I've just got this University of Michigan sentiment number here, 54.7 versus 59.5. There's also an inflationary portion of this, guys, so a heads up. Again, lower than expected there, 54.7 versus 59.5. On that inflation number coming in here, 1 year, 5.1 as well. Again, this is all part of that same report that we were talking to Arun about. 3% on the 5-year inflation number. So 5.1 on the 1 year, 3% on the 5-year inflation portion of that note. So we'll watch these markets moving around crazy right now. But here's the board. Green for the most part, 0.01 right now for the S&P, the Russell, NASDAQ as well, holding on to positive territory. The Dow was the first to dip back into negative territory. If you joined us in the pre-market, we were discussing some of the Chinese ADRs still holding up nicely. XPeng among the best. NVIDIA as well ahead of their earnings report coming up next week. 15% going into today on the week for NVIDIA. Polestar with a good report as well. There is XPeng, 6.5%, still trying to hold where it was in the pre-market, guys.
Yeah, PSNY, their Polestar. We're just watching our Meta trade here. We've done pretty well on that number. We were long anyways heading into that number. That's obviously a dangerous thing to do. I knew that was coming at 10 o'clock. We did have our stop orders out. We didn't get triggered out on anything yet for that, but it's not a great number as Brendan just revealed to us. So we've just been getting out of Meta. If Meta does break, now we don't have to do anything. We have a decent amount of shares now on Meta, so we've gotten a decent amount out on that. So if it breaks up 111 now, we'll get out. But there could be a chance for it to go back up to the upside there. That number seems to be a little wishy-washy, not just on the direction of what the market wanted to do there. Big time movement to the downside, retraced it, and now just kind of flat as if the number didn't even come out. So let's wait to see here what some of these names want to do. It looks like we're sending the NASDAQ to the downside. We're almost out of Meta. If it takes 111, we're out, which is fine. We're long at 111.27. We're going to be a very, very small hit here on Meta, but it looks like it is going to take that 111. This is a level that we like, so nothing much I can do about it. If it breaks it, we'll average in a little bit more there, but it looks like it wants to take it out. 111 on Meta.
Yeah, I did get that first dip on Amazon. When the number came out, I didn't really, at that point, I'm not going to have orders out. It did spike up, I think, $1 in the money, and then wicked right back. I did try to pick up 98.20s at that point, but that was pretty quick. So it looks like it's still holding that little bit of a trend into the upside. I'm going to have to be patient adding to it, unfortunately. I just got those 98.50s that we got into before, but didn't really get any more shares. What's going the other direction, and by the other way I mean down, NEO does bounce off that number off of VWAP here at 1090. So I'm going to get on that bid. I wanted to come down there, wait for 10 o'clock to hit, reaffirm that I still like this consolidation that we're in, and just add a little more. And if we get back below that 1080, then I can give that one up. Coinbase came right back into those highs. I was able to scalp some out. Like I said, I think I'm done scalping it. If it takes out 52, I don't want to be fighting this thing too hard. If it does fail another time on 52, I think it can be added at 51.8. Last time I was in this situation in Coinbase, it was essentially giving you this until about 10:15, fell to VWAP, and then hit the low. So if that's the pattern, then we'll look to see if we can take that. AMC did get the reload here. It's trying to hold 620. It feels like that initial dip might be the only good dip buy. Now I'm in again at VWAP. AMC giving it, I don't want to say all back, but since the break, it's giving most of it back. And I'm not holding this to $6. It breaks 620. I'm out of dodge on this. The one that's holding up here, it's like the first thing you like is usually probably going to be your best trade. I don't know if it's a gut thing, but Win is now at that high of the day. I wasn't really adding on that number on Win, but you're now through. You're clean through this level on the daily chart, and you're really just churning to the upside. So I think we can see 80. I want to try to hold out for that 80 level. The market is going back into the green. That's certainly helping this trade, but not all longs are working. But Win, I'm giving it to that 80 level. I have no trail on this. I am looking to continue to buy the diff, but I don't really have a trail on this at all. Amazon I'm trying to add to. That's a different story. So as this gets back down into 98, I want to play this trend. Up 2% when the market's flat. I'm going to be favoring longs until something changes on Amazon, which would be, breaking 98 definitively.
Yeah, no, I really like Amazon. That was a good trade. We did get dumped out on Meta, but I want to get back long again if we take 11.25 out here. I just got to let it settle down. It was bouncing around 111 there. We actually are negative on Meta, but we were able to take advantage of when that number came out. It flip-flopped there. So we were able to even get some out at 70s and 80s and things like that. But now you're seeing it make a move to the downside. I wanted to take out some of these wicks right there, 1130 or so, before we get back into that name. We've averaged into our Alibaba. And we're looking for more names. I want to go short a couple names, man. Rivian's been getting hit today. Let's see what PSNY is doing. That's Polestar, not doing anything. Rivian to the downside, I think, today. I was just looking at it a couple minutes ago. Let's just see what it's doing right now. Yeah, okay, so not too much. Was more looking at that 200 period. You're still down only 1.1%, so it's not a hell of a lot that you're down there on Rivian. What just came back was Meta. Let's check out what AMD came back as well a little bit. But everything's pretty choppy at the high side right now, so this market really needs to obviously figure things out. So Meta looking like he wants to take out 1130 again. That's where we're going to go long. We did dump it, obviously. We got out 20 cents ago, but that was just more of a savior play. Like I just didn't want to, be holding something in case that just continued to go to the downside. We've obviously averaged into Alibaba, and we're going to take Meta on a break right now. So there's our Alibaba trade. I'll take another piece out at 49. Might as well do that. There we are. We have now executed into Meta. Long right now, 35 Meta.
So once again, it's like the same thing happened. So the only other short I was still in was Coin, still on Amazon charts. I'm trying to get more shares there. But Coin never gave me that secondary failure, so I didn't really add to it. Probably a good thing. It just broke that high at 52. So again, out of Coinbase. That's the second time we've gotten a little bit scalp out, and then we're stopping the rest. It's the longs that, it is what it is, right? It's the longs that are working. Don't really have, every time I try a short, it's like it gives you a little bit, then it just gets taken out. So you want to be holding on to your longs at this particular point. Rising tide is lifting all ships. I didn't bring myself to going long over there, but as we get back above VWAP, particularly for AMC, and I don't want to say this for the other names, but AMC a little bit weaker on this last little push, so I want to get some shares out in front of that high and not just hold up for everything. It's going to be the same thing with NIO, and just going back over to, I think we mentioned Apple not really participating as well as some of the others. This is Apple still negative on the day. Right, like Amazon, 3%, 2.5%. That's strong as hell, anyways. But Apple, not so much. Apple needs to get above this 146.5, 147. I think for the market to really start to go gangbusters. If there's something that might be a fade in big tech, let's see how Apple responds to these tops. But the way this morning is going for me, I don't want to be chasing too many shorts at levels that are in the middle. It's got to be pretty significant level if I'm going to take a short right now. These longs are starting to print out here, and I'd rather be looking for some dip buys or going back to something that was part of the original thesis to the short side, which was an Intel. Because Intel's got a double top. Double tops on Intel for me are short situations, and this is a name I just wanted to be short today, despite the fact that it is on one, I should say. So I went twice into this, stopped out up that high. Now I'm looking at a 29.80 high now that I can short off of.
All right, we're not, yeah, you know, I like that. We're on one. We've been on one for a while. We're going to wait for this meta drop. So we got in, man, and again, we talked about this yesterday with Arun. It's like, you know, you got to stay true to who you are, man. We got out of half of this trade as it ripped up 40 cents into the money for us on Meta. I do want to, you know, try to appreciate the fact that this can go up a lot higher today, Meta. But you can see that we're trying, like I said, okay, just on that, I'm going to take a piece out again at 50. But the S&P, sorry, the NASDAQ right now, just hovering around flat. And as you can see right here, it's like at the 50 period. And I don't really like to mess with too many names when we're around that 50 period. But there's another out for us on Meta as that's starting to climb. Alibaba's starting to climb up on a reload as well down there. Hopefully that can work. DraftKings on a reload. We kind of let that one go to sleep a little bit, and it's been trading pretty well for us. So let's not ignore that, as basically I did ignore it. But there it is, working for us to the upside. Let's see if we can get printed out here at 88, and there it is again. So some nice little reloads in for DraftKings. Don't know if you can see them. There's one there and one there in all this mess there. So nice little upside moves again for DraftKings. That's going to be a big positive name for us here today. Everything that you're seeing, you know, me doing is a positive trade so far today. Alibaba's a big name here. I think one of the most profitable names here again for us today. Alibaba up to 70.35. That's our price. We've just been emptying it out. Obviously, we wait for this market to moon, but I don't know if it's going to. I think Alibaba will work if it does, but right now we're starting to head to the downside again, so watch out, guys.
Yeah, like I just paid myself a little bit more out. Again, look, the bulls have been pretty solid here today, at least momentum-wise. I know the market's flat, but just got some more Amazon out. 99 twice now since the number, that sentiment number came out. It's gone VWAP and then back into 99. It's giving you this range in here. So I'm going to take some of that out, hold it for that high. I want to see 100 on Amazon today. And that's obviously the next level that I'm working towards. So going to go with that. And I also said I would take some profit a little bit shy of the high over here in AMC. So I've gone ahead and done that. It feels like the right move. Another lower high getting put in here. If it comes another time into this dip, I don't know if I'm going to like it a third time. Let's see how that holds up. NEO's back above 11, so that looks pretty solid to me as far as that goes. And this going back over to Tesla, I said after 10 o'clock when we got the number, I'd come back over to Tesla. Tesla's showing some strength here, just nowhere near the levels that I want to see. It's a relatively weak name. I do want to lean that I should be shorting this stock, but you know, if it's not going to be at 195, it could at least be off the 190 level. I don't like shorting 187. Not set up for me here, so I'm not forcing any shorts here today. That's going to be the name of the game. If we're going to short something, it's got to look pretty damn good. Brendo?
Just seeing this Avidel, AVDL, a few people mentioning this, a huge mover today. Barely a red candle here, even on a 1-minute chart, straight to the upside. They're presenting it's a pharmaceutical company. They're presenting at a Jefferies conference, it looks like, today. But huge mover here, AVDL.
And another mover, and well, thank you, Brendan. All Brendan has to do is talk, and the next thing you know, we get some fills in there. So NEO bounces off VWAP. It's
Thanks,
back
Brendan.
toward the high. I don't know. I feel like it's a good luck charm, but you shouldn't care about that kind of stuff. But hey, we're all creatures of habit, so I'm always happy when it does happen. I want to get one more leg out on NEO in front of the high of the day, then hold the second half of the trade for this potential. Like if we do break out from here, 11.15, room to 50 for sure. Want to make sure we get ourselves up to that side. So Amazon's back almost a buck. AMC still breaking out. 170 on Win. I'm saying 80 bucks on that stock. We'll see what can happen there. And look, I know somebody said this in the morning that they were asking me about shorts on Moderna. So I haven't made money shorting the stock in the last. I mean, I used to, but the last little bit has been trouble for me every time I try to get into it. Today, the one day where it's set up, obviously, congratulations to you if you shorted that 170. There is a double top at 170. That's it pulling $7 back in. I'm not touching it down here. If it retests a lower high, that makes some sense to me. But I just wanted to give a kudos because whoever called that, and I missed who said it in the chat this morning, they were like short Moderna, and 170 is about as pretty as I see. So congratulations to you there.
Who done it? Meta right now. Look at that. $1 in the money goes Meta right now. Nice little upside move as we are at our highest spot we've been at all day, needless to say, off this Meta run. We talked about going long. We got stopped at once there. That sucks, but that's okay like we talked about. Then we talked about getting back into the long spot. Then we talked about scalping out, and now we're holding for that 1250 break because it's going to happen, and it's mooning right now Meta to the upside here. So pretty good trade happening for me on META Meta. Let's see if it can continue its upside move. Also, Alibaba. That one's kind of been a little disappointing. Let's put an offer out to see if we can get some out here on Alibaba, but hey, if we can, that'd be pretty sweet. What just happened there? That was Alibaba, Phil, just happened. Okay, so far so good on all of that. DraftKings as well. There it is, man. Neil beside me, Arun beside me. The hits still keep on coming. It's another big day for us again here today. There's DraftKings on the reload to the downside. Alibaba's been my #1 stock today on all of these reloads and still trying to go to the upside. DraftKings, Alibaba, and then obviously the missed trade where I should have averaged it instead of getting out. Like I said, whenever I'm taking trades in the first couple minutes, it tends to always shake me out. So know your strength, know your weaknesses, guys. And obviously I need to hold out for some of these plays because there also goes Meta. What a move, man. Like, save some of your risk for when you're hot fire. And Meta's been hot fire today. What's up, Brent?
SPAC, a few people mentioning this one. AGBA halted again. It's been halted a few times. They announced approval of their business combination as of yesterday. So back to 10 once again after being down here at 5 for AGBA. Again, a SPAC, guys.
Yeah, and not a SPAC, but AMC now back toward that high of the day. So plan has come to fruition. We got the dip buy. It didn't look that great for a couple of minutes there, but now it's turning back to the upside. Hold support back up to 650. It's the same plan as before. Get some out in front of 650, hold the rest for a break because I think it's such a significant level that if we can get through it, now you're looking at that 680 to 690. I don't know if you get through $7 today, but that 680, 690 to be sure. Amazon still churning to that upside. As I see it go, oh God, what a crazy wick that is. Got to zoom in, there you go. As I see it go to the upside, 100 is the obvious next level up. I do like a 100 break. I'm going to get these shares out in front of 100, and then I'm likely to re-engage along either on a dip buy in Amazon or just simply taking that said 100 break, looking for that to happen. It's not there yet, but I want a plan of action if it does go. I'm not saying there's going to be size on the offer, but if it happens to stall out there for a little bit, it would not shock me even a bit. So just going through some of these longs, you are now at the high of the day on NEO. As I said, I've already taken some out in front of the highs. Next level up isn't for another 15 to 20 cents on NIO. So let the longs ride. Don't force the shorts. That seems to have been working so far here today. That's the way to go. And on that vein, there was one other stock, CCL. So it does not sustain that level to the upside. I only like this long if it could have held this breakout. So it does not hold the break. Chart doesn't want to go back any further. There's a daily chart. It does not hold this break. Looks like it's coming back in. So one name that is not participating, Casino Strong. I know it's up 1%, but that doesn't tell the story here on CCL. Throw that one out the window. It couldn't maintain the break above 10.
All right. I don't know, man. I might just. We need some new graphics because we've had some pretty decent ideas so far today. This Meta is now $1.50 in the money and still making some moves to the high side as the NASDAQ continues to extend out. It's too bad that I canceled that 1250 because we were already long because that would have really topped off our day a little bit more here to that upside. So right now I'm pretty light in everything, man. DraftKings is just, I mean, let's just take another piece out on DraftKings as that continues to work to the high side. Right there off a couple decent reloads coming back in on DraftKings right there. So boom, boom, down there at 1375. This is a name that we just picked on. Look at this. Nicely done to the upside there. Meta also looking at 113. It broke above yesterday here. So that's not yesterday, but right here, same level. Right there, we just took it out 1266. That's where we get out there on Meta. So good take on Meta today. Like I said, my #1 stock still going to be Alibaba, but this one continues to climb. I'm going to leave it alone. Alibaba, I wish I left it alone, but there's another out right there again. So there we go. We'll do this. The money's coming in today. So yeah, we're pretty happy about it. Big big day today, and the money's still coming in. So let's see if we can't make a little bit more on these names. Alibaba, see if it can take out VWAP and then climb even higher as the NASDAQ now up 1%. I mean, I was calling it for another positive day today. Looks like it's going to be good. And we're hella long and making hella a lot of money right now. Meta up to 113 right now. Big time movement on Meta. We're $1.70 in the money on this runner. So there it goes. See ya 113. Maybe not. Stopping there at 113. We'll take a piece out. Why not? Right there. So nice little out again for us. Hallelujah. As Meta definitely making the moves to the upside. I hope you guys are good. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. We're not going anywhere. This is a big time market move here. One more time to the upside.
We're going somewhere.
We're going somewhere. We're going northbound. Same as yesterday. What a couple days.
Like D'Angelo said in one of his favorite songs, you take me higher than I've ever been. Not higher than I've ever been before, because the market is nowhere near the tops. It's a great song, by the way. But I'm out of Amazon. I said I'd do it, and then 100 would be the level. So sometimes you get out of Dodge, you take it. I'm not saying things are going to flush to the downside, but if we do dip, then we're going to be on the bid of Amazon in front of VWAP once again. If 100 breaks, well, you know how we feel about even dollar breaks as day traders. Sometimes you just got to go for them. So I will be taking the break. It's always a different trade when you're buying in front of resistance, because the support, because you know your out is going to be when it tests that support. When you're taking a breakout, I usually give it to the most recent top. This is like 90.60. So it's a 40-cent range that I'm giving this break. So I have to sort of look at that. If my risk is going to be 40, then realistically, how heavy do I want to be into it, and where can I actually initially take profit? So this is going to lead me to take probably half to a third the normal, and then if it fails initially, look to reload in front of 99.60, and that wick just came out of nowhere, 99.60 for a reload. But that 100 break is incoming. No such plans in win, but I'm going to slap a trail. If we're through 78, I'm slapping a trail on win. And AMC, for all of you that are these kinds, 650 again, it can't seem to get past that level. So another test, another time it's starting to fail at 650. I'm going to take another leg out here. I don't like those lower highs. Pay yourself out, regroup. That's the name of the game. I'm not saying go short, but one name I did get short. I saw Daryl Flinch. He's in the chat like, oh, Intel is probably getting close to a short at exact moment that I'm getting filled. And you've got to play it off the key levels. It was either a 29 break, the pre-market high, or the actual top. Now, if I was long Intel, it would have made money, obviously. But I still like to short in the stock. I'm giving it this last shot here. I don't want to say it's a last shot, because if it does get lower, I'd probably short it off bottoms if this does flush. But short off the high of the day, stick to the key price levels. At least you know where you're wrong in that vein. Brendo?
Hey guys, quick recap for you on small cap land once again today. There really wasn't a lot going on. We'll talk about a few here though. First of all, brought to you by Masterworks. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art by not spending millions. And to date, 6 of 7 Masterworks exits have delivered over 20% net return. Masterworks.art/tradertv.live will get you some more info. Here we go. SNAL, I mentioned briefly there in the pre-market, was a new addition as of yesterday. Teeny, tiny little float. I saw that, our broker anyways had 80 shares available for locates if you wanted to pay for them, but no thanks. SNAL, I was trying to buy this dip into 380, which was that level from the pre-market, and then below that 350 ended up being support. So it's not really doing anything, kind of chopping around. Pretty quiet day so far for this SNAL. VERU broke back down through both 720 and 7, which were levels yesterday late in the day. Not really doing anything either, kind of grinding back to the downside, trying to be patient with Veru. Also had that Robinhood was so strong right out of the gate. Just seeing it now, back to $10 already for Robinhood. Was at $8.50 at the open. Unbelievable. Straight to the upside, guys, for Robinhood.
I'm just like, I can't believe that we don't have that AMD long. We wrote it down here on the sticky note, 70s that we liked. We also wrote down BOVESPA 70. At least we have that one here. And then Apple 147. Like, there's so many trades that we've missed today because we were just in La La Land, I guess. But, you know, there's the 70 trade right there. It was a little tough to take because it would have bounced around. But, yeah, there it is. Nice little upside move. That Apple 147, I mean, again, that was not hard to take at all. The first break of that gave you 80 cents right up to the upside. So please, if you're anywhere, man, follow me at TraderTV Sean. We are now verified, and it doesn't take much to get verified, but we are now verified right here.
One thing.
So there it is right here, guys. You can see these are the sticky notes. Find me at TraderTV Sean. Baba long, AMD long. Polestar, we haven't looked at that yet, but watch that. That's strong on earnings. Apple rally. We don't have DraftKings on here. That was one that we picked out of thin air, so that's a good one today for DraftKings. As look where this name is, man. We're 50 cents in the money. These are these dip buys on DraftKings, and it's still continuing to work. Alibaba's continuing to work. Ooh. Back up to 71. I mean, this could be the trade of the day. So let's, let's make sure that we get out of these things properly. Like if I just followed basically everything we wrote on here, we'd be cash. And so we got to wait. We got to be a little more patient. We don't have Meta written down, which is going to be one of my #1 stocks. But again, we let Meta settle down early, and we took advantage of it. Gave some nice levels. The only mistake on Meta is not, well, there's a couple. First one, we didn't have that initial long, which sucks right there. That we called that long, but we didn't have it. The second problem was we don't have that long right there. But 99 problems, profit ain't one. Meta, nice little move to the upside here as we continue to take that one. We're not at the same spot we were yesterday. We're about half right now of where we were end up yesterday at the close. So far so good here on a nice little run up. We're pretty much out of most of these names, as right now we're still above the 50 period and we're climbing. So I'm looking for pullbacks long right now, something to pull back into a level that we like. So if we can find that, then that's sort of what we're going to be hunting out for right now. NEO's a nice move to the upside. Win was something that we talked about breaking through 76. That's now at 78, so that's a big name for us as well. And then Shopify, a name that we don't have, but another one that continues to just work to the upside. There goes Shopify, now through $39. Wow, what a great bottom that was, down at like 25, I guess. Big time movement up on Shopify. Some of these names just going absolutely insane here today.
Yeah, and another one through said 100 level. There goes Amazon. I'll pull up the black chart for you guys here because that one not cooperating. But it is through that 100. I did scalp a piece out. There hasn't been that dip. Like it just got to 130 here, so I just took a piece out. But it never gave that dip into 99.60. It might still happen. I don't want to completely write it off. I did feel like there was a chance it could. Clearly, you're seeing it only continue to go up. So going to try to hold on to this one. I mean, only took a third out, and if it gets to 101, I'll probably take some out there as well. NEO just busted the high of the day very briefly at 11.25. So this happened. It got to 11.25. Went to 26 and then right back in. So I was able to get some out at 25 when that happened, but I'm still favoring the dip buy here as well. Like NEO, I wasn't really looking for that dip in a 1050. It was really more about that break in the consolidation that I liked into the long side. So that's what I got over there in NIO. Win continues to churn, as sort of said. I look at that 80 level. I'm going to be on the offer at about 79.5 if it gets there. This is the first real test. I don't like a wick top at 78, but it is a pretty strong trend in here. And I am buying this if we get back down into like VWAP in the 76 area. So Win continuing to look up 8%, like super strong. I know a lot of names are in that vein. I did grab one short. It's been a while, 20 minutes since I had another short, which I guess sometimes that's a long period of time for a day trader. But here's Intel. Working off that double top, and I'll just go here to show you. That was also the afternoon high on Intel. I'm not really getting anything out till I see the 60s, and I do now want to add. If I see anything back up to that 29.80, I'll definitely be adding to Intel. I had to be patient with this one. I don't know if I was patient enough. Sometimes it's like either the breakdown or that top. I always like that rollover at the pre-market high, but sometimes I feel like if you sit that one out till it's back below, it makes a little bit more sense. So I'm going to maybe look at that as we're sort of flipping some momentum in the overall market. You should be more discretionary on your entries for the shorts. If the setup's there, I'm taking it, but there's maybe no need for that second one. A third one looking like it's going to work out here for Intel, but need to get some profit on some of these longs. And I keep coming back to the one that is not as good as the others, and it is AMC. You're running out of time for this 650 break, AMC, and I don't know how much I'm going to like the reload the third time through. The third time is not always a charm. The third time it tests 650, I'm hoping it breaks, and I can be there with it. But I guess the apes are running out of a little bit of steam here in AMC.
Yeah, the apes got a little more cash if they're long these last couple of days. As a shout out to all our veterans out there, in Canada and obviously in the U.S. as it's a very, very special day today, Remembrance Day and Veterans Day. So we support them and everybody here. And no matter what you're doing, first responders or any job, whatever, who cares? Whatever you're doing, man, we support everything. You know, keep working hard, but especially on a day like today, we remember all those that have suffered and put their lives on the line for the rest of us. So big shout out to everybody out there. If you have family members and whatnot, you know, much respect to all the military families and whatnot out there. Thank you so much for everything. But wow, DraftKings Extensione. I don't know what language that is, but we'll have a little bit of diamond hands here as we go back up to the upside. And then we have $1.70 still in the money right now for Meta. So let's go, man. Amazon killing it right now. Lots of names happening, man. Amazon, I see some people talking about that as well. Busting through a hundy. Hell yeah, man. This is the day to check your portfolio, guys. But what a big day it is again. Even when we turned red, we still kept that very bullish. We got to go to Brendan. Let's go to Brendan, and then you can finish your thoughts.
Those interesting guys. SBF just posted a very long multi-part tweet on his Twitter account, just kind of talking through what has happened today, what has happened throughout the week this week, pointing to individual events. He ends it with an apology. But anyways, for those interested, pretty interesting read as far as I can see anyways. Including this note, which says, I'm piecing together all of the details, but I was shocked to see things unravel the way they did earlier this week. Again, that's on SBF's Twitter.
Yeah, look, it's a tough situation. I feel for anybody that that either has funds that are locked up or can't get them back. Well, I didn't mean to like temper expectations or be a Debbie Downer when I was like, not everything is up, as Sean was talking about it. But like some of the defensive names that have been so good, and I'm talking about fantastic throughout this market downturn. Look, Eli Lilly's pulling back a little bit. My homie over here. I actually prefer Coke the drink, but I own Pepsi the shares. It is what it is. But this is down 2.5%. Like some of these are starting to pull back in. When the rotation goes back into the risk and growth, then you will see some of these look relatively weak. That's just another reason why I'm like, why is Intel going up? But it doesn't really matter. Like you just got to be able to go with the trend. You acknowledge what isn't working, and then go back and hold on to what is. Like that's always going to be my style. Hit enter twice here. Look at Coinbase now, right? Like this is the thing. Like you cannot get stubborn about these things. Did I want to short Coinbase? Yes. Did I short Coinbase? Yes. Am I still shorted? Heck no, I should say. If my daughter will ever watch. And now she actually likes this a little bit, so I have to worry about the things I say in case she wants me to watch it, wants to watch back. So heck no. But Coinbase, if it gets to 57, 58, yeah, I'll probably think about it. That's the next significant level. And if you don't think you can get there, well, it's only $2 away. And this was at 46 bucks. When the FTX news came out, 46. It's $10 off the bottom here in Coinbase. So if you like a short, let it come to you. There is no need to rush into absolutely anything. As I said, I have a bit of a trail on Win, and Amazon is off to the races. I haven't gone to the 15-minute on Amazon, but there's really nothing until this gets to 105. So I do have an offer in front of 101, but I don't want to shortchange where this move could possibly take us here today. But the other thing I don't want to do is trade missed opportunities from yesterday. So yes, the longs are working, but I've been pay yourself out along the way upside. Like I can't sit there hoping that we're going to have the day that we had yesterday. There is no chance the market does that. It's just that was way too big. So you do have to make sure that you're paying yourself on the way. At least I have to, especially having not benefited from yesterday's move. Thank you guys so much for all the support, obviously. And someone just said, where's my out on NIO? I don't know if you mean where my next take profit is. I just got some in the mid-30s. I did mention this is the next area that I wanted to take profit, this 25 to 60 area. So I'll take a couple of legs out here, first in front of 40 and then in front of 50. My stop, I haven't moved it. I mean, my stop has been at 1080 here. At this point, I should probably be adjusting that to the upside. I shouldn't be letting it back through 11 even. But yeah, the next out is going to be in front of 1150. That's just nothing too complicated. Just one of those round numbers up there. So NEO still continuing to churn, but like everything else, just pay yourself out. And take a quick second. Enjoy the ride. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We don't ask for a heck of a lot. All we do is ask that you do that and enjoy yourself and try to get better every single day in trading. You've seen me get run over on some of these shorts. And the key thing is, do not get stubborn about it. I heard you say that. I think you said it yesterday, Sean. Yeah, don't get stubborn. You can lose on trades. Losing is the price of doing business as a trader. The question is, how much is it going to cost you? And as long as it's reasonable, no problem. Stick to your plan. Only lose as much as you plan to on the trade, and then move on to the next. Risk to reward is everything in this business.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, that's perfectly said. I mean, losing is part of the game. We just try to not to do it too often around here. And today, that's pretty much exactly what's been happening. We lost early on AMD, which is absolutely ridiculous of my own self, because again, we mark down that we want, and this is part of being patient and part of, like what Neil was talking about, losing, not losing, winning, et cetera, et cetera. It's like if you just stay calm, stay focused, stay relaxed, then let the trade come to you. There's lots of opportunities to make money in this market, so that's going to be a losing trade for us there. But look what we did on Meta, right? We were patient, came back. I just want to give an update. I'm getting out. The market's trying to pull back a little bit. I will take the last piece of Meta out if we break back down below 1250. We've already hit it to the upside. You can see that I am a changed man. Not really. But, you could see it's just we're holding more for that big move to the upside. So, even right there, that's $1, that's $1.20, that's $1.30, that's $1.50, that's $2. So, I mean, when it starts to go up to the upside, you do have some explosion potential here in this market. We saw it yesterday, and honestly, man, I mean, even I wrote down Apple 147, like that seemed like it's not going to get there. It opened up down here 144. Is where Apple opened up. But look what happens. It climbs right to 147 and busts it and gives you that $1, right? So again, there's lots of potential here in this market. You just kind of got to unleash it, right? And you got to take the risk, sit there and look what's going on. Henry, you know what? You've been talking about Palantir for about 14 years. The thing about Palantir is it is strong today. So I am going to acknowledge you. We acknowledge you all the time. So we'll do a bang for you, Palantir, and for you, Henry Z, in the chat, who's loving Palantir today again, as we make back all of that earnings miss, it seems like anyways today. Nicely done for Palantir here. The daily chart's going to look a little crazy because it's so far down, a lot of these beat down names, but like Carvana halts, a couple of those names going crazy today. Oh, we only have a 70-cent win right now on DraftKings, but there's the pullback down off earnings. We saw that play for Palantir there. This is the 20-minute chart. Sorry, I got to zoom this back out here. This is the move down on Palantir earnings, down to 7, touch 7 again. Now you're right back to 8. So let's see what happens at an $8 breakout. This is actually not a bad spot there, Henry, to break out for PLTR. But without any further ado, there's something moving around today. I forget what it is. Starts with a C, ends in an IPTO. I don't know. Brendan, what is that?
IPTO, yeah, I like that. Bitcoin, yeah, back to the upside, actually, guys. Nice bounce underway here for some of these coins anyways. What a week it's been, and fitting, I guess, on a Friday. It ends with this headline this morning, if you missed it. FTX filing for bankruptcy officially. CEO Sam Bankman-Fried resigning as CEO. The latest, as I was just mentioning here. If you want to go to his Twitter, a whole multi-part tweet just sent out from SBF talking a little bit about the events of the week and basically saying in not so many words that there's still more to come as far as details on this. But what a week it's been for crypto markets as a result. Remember, when this all started, this move over here was the initial announcement that they were having liquidity problems and could possibly be in trouble. So we ended that move to the downside around 17,500. We're now 16,823. So, I mean, round trip could have been a lot worse. 16,833 right now, down 3%. So a nice bounce underway for most of these, including Ethereum, back to 1260. Red numbers, however, once again today, top to bottom for crypto. I was just reading an article as well for F1 fans out there. Prad is not in the building yet, but Mercedes-Benz F1, FTX was a huge brand or name sponsor for the Mercedes-Benz F1 team. It's coming off the car as of today for Brazil, which is this weekend. So there's a lot of sponsorships that are going to be affected by this, guys. Back over to you.
Oh yeah, that's sort of I think everyone kind of expects that, right? Like when you get the naming rights and the on some of the sports franchises. Like Enron had one, right? And you know what's going to happen. It's not going to last very long. It's a crappy situation, and I know some people that have been burned by it. So it sucks to be sure. It definitely will suck if I just bought the top, or at least close enough to it, on AMC. But 650 finally broke. So you see my average price is a little different now. I got 43 as an average because 650 broke to the upside. I don't think I want to hold this all the way back to VWAP being a bit of a breakout style trade. I have a little bit still from that 628 dip. So this one has been a good trend, but you did just reject 4,000 on the market there. And I have a trailing stop on win up at these tops because I have to respect that. I got my first leg out on Intel when it went 29.60, and then 29.50 is going to be the next out. And this is why I was sort of saying, make sure you're paying yourself out on the way to the upside, because as you start to come back in, there's NEO pulling back as well. Now I don't really have to do much of anything with NEO unless I'm waiting back for $11. If it gets back into 11, I can go long again in NIO. Win, trail, to be sure. And then Amazon, that break, it didn't quite get me that 101. So we got to 178. I was sitting there in the mid-80s. I'll go ahead and cancel that. I don't know what's wrong with this Amazon chart, but whatever. I'll give you the 15-minute chart because that one looks like it's going to be fine. But I did just grab that dip buy. I said I liked it 99.60 on a dip. Just kind of looking at that initial break move that we had at the open, that got to 99.60. So if it's going to hold support up here and not be that 98 level, then I'm looking at that 99.60. So reload for me on Amazon just now. But the only short I got is going to be Intel. And I want to go back over to Tesla before we go back over to Brendan. Tesla, enter. Let's go, Tesla. Tesla now churning. It got to 194. That's real close to my 95 level. So it looks like I might get a shot at this 195 after all on Tesla. Brendo?
There was a report earlier, guys, from Reuters suggesting that Tesla is considering shipping some Shanghai-made cars to the U.S. for sale, and they were investigating whether the parts used would comply with U.S. regulations. Elon Musk has just tweeted and said that report is false. So, I mean, it didn't really move the stock at all, but just a heads up. Again, that report that Tesla considering to use or sell Shanghai-made cars in the U.S., false.
I love that. So gangster. Like he replies to Reuters with just one word, false. I mean, after the amount of times that we've seen,
you guys gangster.
This is what I love about not just our program. I'm sitting here talking about how I love our program, but it's the simple fact that Brendan does a really good job of making sure something's got to be confirmed by like multiple sources. And if you've been trading long enough, you understand that to be true. We have seen single headlines from a single source move the markets, then you find out it's fugazi. Is it fugazi? And then things just go right back. I remember a flash crash when the AP got hacked. They had an account about the White House and smoke from it. That ended up being a bogus report, but one person was reporting it. So it's about getting that timely information back in. Obviously, I didn't even know that the split second I was talking about that 195. If it gets to 195, I am still wanting to short Tesla off said level. So I'm going to go ahead and do that if it gets there, but no need to rush into it. I've been patient with this stock, and I'm going to continue to be so because I think that's what's going to be important. AMC here, right back up toward those highs. I'm not getting anything out till it breaks this top and gets to at least 660 to 665 there as Sharif just came through.
He always comes through, this guy, and I told him I just reloaded a coffee, but I definitely appreciate
to be honest,
all the work, man.
I actually will. I haven't tried this chai tea. I'll take the chai tea.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to have to acknowledge that it's a Grill Master mug. No, you can give it to him. I'm just playing around. Right there.
I'll give you kudos
one ring to rule them all. One ring to rule them all.
Look, no. I'm good. I'll take it, yeah. So anyways, so the difference between myself and Sean, we both everyone loves to grill. I don't know who doesn't necessarily. Vegetarian, I guess. But
vegetarians love to grill. Vegetarians
yeah, I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
I just am not a big, all weather, it's always grilling weather. That's me. Like, if it's downpour too cold.
Well, downpour, I'm not grilling on.
I'm not. If it's too cold, I can't do it, man. It's just, maybe it's the Caribbean blood. It's just how I roll. But yeah, and nothing like a good steak, burger, why not? Kind of feel like I should be doing some grilling this weekend, but it's going to get cold on Sunday. So
It is. Today, I think the last day, we're 18 degrees Celsius today, so that's
it's
like
gonna suck this weekend, actually.
68 or so here right now in sunny Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Right now, but yeah, we are going down to about like 5 degrees or so.
3, I heard.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be a little bit of a nasty weekend, needless to say, around here. Not nasty, but hey, man, winter's coming. Happens every year. So let's not pretend like, okay, if you like try a dirty chai, what is that? Oh, half
dirty chai?
Half chai, half coffee. That might be pretty good. But look what I found. We found some nice fruit salad, and today's sponsored by. Well, first of all, there was a couple grapes.
That's not a salad, dude.
On there, yeah. This is not a fruit salad.
It's not a fruit salad.
What, did you spill over there?
Yeah, I'm an idiot.
All right. Hold on a second.
But that's all melon, man.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to show you guys here. It just looks so good over there. I was like, oh, give me some more, man. It's honeydew melon, of course.
No, I like honeydew melon.
No, I like it too. I prefer it more than cantaloupe. A little bit sweeter, but I like cantaloupe too. Cantaloupe and prosciutto for my Italian paisans over there. You know what's good. All right, so we did reload. Okay, so while we were gone, we reloaded Meta, or we got out of Meta. Meta dipped down there. We talked about getting out at 1250. That happened there. It dipped down to 1250. Then we went back down into the 50 period there. We got longer. So now we're long against 112. The market looks like it's still trying to hold up a little bit here. So until it tells me differently, I do want to stay long Meta. I do understand, obviously, that could be a troublesome spot there, long Meta. So we'll wait to see if it does continue to work. I'm hoping it does, guys, long Meta. So let's see. DraftKings, again, big time move for that one. We'll go.
Oh my God.
Because that one kind of surprised me a little bit on DraftKings. I had no idea. I mean, obviously, if I had an idea, I wouldn't be in such small shares right now. But it's a nice move upside for DraftKings there. And wow, 1450 off this 1375. Not only did we hit it once, but we hit it twice when it came back down, giving us that move to the upside now where we have enough shares on it that we can make some decent coins. So nice little move there for Meta, DraftKings, AMD, BABA today, and NEO. Where's NEO? I know we got to go to Brendan, but wow, NEO, we tried the short and got out, but there's that 11 long that we talked about earlier. We should still be, or not still be in it, we should be in it, period, but we're not. NEO continues to be at the high of the day despite what the market's doing, so what a difference a day makes. Okay, it's time for the one and only Brendan Wickens at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, a little more red to show you on this board compared to what we saw yesterday. That was a glowing green board right across the entire thing by the end of the day, but still impressive, still positive anyways. 0.3, we're adding to those gains. This is the healthcare group up here trying to limit what's happening overall, but some negativity coming through in the healthcare equipment maker sector of the healthcare group. Same story for pharmaceutical names. A little bit of downside pressure there. Eli Lilly down 5% on the day. Bristol Myers as well, 5% in negative territory. Consumer discretionary stocks, on the other hand, offsetting that and then some. There's Wynn up 8.25. LVS 5 to the upside on that China reopening talk this morning. Ralph Lauren, Tapestry here, 7%. Nike, 5.5%. Obviously, China ties there. Financial stocks are positive. Industrials struggling a little bit. It's the capital good makers, Lockheed Martin, some of the defense names downside so far today. Transportation looks good. These are the tech stocks so far today. We saw NLOK was the only one red yesterday. 4% again today for NLOK. There's Cisco, 3% negative territory as well. Everything else, though, very, very positive, helping the overall market. Consumer staples are negative, offsetting a positive day for these as well. 3% for oil. That means oil stocks are higher, guys. Back to you.
You know the market's strong when even Cisco is living La Vida Loca to the upside. And if you don't understand that, it's probably a good thing. It means you're nice and young. But anyways, I always wonder what is that guy doing besides just getting checks off of that one song.
It's also a saying. I think most people might know it just from that.
Oh, yeah, true. It's living
Ricky
La Vida
Martin, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Ricky Martin. He was a thing.
That's who was saying it.
Way back in the day. No, but it's also a line in the thong song as well. But
yeah.
Every time I think of Ricky, when I think
Right.
about Ricky Martin, I always think about the World Cup. It's like he had that one other song that everyone thinks about, which the World Cup's coming around.
Yeah,
Don't even get me started
week,
on the nonsense of how, because now that it's come out, how Qatar possibly got this bid. Oh, for the love of.
Well, what's the story?
So the story is that potentially, and again, I'm just going off some stuff that I was reading, is that there may have been an arms deal between France and Qatar that went down right after they got the bid. Yeah, I'm just sort of saying that again. Don't at me. That's how things work. Carvana apparently only goes up because now up 11%, taking out $11. Like I said, be very careful. Whoops, went the wrong way. Be very careful and patient about anything that you try to short in here today. I do have some intel, but remember, Like I swung missed a couple of times at that one the first time through. Carvana at 13, that's the next big level if it holds that 11 break. So Amazon just got back up to these highs. I do have to use my 15-minute chart because my 3's not really working out, but it got back up to 100. Wick top. Looks like it's turning back into the high of the day. I'll get some out again in front of 100, this time probably closer to the 75 mark, and then try and hold on for dear life. AMC looking okay for now. You know, I did get that break at 50s. It's still holding up at the high, but not really pressing. So it needs to take out 660 for me to get another leg out of this to the upside. NEO, a back up at the high of the day. I'm looking the top end of the range now. I need to see NEO get up here to 1160 before I take that next leg out. So I'm looking at this kind of, it wouldn't really be a head and shoulders, but this gap is way too big. I think if it gets to 1160, then we'll be out of this NEO trade. So the longs have been working pretty nicely. The last one that I'm working with here is Win. I have a trail on this. If it does take out this consolidation lower, I'll just get out, look for a dip buy at 76. Otherwise, still waiting for that 80 area to come in. The thing about Win that was different for me from a lot of the other bullish names in the market was just simply how gorgeous this looked on the daily chart. This is a level breaking out on the daily. You're also holding above the 200 period. It's the same way I liked it when it was breaking out from 65 in this consolidation here. Break, hold to 50, break, hold to 200 period, and now really churning into that upside. The one short I got is Intel, but if that takes the high of the day, I won't be stubborn about it at all.
For this guy, zero shorts right now. Let's see if, I mean, we're still looking for good trades here, but look at this good trade on Meta. I mean, if you're with me, we're going to end the show here at the highest spot we've been at all day. Meta's absolutely rocking right now. That's a big, huge trade. We just averaged in there at 112.30, came right back into our level. We took it, and now look at this. Nice upside move here today. The number one name for us is going to be actually Alibaba. Now that I look at it, my number one realized stock, because I'm out of Alibaba, we took an opportunity to get out of Alibaba when it ripped through 71 and took us out there at 71.20. That was about 20 minutes ago. So if you're like, geez, where does Alibaba trade go? Well, went right to the level that we thought it would, and we got out. So like I said, you know, look, like, this is another one of those NFT kind of trades. Buy the dip and out, let it come in, buy the dip again and out. And then you can have a buy the dip right now again at 70.60 if you wanted that one. But DraftKings continues to explode higher right now. Higher, going DraftKings now. Google, $96. I have to go double check. I tweeted it out the other day when we went long on Google into our own personal portfolio. I was just saying on that Eli Lilly, wow. Man, our net is rocking right now. Nice upside move for Meta. We're long at 112.30, of course. But yeah, we just bought Google the other day. So I can't even remember what it was at, to be honest with you. I thought it was like at 84, 85. That seems like that's too low. That might have been Meta. Well, we tweeted this out the other day.
Meta's the one that got
no, it was this one. Yeah.
They both did.
Yeah. So we bought some more Google. I told you it was the number one holding in my portfolio. Well, now it's even more than that because we were able to get some down here. We waited for this 3-day flush. We tweeted it out, so follow me at TraderTV Sean. We bought more Meta, and if you guys remember the other name that we bought more of, Mr. Softy. So far, so good on some of these names as they're both bouncing to the upside right now. On an increased take here, look at the market. Rip City right now, upside. Some of these longs really paying off as Meta right now going back to the day's high, right into that level again. Hey, Meta, we'll take a piece of you out right now. And why not, man? We're up here at the day's high again for Meta. Let's just, take a couple breaths. Get out of this stock, not get out of it, but, get out of a third of what we have left. Now it's fading back out a little bit. Oh, we missed that top by 10 cents. Let me cancel that. We'll take an 06 now if it can come through. We might have missed that top there on Meta. That sucks. But hopefully one more penny up and we'll get that 06. There it is. So we'll go like this, man. It's a chicken dinner winner all day, every day right now. Fahad just showed me a pretty sick picture of Lucas at the gym. Great socks, buddy. That's looking pretty hot right there. He had to show me those. That was funny. It's like when you go to the gym.
If you're not going to share with everybody.
I don't have the picture. The point is that when you go to the, it's up to Lucas if he wants us to show it. We can show it. He doesn't care, so let's do that here. This is what I'm all about, content for you guys. So let's bring some content through now. But it's like when you go to the gym and you just forget to bring workout socks. Like right now, today, I'm wearing, my socks have my family all on them. Like pictures of my kids and my dog are on my socks right now. So, I mean, you know, it's stuff like that. So that might be a little bit embarrassing too, if you did take that through. But, okay, so far so good here, guys. We'll get that picture for you. It's pretty funny. When Fahad has it, he'll throw it down. Right, okay, here it is right here. He has it. Like, I'm here for you guys. So hold on a second here. Open this in a new window. Let's see if we can zoom it out. Here's Lucas right now. Handsome young devil, this guy. But there's the socks right there. Obviously with workout shoes as well. So he's got the nice socks on there with the athletic shoes as well. So good job hitting the gym there right now. So
Don't matter what you
that's
wear.
the socks right there. But he's at the gym. That's the important thing. So
Doesn't matter what you wear.
shout out to you, Lucas, and thanks to Fahad for that joke. Me and him ran into each other getting coffees and what not.
Yeah, you can wear whatever you want, man. Like, you just, as long as you're comfortable, as long as it's functional, who cares? Make a statement, don't make a statement, doesn't make a damn. I'm with you, Lucas. But I'll give it to Michael Herbert, Michel Hebert. Member for 5 months. It feels like it's been longer than that. I will acknowledge right now, because you called me out, that Ricky Martin has other hits. It's not just like 1 or 2 hits. No, he does have a bunch of different hits out there. I have no problems. I was simply saying that I always think about the World Cup because he had that one. And now I'm forgetting the name of it, but he had one big song, and I forget which World Cup it was, that just constantly got played over and over and over again. So that's where my mind tends to go there. But the market continues to go higher and higher and higher. Almost everything is off of at these highs of the day. Brendo, it's past 1050. I'm going to make the assumption that the U.S. dollar is not having a good day.
2 days in a row here, downside in a big way for the DXY after what happened with the CPI print. You can see this is a daily chart. If I zoom in here, this was yesterday. We get all the way back down here to 107. Today we've broken 107 for the first time since August. So just an absolute monster move back down. I mean, if you zoom out, you can see what has happened over the past few months. Still lots of room to go, but 1.17 to the downside again today. It was down almost 2% yesterday. 106.9 right now, back through that 107, as I said. The euro back to the upside as a result. 1.13 back to 103 now. Remember, we struggled below parity for weeks, it seemed. Canadian dollar 75.5 at one point today. Pounds higher. It goes on and on. All of these, Australia, New Zealand, both significantly higher, up more than 1%. This was 2% at one point. Has pulled back a little bit for the Swiss franc, but pretty impressive moves right across the entire board, including down here. Bounce is underway in crypto land, guys.
Bills foreign, Swiss francs. Before I die, I want my money in a Swiss bank. That line is one of my favorite artists, Ryan Leslie. That line doesn't mean what it used to mean, because I think he said that line like before they started really clamping down on some of those foreign accounts. Yeah. But anyways, market looking very strong here. I just took a leg out on this lower high on Amazon, and I don't know what I can do about my 3-minute chart on this. I'll probably have to like close this one and have it come back in. But anyways, Amazon dips at 98, but this is, and then a 100 break, that was a scalp, and then a dip off of 99.60 was a level I liked. Everything else just working into the upside here. There's really nothing to do except be a little bit, just, I'd say caution for any shorts that you want. I could have had Tesla just there at like 194 when it got close to 95. I didn't want to do that. Now it's sliding back in. I'm not going to chase this move back. I got one, and that's going to be Intel. But everything else, just let her ride. You know, like allow yourself this chance that if we do take 4,000 out, that some of these can really go. Whether that's going to be Win continuing higher, hopefully give me that 80. I'm not compromising on this. It either breaks this channel back to the downside, and I'm going to get out 77.5, and then we get about $3 on this trade, or we're going to get a full 5 or 6 on Win if we can catch it. Like we've been long a couple times in this stock. We'll see if it can get up there. I'd love to see it break that. NEO's a similar story. Can NEO actually get through that 1160 level, right? If it breaks through, I want to hold on. The second it's above, I'm slapping a trailing stop on this. So give it some room to run here. I just want to acknowledge the fact that this is what the ES looks like. You have not gotten to the top resistance. So great dip buys, and you are churning. But that secondary push that we're looking for, you do need to probably get through that level at some point. If you end up rejecting it, I'm going to be trailing stops all over the place, and then looking for only good price shorts. Intel definitely sets up for me. And then if you try shorting Carvana, that's been a dangerous game. I do think at some point this is going to come in pretty heavily. I've been waiting for 13. It's putting a pretty big wick top right now. through the highs. I don't know if it's enough for me to get into this. I did like that 13 level a little bit better. So I'm going to back away from Carvana shorts, acknowledging that I do want the shot at this at some point today. I'm going to pay for locates on it. If I don't get 13s, then maybe I have to go for this one right around this 1150 area, halfway from 10, where it broke, into that 13.
All right. Yeah, man, thanks for watching again today. It's been such a huge day again. I'm actually up the same right now that I was up yesterday at close. So that's the kind of day it's been again today for us. Alibaba was absolutely destroyed. DraftKings as well right now. You know, if we break below this 1450 wick bottom, we're going to get out of that. We're at 75 cents in the money right now, and that just continues to work for us as well. And then the meta trade is just like, this is going to take over my #1 spot today, but, we're getting lighter and lighter on Meta. We just got another piece out there at 1340, so basically right here. I like Meta. It's even hanging out upside as we stay short here, like as the market comes in a little bit. Meta's still holding out. As long as we're above the 50 period, I really think this name continues to rock. So really like Meta here. Don't have any problems with anybody thinking about a long on this name, but we are getting ready to dump out of our DraftKings if it takes that out. Again, it's about capitalizing on these moves. That's it. Like, we didn't capitalize enough because we got out around 14, which was 25 cents. There's no earnings on this or anything. This is just momentum to the upside in some of those beat up names, right? So there it is. It breaks. We're out of it. Again, the first time we've spun that today. There it is. As I said, we're trying to change some of these graphics, but we need to hear back from said designers, I guess. I got Fahad. Fahad's promised he's going to work on some of those to get us some new graphics going.
Hey, if anybody has experience with that, if anybody out there, like, yeah, I like, you do a little bit, you have artistic talent, and you want to make graphics for us, or hit us up. Like, we're definitely looking for it. I mean, anybody that has that talent. We've had the same ones for so long.
That's the problem.
And they're like, some of them are fun, but a lot of them are getting old, man. Like, I like throwing things into the gates of hell every now and then. There hasn't been much you've been able to do that with today. If anything, you've been sort of in the gates if you've been trying to short. But I want to show you XPeng here, because this is, look, 16%. I know a lot of the Chinese names are up. Yes, I'm along in NEO, but acknowledging XPeng, I saw someone in the chat talk about this, up 17, almost 16%. This, at about 830, if I was looking for a spot for a reversal on the stock, it would be 830 into 850 and then $9. So this is starting to get into a zone. It's just like a shot play, right? Like, if I can find a risk of 10 cents to make 50 in an afternoon trade, then that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. This is getting really close to a level like that if it tests that 830 for me.
All right, thank you one more time for watching. Yesterday we had almost 4,000 likes. Today we got 1.9K. Let's turn that around a little bit here. Give the guys a good start as we go over for the midday show. So, 1.9K now. Let's turn that thumb highlighted if you can right now, guys. Over 7,500 watching. What a great day on CPI aftermath today as the market continues to go to the upside. Sort of thought that was going to happen here early. Every single name on here is a long, and we've been really paid off again. Like I said, we're up now more as Meta going upside here. We're up more than we were yesterday already. It's only 11 o'clock, so we're going to look to put some more damage on these markets as the midday show is upon us. So what a great day again. I want to thank everybody for watching, and shout out to Lucas, Fahad. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls again there today. Thanks to Michael Noss from Trade Ideas for coming out early, giving us some ideas there. Some ideas from Trade Ideas.
Just quickly, it's about to get 11 o'clock.
Sure.
So quickly, I want to say this because it is Remembrance Day. It's also Veterans Day. Hit the like as a way of showing your support. Like, that's what it's about. Forget about the trades for a second. Let's just remember the veterans and those that have served us here as we send you guys to the midday show. That's the note that I want to take away. Yeah. We had to have a good day because it's such an important holiday.
Happy Veterans Day, happy Memorial Day, Remembrance Day here in Canada. Not Memorial Day yet. And let's throw it over to the men in red. One black, one red there. Sharif and Bradley Beal. Oh, Bradley Beal. I heard that you might get dealt to the Lakers, Bradley Beal. So let me know if that's any case to that.
What?
Now up $1.30. Well, let's see if LeBron can run the team into the ground again. All right, over to you guys on the midday show. That's for you, Fahad.
Yes, sir. We're going to be looking for all the opportunities as previously explained on this beautiful Friday after CPI day. And we're going to look for all the trades that the market's going to present itself with. Today, market leeching off the move from yesterday and up another percent for NASDAQ and the S&P 500 up about 0.5%. I'm your boy Trader Brad. This is my boy Sharif and also your boy. And we're gonna have some fun today, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, guys. A lot going on today. Choppy day in the markets. We're up, we were down. Consumer sentiment came in below expectations. That flushed, then it got bought right back up. All sorts of wildness, but that's a beautiful day on the markets, if you ask me, right? A lot of volatility, a lot of potential to make money. I always tell people to ask me, well, how do you make money in the stock market? All I say is volatility. If prices stay the same, I ain't making any money. If prices go up, they go down, there's potential to make money. So good day in that regard. Guys, I'm long a couple of positions here, a couple of small cap crappers to start off the day right. NVTA, I've got that one long, 349. Looking for that flat top breakout through the $0.50 area. I'm full size on that one, but I'll be patient with it. The other one that I had here, which I just got out of, is comp. I took that bounce off VWAP. It didn't give. It wants to retrace further. That's why I had my stop right below VWAP. So small loss for me on that one. This one was a winner. I got in here. This was before we came on live. I got in the 405 area and I scalped out into the 410s and 411s on comp. But so far, it's a loser for me. We'll see if we can make another move on this one. But NVTA looking north. Also on my watch list today was BABA and PDD. They were both up big pre-market on the news that China was going to start, easing down its lockdown restrictions a little bit. Also didn't hurt that we had a great CPI number and an early market rally. So I was on both those today. I took BABA short a couple of times. That turned out to be profitable. A flat bottom breakdown on the 1-minute chart. PDD I was negative on. Sadly, I averaged into that. That one ended up getting not so good. PSNY. That's another, it's not a small capper, right? But PSNY is on the NASDAQ. But it is Polestar. It is a $5 stock, so technically could qualify as a small capper. But yeah, I had a really good long on this one off the bell. This one was strong pre-market, so it didn't really take much research. I saw it in my EV area, Bradley. It was up like 25%. So,
yeah, Polestar was on the watch list too. So make sure you guys are subscribed to watch list, Trader TV watch list, to make sure you're getting the full view of what's going on in the market today. Currently, I'm looking at Li Auto and AMD. AMD closer to 72, looking for a short fill. Well, I am short, but looking to trade it to the short side over here. And Li Auto, I tried it closer to 19, but it did manage to break 19, so I just jumped out for a penny loss over there. Did not want to hold this trade for to see if I can work with it. And here's AMD right now, pulling up to 72. AMD has a monster move in it today in itself. 5% move to the north side, just now trading near 72. Has not broken, was it 72? Yeah, has not broken 72 yet. That's just a dark pull candle. And there's about 800, 900 lots or so at that 72 area. If you pull up the long-term chart on AMD, you'll see like this bottom over here on the June low was around $72.12. And then a couple bottoms over here in September, we bottomed out around that 72, 73 area. Looks like, this move over here could be a little overextended, but I could also be wrong on it because the S&P 500 market is very close to 4K. It could easily go to 4K today. It's a very big chance that we see the market go in there. And if that's the case, I don't want to keep, taking these shots on the shorts too quick. So I can much rather just wait for the market to pop up there and then short it, kind of like what I was waiting for yesterday, waiting for that 3,900 area to come into play and then 3,940 area to come into play on the S&P futures. And that's when I timed my shorts on the market. So today, a little bit of a not sure what I want to do kind of realm. Oh, look at that size on AMD. That's not a good thing for the shorts. Looks like there was a little bit of a buyer over there trying to buy up the position at 94s, and clearly a seller was willing to sell it into that buyer. Now the question is there a buyer who's going to step up all the way up to 72 here, wipe out that 72 level, looking at the time of sales, looking at the level 2, trying to understand what the battle is going on at the moment. I also quickly, 72 did break. Now we get to see if the stop scout ran or is there buying still coming in, which would cause me to jump out of this trade. the market, S&P 500, trying to push back to 39.90, and NASDAQ is trying to go back towards the high day. But, you know, there's not really that much of a big push on the market towards the north side. So I'm not sure if 72 over here can actually hold on the bid for AMD, and looks like we did not hold 72 on the bid. That's going to give me a little bit more confidence to hold this trade for a little bit longer than previously thought so, because I was getting ready to jump out of that trade on the break of 72. I want to quickly go over to my NASDAQ chart that I drew on was it on NASDAQ? No, it was the futures, S&P 500 futures. So look at this line over here. This line was drawn on the last CPI, not the current CPI day. On the last CPI day, when the market had that historic 3,500 bounce all the way to the north side, that was pretty accurate on that. It looks like it's almost a SMA or a EMA type of move coming off of the market, bouncing off of that line. And that line was basically the idea of guessing where the market would go, you know, predicting, drawing the ranges out. And I'm pretty surprised that I got it so accurately as the bottom range of the market.
Yeah, Abdi wants me to have a look at Apple. The first thing that I noticed when I looked at Apple is it's relatively stronger than the S&P, the ES. So have a look at this, the 1 minute chart on both. Apple has a higher incline degree than does the ES. ES kind of just in a tight range off VWAP, whereas Apple is ascending away from VWAP. So clearly relatively strong at the moment. Let's see if that lasts. I've been noticing, you know, that you'll find like cyclical strength throughout the day between these names. You know, in the morning Tesla will be relatively strong, then it'll switch with Meta, which will switch with Apple. So there's always like these trending times I notice for these big tech names where they're more relatively strong in the market. But you know, it looks like, you know, it's ascending now. Not my cup of tea. I wouldn't enter it at this position. Kind of extended for me. I'd want to take it on the pullback. NVTA, though, is the one that I'm currently looking at in small cap world long, 349. We're printing 52s on the ask. I'm looking for 55s as my first area out on NVTA. It's holding, you know, the area of support. I expected the $0.50 level to be a good area of support. It's held it. I'm going to keep my out as the exact same as where I had it initially, even though now it's broken above that 50 level. I'm just going to leave it in just because, you know, I haven't really captured any profits. Once maybe I capture a little bit at 55, I'll move it up a tad bit there. Comp, kind of consolidating sideways now on VWAP here. This is the trade that I got shaken out of. I tried to take that VWAP dip and I put my stop just, you know, a couple of pennies, not a couple, like 10 pennies below VWAP. It made its way back down there, shook me out, then kind of made its way back above VWAP. So I'll see how this one acts. Maybe I'll put a higher trade here in the $3.90 level to perhaps take the break of 4 so I can front run that a little bit. But I don't want to play off these ranges, you know, where it's like 10, 15 pennies to the high side or the downside. I want some sort of breakout trade. So I'll look for that particular trade on comp. What else is moving on the side of my screen here in small cap world? You know what? I was looking at Affirm today. I know like the market's generally up, but Affirm has like a nice little degree of incline. Here's the Affirm chart here, this one on the top left corner. This is the 1 minute chart. It's been holding above the 50 period moving average basically the entire day right after that little dip we had initially at 10 o'clock. But otherwise than that, it's been, you know, it's been going. So I want to look for maybe a nice little area, perhaps off a key price level, maybe a hold out of level 16 or so to take a dip trade off this one, especially if the market continues to look north. But there's a little bit of a retracement now, Bradley, on the market. What's going on?
I guess you know what time it is, but it's time for Pratty Daddy's Free Fall Friday on cue at 11 o'clock, and not sure what else besides that I can say. A little bit of a rug pull coming in on the market. Even I wasn't expecting that, but at least it gave us some profits on our AMD shorts here, which are 30 cents in the money. So taking some profits on AMD. Let's take some more profit on AMD. Hold the rest of the shares to see if we can get a bigger trade coming out of it. Also jump back into Shopify because I didn't notice that I got stopped out and only got stopped out by 2 cents. The market only took Shopify higher than 2 cents than where my stop was. So jumping back in, going to get more size, most likely closer to my stop. And then we'll see if this trade ends up working out for us because the market's pulling back. Shopify yesterday to the long side was one of my best trades, and that trade was planned out for me. I was waiting for those levels to come into play. So today I kind of have the same trade plan coming in, but I didn't take that trade to begin the long side, which was a 36 long from yesterday's from how it consolidated yesterday around 36, and the move to 40 long would have been an awesome long for myself, but missed out on that move. But now that we are at 40 or close enough to 40, looking to try to get a short trade out of Shopify over here for myself. I previously did short it at 38 and took a quick little scalp on it, and now we're over here. Guys, it is 11:11. It is Remembrance Day, so I want to take this moment to just have a moment of silence for 1 minute. If you guys have any hats on, maybe take them off. And this is for all the fallen veterans that the world has seen going through all the crazy wars and so on. So for 1 minute, I'm going to start a timer here. We'll have a moment of silence. For everyone, that's for just to remember the fallen veterans that the wars have caused and so on. And thankfully we are here today on this beautiful day, able to get up and be on the show, able to talk about the market and all the opportunities that the world has provided us today. Today we're currently taking a look at what's that? Currently looking at the stock Take Two. If I remember correctly, I think I had a short off of Take Two 2 days ago.
Yeah,
but that was in the 90s area, 90s or something.
Where are we at
right
now?
now we're at 102 on Take Two. Absolutely going to the moon. Take Two 4% to the north side. I'm pretty sure Take Two had a negative earnings report if I remember correctly, and that's what this candle was over here on November 7th. Was it November 7th? Yeah, November 7th. And we dropped all the way from 110, 105 down to $90. But beautiful reversal coming in. I mean, look at AMD today. AMD's at $71. And not too long ago, we were at 50. People thinking that AMD was going to $30, right? And Apple was at 135, went to 155, came back to 135. Now we're at 150. So crazy moves coming in. Based off that CPI number, I personally think the bottoms might be in for a little while. But, a lot of other economic reasons to come out. Now we have to wait to see how much of tapering the Fed will do, or are they going to keep raising the hikes the way they plan to do, or are they going to stop on it? We had a Fed chair come out yesterday and say maybe it's time to start cooling off or pause the rate hikes after hitting a certain milestone for the interest rate. So that's a possibility over there too. Lots of reasons for this market to really start ripping to the upside.
Yeah, definitely. We had a whole bunch of Fed speakers yesterday. Apparently, I didn't even realize this till today when I was recapping on yesterday's news. Each one obviously in the camp of hawkish or dovish, but lately they've really been agreeing. I mean, there was no, I think there was no dissent this time around on a 75 basis point hike, which is interesting. You never really see consensus that often from the Hawks and the Doves, but now I think you'll start seeing some divergence in opinion, especially with the first, better than expected CPI print. You're gonna obviously have the Doves now saying we gotta cool down on the interest rates a little bit. That you'll have the Hawks probably say the opposite and say, I got to keep our foot on the gas, and they'll cite Paul Volcker, and they'll show that basically that idea of monetary policy is the correct one. But it's going to be super interesting. I'm sure the markets will react, and we'll have plenty of trade opportunities to come off those. Guys, I got short comp here because I've been seeing this lately on these small caps where you have like the big drop from the high of day and then a period of consolidation sideways. That's what I call flat bottom breakdown. So I got short at 370. I scalped out here in the 50s and the 358s. I'm looking for my next profit target. Sorry, not 358, 360. I'm looking for my next profit target of 355. My out on this one is going to be the break of the 380 area. So I'll give myself 10 cents of risk, hopefully to make at least 30. I'm looking for a descent down into at least 340s, possibly even the 320s. There is this area of possible support here that we have to be cognizant of. And I think I'm basically trading, I'm basing my trading plan around this level. So I'm going to be scalping down on the way. But this one's going to take its time, I think, to make its way down. But I do like this flat bottom breakdown. I've been seeing this a lot more on these small cappers lately. I just hope I don't get shaken out of this one with like a big wick top or whatever. Anyway, the trade that's not going for me at the moment is this NVTA trade. I'm 8 pennies out of the money. 7 pennies, okay, good, even better. Out of the money on this one, I'm giving it to the break of this trough right here, which is at $3.34 area. That's, that's 15 pennies of risk. You know, this is probably not a good trade, I'll tell you that from now. I think that I was risking way too much to the downside versus what I could possibly make to the upside. This one's only up 30 pennies on the day, 10% on a $3 stock. So ideally, I want at least a 2-to-1 ratio on my risk reward, and that definitely won't make it. I don't think it'll make it all the way up to, what would that have to be? So 50 and then at 30, 380. Yeah, we'll see. If this one makes 380, then I'll be very surprised, to be honest with you. But that's basically it, Bradley. I'm looking at those two, positive on comp, negative on NVTA.
I just got out of my AMD shorts because the market started to curl back up to the north side over here. So that's going to be enough of a reason for me to jump out. Also, there was a seller on AMD chasing the stock down, and then eventually they got taken out. So that level got taken out. That's also going to be another reason for me to stay away from the short side now. And the NASDAQ, the third reason, the NASDAQ is at VWAP at the moment. And if the market, which is the tech basket, was going to bounce off of VWAP, the last thing I want to do is hold on to my AMD shorts to dream for a bigger move all the way down to VWAP or all the way down to 100 period EMA or whatever. Also doing the same thing on Shopify, taking my quick profits on Shopify was I think only 30 cents in the money. So thank you for the quick little scalp on that side. Intel is better short than AMD. I don't disagree with that. Intel actually had a negative catalyst today off of a downgrade from JP Morgan. JP Morgan downgrading them and basically saying bad things over there about Intel. Sadly, Intel is one of the stocks that I bought recently in my long-term account, around $25 though. So I'm in the money, and I should be also getting a dividend, I believe. I think Intel gives a dividend, and those today though it's down 0.1%, and it is trading above VWAP. That's something that I'm noticing looking at the stock. Yeah, it might be better to the short side, closer to the $30 area, good, even significant dollar psychological level. For this stock to break above 30, it should have already done so because the markets are beautifully in the green side today. So Intel should have technically been above 30 if it wanted to, but clearly there's enough selling coming in around 30. And I think someone mentioned that there was size at 30 earlier on. One of the trainees, I think, mentioned it. Was this? What stock is this? This is not Intel. KC. I don't know who KC is. KC, Kevin Carter. But who's KC?
No.
Oh, Cal. Okay, yeah, Cal. Cal mentioned that there was size on.
He's got that book map too. So
right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. He is using bookmap, and he pointed out that there was size on the $30 area. We never really got to 30 today. 29.88 was the high on Intel, and you guys have seen Neil absolutely put some damage on the shorts for Intel today.
Yeah, I just want to shout out some people for the super chats here that I missed. Mark Knight sending a
$2
super chat saying,
I thought you were short off of 30.
Mad respect, Prad. He says to you,
oh, my bad.
Rest in peace to all the fallen soldiers. Shannon Price sending a $1.99 super chat. And then we have, I believe, Super Freeze, good fan of the show, said he 11.99 euros, super chat saying Neo short. So let's have a look at Neo for him quickly. Here we go. So this is the 1 minute on Neo. I mean, look, the Chinese ADRs are having a day today, but I think they pulled back a little bit. Some of them did anyway. I had a good short on Baba. I remember it said how what's his name said it. Anyway, yeah. So Neo, yeah, you know, it's near high day. 1162 is the high of day. We're trading at 1160 right now. So, you know, we're really close up there. I personally wouldn't take a short until I see some sort of setup to take one. I'm not going to take a shot in the dark. It's also seeming to move a little bit counter market. I mean, there was this descent here, which corresponds with this descent on the futures. But, yeah, I'm not taking the short here at Super Freeze. Let's send it up to Brendo at the big desk with, I believe, social sentiment.
Guys, yeah, as we've seen throughout the week, a changing board by the minute almost. Here we go. Here's an updated look at what things are doing on social media. So this board just shows you what stocks are being commented on over here, and then the frequency of those comments as they're coming through, and then the directional bias of those as well. So MULN, it's been on there all week, negative. HUDI back to the downside today after another move back higher yesterday. Interesting to note, Tesla popped up here, got a lot larger on that Reuters story, and then back to gray as Elon says, nope, that's not true if you missed it. Reuters reported that the company's looking into possibly shipping Shanghai-made vehicles to sell in North America, but Elon has squashed that, saying not true. Amazon, DWAC, AMD, to name a few. Otherwise, all in positive territory today, guys. Back to you.
I heard DWAC, so I'm going to quickly pull up DWAC over here to see how this stock is doing. I'm currently also looking at XPEV, which is up 20%. Here's DWAC up 3.7%, and looks like it was struggling for quite a bit off the open. Did pull down off the open, but look at that move right now. Big volume spike coming in on DWAC, allowing it to go right back to the pre-market highs and actually break past the pre-market high. Create a good high day around the $24 area, but now pulling back from that 24 as the market seems to show more weakness. The S&P 500 not able to really break 39.90 today off the open, at least in pre-market. We did break 39.90. Now we're pulling back, and we're currently trading around 39.69 on the S&P 500 futures, and on the NASDAQ we're at 11,700. Let's go look through some of the super chats that people have graced us with on the YouTube over here. Let's where's Twitter messages, Bears versus Bull. So here we go. Let me quickly find some super chats over here. Friday super chats. Hut 8 had a warning about crypto miners hosts during earnings call, expecting more bankruptcies. They put their coins into cold storage. Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to hear more about crypto companies going bankrupt, because that means I'm going bankrupt. I'm never going to financially recover from this, from my crypto accounts. I've actually kissed my crypto accounts goodbye at this point, but it is what it is. If it gets back up there, if it gets to 100K one day, yay me. If it doesn't go to 100K, yay me also at the same time. Jose Mercado coming in with the $5 super chat. SNAL can't short. Thoughts? Probably can't short it because you have to pay for shorts. Based on your broker, might not have the locates for it. Let me quickly go see what the short share, the float available is for this, and I can't actually see it. And my guess is, once again, since it's an IPO, was it a recent IPO? Yeah, IPO'd yesterday. Looks like if that's true, then you for sure will not have shares to short it. You gotta have to find locates for it. Call up your broker, ask them if they can find short shares, and then you just have to pay for it and able to be using that. AMD pulling back now big time to 71, making me upset for jumping out of my short. That would have been $1 per share short from 78, $2. And same with when it comes to Shopify. Shopify also now pulling back to the downside, making me upset for jumping out of my trades. But it is what it is. I'm not going to cry too much about it. At least we got a profitable 50 cent to a 70 cent winner on AMD. Could have had $1.
Yes, sir. Comp, give me a bit of a scare. It made its way up near my stop. I had my stop at 381. Now it's back down. into the 363 area. Our profit target's at that 355. This one's taking its sweet time, but it does look like it is developing that kind of consolidation, flat bottom that I like to call it, and then hopefully make its way down. You know, it's always a risk trading or shorting these low floats. Let me see what the float is on comp real quick here. 1 second. Pull up the old brokerage. It's not small. What am I talking about? It's 421 million shares. So comp's got plenty of shares afloat in the market. I guess maybe it's a small cap, or what's the market cap? Yeah, it's not even small cap. 1.5 billion. I'm just not familiar with this. What is Compass anyway? Compass, technology-enabled brokerage that provides end-to-end platform of software, service, and support that helps its residential real estate agents deliver service to seller and buyer clients. Okay, so it looks like it's like a CRM for real estate agents, I guess. Yeah, anyway, I'll continue to hold that short. It's up 50% on the day, $1.25. I'm looking for that 355 area. The other trade that I've got on here is NVTA. I'm 3 pennies out of the money on that one. Long 49. We're currently trading at 46s. This one also looks like it could retrace back to VWAP here, give me a bit of a scare. I was looking for a flat top breakout. We got it, but there was no sustained push, and then we just retraced back below that 3.5 like really quickly. So that half dollar break was not on that particular occasion a legitimate break to the high side. So that one going against me, but comp paying the bills at the moment. Let's see what else is going on my side screen here. PSNY making a bit of a pullback. Let's pull that one up on the other screen here. PSNY, and that's a NASDAQ stock. Yes, it is. Okay, so on my 5-minute chart on the side, we had a bit of a pullback. So this might be an interesting area to get long if we can go above that 5,555 area. So if we can make a new long here off that bounce of VWAP, this may be a nice area to ride. Maybe possibly to a new high to around that 585 area. So what I'll do is I'll have a resting order above that 555 at 556. If we can get above that, that may be a nice little reversal long, but it looks like it's going the other way at the moment. This one might be market-based because it looks like the chart for PSNY and the ES lately is basically converging. So they look alike. So you know, if that's the case, then it's not moving independently, and that's not what I'm looking for at Bradley.
Hold My Beer coming in with the renewal of his membership and saying, hit the like button, guys. So thank you, Hold My Beer, for reminding our viewers, our wonderful community, to hit that like button. And real quick about the market might just turn red here. The S&P 500 now only up 0.01% and pulling down to 3,961. The NASDAQ now only up 0.27% instead of being up 1 full percent and pulling down to 11,650 as we get below VWAP. That means AMD is also pulling down, and most of the stocks are pulling down with it. So be careful if you are long. Maybe the market does bounce from you know, before turning red, or maybe it does turn red and then bounce. But be very careful with if you have any longs on boards at the moment, and if you have any shorts, you're laughing right now. You're smiling. You're having a lot of fun with your positions. But make sure you're taking profits just in case the market does bounce and you're stuck watching your position go back to the north side. Coming back to the super chats over here. Coming in with the $5 super chat. Ayo, check out SNDL. Ayo. SNDL, let's go see what that one's doing. Shopify pulling back over here to $39. Gotta love it. Wow, that short would have been in the money right now, big time on AMD and on Shopify. But we missed out on that trade. We were happy with our 30-cent and 50-cent scalps. Maybe we should look for a little bit more next time. SNDL currently at 4.3% up. It's at $2. Shouldn't this one be like a penny stock? I'm guessing they recently had another split or something, and now they got back above $1. The idea for these stocks is because it isn't this sundial? Yeah. They did a reverse split, yeah, because the NASDAQ has a rule where the stocks need to trade above $1, and if they don't trade above $1 for a certain period of time, the stocks delist. So SNDL nonstop reverse splits coming in every time they go below a penny, go below $1 into the penny ranges, and now back above it. So currently holding VWAP though, trading above $2.5. We're looking to see if the marijuana sector could heat up again and bring SNDL to the moon.
Yes, sir. Taking a little bit of profit here on comp before my 55 hit, just to de-risk a little bit. Now I've got a little bit less than half my position. I had my 55 profit taker there, but I ended up taking profit at 57. So yeah, you know, a bit of a move on my part. It's just because it's moving so slowly. So I want to de-risk my position. Still like 15 pennies in, or 13 pennies in the money here. But I'm going to wait for this one. I ideally want to see it retrace back down to that 320. I think we really have an opportunity to get down there. This is the area of support off which I'm basing that, this area right here. So let's see if this one retraces back higher than my entry by 5 pennies. That's what I'm going to give it now. Initially, I gave it 10. I'm going to cut my risk down to 5. So my entry is at 370. I'll give this one to 376. So I always give it a buffer there of 1 penny. Quickly, I just want to shout out Rohit. He sends a €2 super chat. He says, thanks, guys, at Prad. Always great listening to you, he says. So big fan of yours there. Let's see what else is going on here. Let's flip back to that NVTA trade that we have been so annoyed with at the moment. Yeah, still 5 pennies out of the money, or 4 pennies out of the money on this one. This one looks like it's more inclined to go southbound than northbound, but I'm going to leave everything in place. I've got my stop. I've got my profit taker. If I lose on it, I lose, but this one is just really taking its time. By the way, guys, this one's a continuation from yesterday. That's why I was playing on this one today. I opened up my chart, and it had been the last thing I looked at. I'm like, oh, okay, this one doesn't look bad, up 11%, you know, at near whole dollar, half dollar level. Let's take a quick shot at that. But doesn't look like it's the best trade at the moment. Let's see what else is going on. On my top scanner here, I see AGBA. Wow, what a halt fest that was today, guys. Let's look at AGBA for a second here. I'm not going to get into this one at the moment. It's obviously retracing, but this one was, let's see, how many halts do we have here? We have 1 to the high side, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 halt candidate, but this one could not stay open. And then basically once it could, it's been tracing back. 1155 high is what we had here after that last halt up. Yeah, 1155. Then since we've been, wow, that's a big move back down to 796 now, and the volume dropping off on this one too. So this one is very not interesting to me at the moment. Below that, we got SG. No, that's not enough volume on that. What's below that? SEVS. Okay, that's done 3 million shares. Yeah, it's not going to cut it. Below that is TLS. What do we? Yeah, okay, TLS is decent. Let's have a look at TLS. Bring that one up on the screen. Here we go. Zoom in here. So this one had a big move off the 930 bell, retraced below VWAP, and then is slowly making its way up here. There's a trend line there you could draw. Actually, I think I could adjust that a little bit. Yeah, that's probably the better trend line. There we go. So playing off those bottoms there, you could get in near that 480 if you wanted to maybe ride that through 5. 5's the high a day on this one. So sellers definitely stepping in around that $5 area. Let's look at the daily chart on this one to see if we can glean any levels from prior. Wow, okay, so this one had a real bad day 2 days ago. I'm not sure if that was an earnings loser or what. I'll have to go back and look, but 1141 drop all the way down to 350. That one just absolutely tanked, retracing now a bit though, Bradley.
Punching into new longs here, guys. AMD, Microsoft, and SPY longs, trying to see if the market will bounce for us after turning red for a split second. The market did go red, and now we're at 39.60, 39.61 on the S&P 500 futures. Already scalped a quick little long of 20 cents on Microsoft, and then got back into that trade to see if we can keep working with the long over here in case the market, S&P 500 and the NASDAQ bounce for us. Good move going long, says someone in the chat. Thank you for that. I think that was Michelle, the GME buddy for in our chat, who's always looking at GME. And actually, let's go out, pull up GME. GME today trading around $25, up 0.72% on the day, and trading above VWAP. It's holding above VWAP, whereas currently $25 is also coinciding with the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart. So let's see if 25 continues to hold, and if this market bounces and actually gives us a good long to have fun with, we could capitalize on the Microsoft, AMD, and our SPY longs. Sadly, all of them are currently like 5 to 10 cents out of the money. SPY's in the money 6 cents, 10 cents, but the Microsoft and AMD are just out of the money 5 cents each. We got to be patient to see if this trade is going to work out for us. 2 profitable trades in 5 minutes. Let's go. That's what we're talking about. As long as don't look at it as a time frame of like in 5 minutes I did X amount of dollars or this. Just focus on putting on good trades. And when you see them, right? One good trade and then another good trade. That's a good book written by Mike Bellafiore. It's called, I think it's called One Good Trade, and then there's another one called The Playbook. So for anyone who's interested in reading those books, go check them out. And still waiting for these longs to work out. NASDAQ showing that it wants to pull down still at 11,650, which is not the best thing for me. Okay, there we go. A little bit of a green candle coming in on the NASDAQ now. Because we are long mostly NASDAQ stocks such as Apple and, AMD and Microsoft, we need the NASDAQ to really start moving to the north for us.
Are you still reading that Trading in the Zone?
No, I haven't really moved past chapter 1.
Yeah, that one. You'll like that one, I think, eventually when you get to it. Yeah, a couple of good books I'm looking at reading at the moment. I'll be sharing those with you guys. Some of them are technical analysis books, and some of them are more psychology. I think it's a good combination to have, a little bit of both, because the two don't intersect much in the subject matter, right? You're either like learning the technicals or you're learning about the psychology. So I like to read them simultaneously for help there. Comp still making its weight. NVTA. Making its weight as well. Not much in the way of small caps for the moment. I'm seeing Pixie show up here on my scanner. Not sure what's going on with that. You guys remember Pixie? Volume just starting to come in the last little while there. Now it's technically up it's up 15%, 15.5% on the open, but it was negative prior to the open. So since the open, it's up 27%. So, but this one looks like it's too sparse at the moment. Like, very light volume for me to want to get into that. You can even just tell by looking at the chart if it's light on volume. Forget about looking down here. Obviously you can see it here, but this one it makes it look like it's too light at the moment. So I'll leave that one for now. I'll wait for maybe some more volume to come in there. Let's look at the big techs. I haven't been looking at them in a minute. So which one is relatively strong? They don't look very good at the moment. I mean, the market is retracing, but everything is kind of near VWAP or below it. Meta decidedly below VWAP. So is Microsoft. Tesla as well. Google, maybe and Apple looked like they're the stronger of the bunch. They're just bouncing off VWAP there. Apple's been having a hell of a day. Look at that. We got a 144 bottom and a 148 top. So a lot of range in the market today, and Apple amongst those ones. Let's see what else is going on. I've got much to talk about either. Oh, look at this drop on BABA. Let's bring that one in play here. Been watching that one all day. It's been relatively weak compared to the other Chinese ADRs. Have a look at this. Let's flip to the 5-minute chart. You can see it a little bit better. So this one developing. There's that period of consolidation. These are all 5-minute bars, so this is a while. If you take that break through 750, you're well rewarded with a 50 penny winner. If you took that earlier, perhaps on the spike, you're well in the money, $1.50. So BABA continuing to head south side. Kind of helped by the market, but it's relatively weak. I was trading this one in PDD this morning, and PDD definitely had a lot more legs to the high side than BABA did. BABA looking relatively weak throughout the day, Brad.
Money.
That's where we are right now, ladies and gentlemen. We got in the money for AMD, 40 cents in the money on that, taking profits. SPY, 50 cents in the money. Microsoft is also 40 cents in the money, taking profits on all of these as the market does give us a nice little pop up. After turning red for a brief second, market S&P 500 went to the red side for I think, 0.03%, and then started ripping back up north. Well, maybe not ripping, but at least giving us a nice little pop to take advantage of. And part of me just wants to run away with these profits because I'm also looking at UVXY, and UVXY is on its climb to the north side. So yeah, you know what? I'm actually gonna walk out of this trade because UVXY is still trying to go up north towards VWAP. Then this pop in the market might not actually continue having a little pop, and the real pop might come in when UVXY hits VWAP and then rejects and pulls back down. Obviously, this is just a random theory that I'm creating. I could be wrong. The market might give you a bigger pop, and then I'm the one missing out on the profits over here. But I don't want to be the one turning my winning trade into a losing trade. So I'm gonna punch myself out of these trades over here for 40-cent winners, 50-cent winners. Maybe these trades work out for you guys over there, allowing you to actually grab a dollar per share profit. But I just noticed something that made me get out of these trades. Also, look at that. I'm 100% wrong about what I said. UVXY is actually creating the red candle that I was looking for in order to hold my long. So UVXY is now creating that red candle and getting ready to go to the downside. So it looks like these longs will be, hello, can I type? UVXY. Well, maybe those longs will be way better now and giving you dollar per share profit. So hopefully you guys are trading that better than I am. Let's pull back to the super chats real quick as we still got quite a bit of super chats. Lots of love coming in from the chat today. Appreciate all that support, ladies and gentlemen. Afrak Emporium coming in with $2. Coin is the best fade of the day. Actually, no, the best fade of the day is right here. You see this? Halim with the best fade of the day.
I like that segue. That was good, bro. that was slick. I like that. No, I was walking with this guy yesterday when he was getting his haircut. That guy looked like he was enjoying himself before you walked in, man.
Yeah, he was eating a shawarma.
Yeah.
He was having fun. Or was it shawarma? I don't know. He brought it from home. But yeah, anyways, Halim with the best. Halim giving me the best fade of the day. So thank you, Halim, for as always for keeping the well, maybe not all of us on the show, 2 of us on the show, nice and fresh. Sean and myself go to Halim. We also got a couple other people on the floor who go there, but the idea, anyways, moving on. Super Freeze, new member 1199. Super chat coming in. Big fan, 2.5 years now. I saw this platform grow. The only forget to like sometimes. Oh, that's fine. You don't have to worry about it. But at least you try to remember.
Yeah.
And we're here to remind you guys all the time to hit that like button. And yeah, Rohit, thank you for those nice words, Rohit. Appreciate that. Look at that move on UVXC now to the downside. So these longs that I was in earlier are like $1 in the money now. So let's go, guys. Hopefully they're killing it for you guys. Sick sweater, Prad. Where'd you get that? I want one, brother. Maybe you can buy for me. Yeah, sadly, I would not buy this one for myself because it's too expensive. But thank you to the amazing viewers that we have, Playmaker in specific. Playmaker hooking me up with this. This is a pretty expensive jacket, man. Not going to lie about that. I would never buy this for myself. It's too expensive. But thank you for the beautiful viewers who send us shoes, jackets, and all that crazy stuff, just showering us with the gifts. So appreciate that. Playmaker 88.
Playmaker 88 definitely coming in with the gifts for us on the set. Guys, remember when we had 2 losing trades? Now we've got none. NVTA makes its way back up. I get filled at that spot. Now I'm waiting for more. We're printing 54s. We were printing 55s like a minute ago. I'm going to wait for this one to break through that top. We've got, a similar top between here and there. We broke it by a penny. I'm going to exercise patience with this one, especially off the double bottom that we had here. The only regret I don't have is adding in at these lower levels and dollar cost averaging down and having a bit better entry, basically. But NVTA continuing to pay. Comp now basically making me wet. We're still in the money on this one. We've scalped out 2 pieces. What?
What is it making you?
Wait.
Oh, okay.
Making me. You guys.
You
are
heard that,
jokers. Right? I'm not female. That's funny. But anyway, I think we'll move on. Let's maintain some professionalism. I think, yeah, so comp making me wait over here. We're at 370. I'm looking to break down below that into 352 areas. So that's my goal down on my goal on the comp. So basically that's at the moment. And VTA, yeah, retracing back into that 351, boys.
Chat's going off at the moment, guys. Take it easy. Come on, let's
What'd they say?
let's tame it up in here. Let's tame it up in here. That was a good little joke, though. Obviously, a little slip of tongue for the homie. You did.
Did I actually say that?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Slip of tongue. It's all good though. That's why I was like, what did you say? I was so confused. But man, these longs are working, and obviously I'm going to be upset about it because I saw something in the market that was not obviously a clear indication for myself. So bad read on me about my longs, and I had to kick myself out of that positions. I'm a little upset about jumping out of these longs, honestly, but hopefully you guys are killing it. As long as someone's making money off those calls, I'm happy at the end of the day. Let's put the stocks in the chat that you guys want us to take a look at, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be able to pull that up. Talking about Alexa, I see someone in the chat saying Alexa. Amazon apparently to cut down their Alexa funding or something because you know they're thinking about bringing down or cost reduction methods, and their Alexa unit is not really doing too well. Does that mean they're gonna discontinue Alexa? If that happens, how do I turn my computer on and how do I turn the lights on in my house? So that hopefully
the old-fashioned way, I guess.
No, I'm not walking to the board and I'm not clicking switches. I don't want to do that. I like going to my room and saying, Alexa, turn on Jupiter. When I say turn on Jupiter, my desktop turns on, my TV turns on, my screens turn on, and my whole PC setup turns on, and then I have like lights plugged in, everything perfectly to the way that I want it, right?
That's nice.
So yeah, I love that setup. So hopefully they don't discontinue that. I still need that to happen over there.
I don't think they're going to
what happened with?
that.
I hope so.
Way too many people rely
I
on
hope
that.
so. What happened to natural gas is saying chat, so maybe Brendo can take a look at what's going on over there with natural gas. I'll try to pull it up by going to UGas and DGas. That should be on pink sheets, I believe. DGas, is it Z? Where is this UGas, DGas? How do I pull up an ETF, guys? Is it Boyle? Is Boyle nat gas, or KOLD is nat gas, right? KOLD is nat gas. Let's pull up that one.
Cold.
Oh, okay, it's a big rip to the upside. Is KOLD the inverse then? Because I think the way you guys were talking about it was a move to the downside. Nat gas tanking, Pro Ultra shares
Oil's
boom.
tanking?
Oil's tanking. Okay.
No, pulled up.
Boyle on
Boyle.
Amex. BOIL on Amex. Let's go see this one real quick. Yeah, there you go. There's the move on Boyle that you guys are looking for. A big move from 40 to 36. Big move. UNG. That's another one. Cold is inverse. That's what I guessed. I guess cold was inverse with the move that it had because the way people in the chat were talking about the move, it looked like it was a downward move overall. At NASDAQ did hit VWAP and it's now pulling back to the south side, and S&P 500 did not really pull up to VWAP and it's already rejecting. So looks like those longs that I had did give me a little bit more profits, like maybe 50 cents more profit on those positions, but would have probably jumped out over here at this moment.
Yes, sir. Do you know why they call it cold?
Because natural gas is turned on when it's cold outside?
That's clever, but not right. But I like that thinking, though. It's because you know how they liquefy natural gas? So they can transport it, so they don't transport it in gas form. They actually make it into a liquid. And so the way to turn that particular gas into a liquid is by cooling it. So that's what they call it, cold.
I like my answer better.
It's funny, but it's inaccurate.
I like my answer better.
Yeah, guys, back in the money on both NVTA and comp, but both are just like moving at a snail's pace. Come on, can we get some speed? Like, I don't want to be in this trade for the entirety of the show. We're almost done to an hour, and I've been in both, waiting for them to pay. They're both green. I mean, I can get out now, and I can be green on both, but, you know, that's really not the name of the game. I want that 55 level to break on NVTA for, you know what's sake, and I want this 50 level, sorry, yeah, can you believe it? It's the other 55. So both levels are 55, but one's to the high side and one's to the low side. I want 55 to break to the low side on comp and 355 to break to the high side on NVTA. I think we're setting up better here on NVTA than we are on comp. It looks like there's a bit of a bull flag and a possible flat top forming here at 354. I think we should get some momentum through 355. I initially had my first out, this one here at 355. So that one, you know, showing more promise. Just hopefully we don't get that super aggressive flush back in. Like, how long have I been in this trade? Where's my, yeah, I got in here, guys. So I've been waiting. I've been paying my dues. All right, 360s is basically the low side that we're getting on this one. I'm looking for a breakdown right back down into 320s, possibly on comp. Those are my two. Those I've been in for the majority of the day. But remember when we told you about BABA the last time? It broke down even further. We were talking about that 70-10 level. It made its way down all the way to 69-31. So BABA continuing to have show weakness on the day. I like this stock. I've liked it short all day. Wow, I can't believe, some people are holding this stock in the 300s. Where was BABA? Goodness gracious. Let's have a look. Let's zoom out here. Okay. All right, here's the peak. This is October 2020 when it made its high. That was 320, and then basically you'd have one move down. Look at that. I drew these channels a while back, and they're still relevant. Continuing these channels all the way down, they're still actually relevant. So, BABA, hurting people, Bradley.
AMD just absolutely ripping to the north side now, almost at $72 once again. That dip buy opportunity at 70.50 that we had is really making me upset right now, man. What a beautiful long on AMD over here. Even Microsoft, we had 242 long, and now we're at 244, so $2 per share on that position if we were to just hold on to it a little bit longer. And even the SPYs are ripping, so wow. We had such good entries. The 100-period EMA on the SPY, the 100-period EMA on the Microsofts over here, and the VWAP entry on AMD. Just absolute wonderful longs coming in. Right now, though, part of me is FOMOing into a Shopify short because I'm missing out on the money that we previously had on the longs over there. So here I am getting into a trade on Shopify, but it's part of my setup, though. Double top short. Let's see if the double top fails and pulls back to the south side, allowing us to win on Shopify like we have already on the day, or does it break the double top and push towards the $40 area where I would much rather short Shopify with way more size than I have all day with. So here's Shopify trying to go to my stop, and most likely will stop me out if this market continues to go north side the way it is. NASDAQ now almost up, it is up 0.69%, and S&P 500 up 0.27%. So be careful if you are shorting now, guys, because we're going to the upside, and UVXY is now pulling back down. UVXY at $9.24. I think the low a day on UVXY is around $9.18. I think 9.18, 9.20, 9.18. Let's say if UVXY pulls back all the way there and then breaks that low, then those longs are going to be even better because the market's going to keep on going higher.
Yes, sir. NVTA printing money on that one, baby. We're going to drop the money for that. Took out two at that 355 level, and then it got top wick here at 356. So this one paying the bills. We had to exercise a lot of patience with this one, but hey, eventually it paid off. So I'm out 3 portions there. I got a little bit less than 50% left of the NVTA trade. I've readjusted my stop to right below break even. Break even for me is 349. I put my out at 348, so I'll give that one room. Comp now. Been flirting with that 60 level the better part of like the last 20 minutes. Yeah, so look at this this level in particular right here. That 357 level is where we've been coming down to at the most, but no more than that. So looking for that 57 level to break. I've got a profit taker at 52. So this one taking its sweet time, but I like the fact that it's making lower lows and lower highs, and it's below VWAP. That's why I'm exercising patience with it, and I'm also adjusting my my risk. So whereas I had my initial stop in the 380s, I've since moved that down to break even. So right through the break of the low 370s, we'll be out on that one. So nice risk adjustment. Nice little bounce on BABA after kind of really selling off. There's a bit of a bounce off 69.31 level. I'm not sure if that's a level that is of any importance historically. Let's have a look here. 69.31, not really. I mean, there's certain areas that go through it, but I guess that's just a random level at which decided to stop. Have to maybe look at the tape, see if what the buyers were doing in and around that area, but now curling back up. But I'm of the feeling that this is the kind of stock, especially on the day today, where you're shorting the pops. Yeah, the Chinese ADRs were strong, but this one in general, like I mentioned, was relatively weak. I traded it in conjunction with PDD. This was definitely the weaker of the two. So this one, I'm looking possibly to go short here. An interesting area to go short would obviously be that VWAP area around 785, maybe, by the time it gets there, maybe it's a little lower, 7 3/4. But there's also this area here, the bottom range of this area, the 325, where we consolidated for about, like, let's say 954 to 1015. So about 20 minutes or so, there's a period of consolidation around that 7 1/4. Excuse me, 70 1/4. I can't get it right. Jeez. So looking for that area, and we're basically at that area now, saving except a few pennies. So I might take a quarter long, short here off that 725, and then maybe average in wherever VWAP ends up.
AMD did break 72, but at 72.05, there was about 500 lots sitting there, and now there's 500 lots sitting on the downside around 71.97. So now I don't want to hold my short anymore. There you go. There's that size is still there, and then they took that size out. It's the same way they did last time, and it broke under 72. The market's now pulling back down. So part of me wants to see if we can bank on the AMD short the way we did earlier on, right here at the 72.05, 72.10 area. We got out close to 71.30. Now we're trying to see if that double top will play out for us the exact same way and pull back down. Whoa, 1,000 lots on 71.95 for AMD. Big buyer coming up. It was only 500 lots earlier on. Now it's 1,000 lots. So clearly big buying coming in for this position. You want to be careful if you're short, and I'm talking to myself here, honestly, because if that level props up and they start front running that level, there's going to be a lot of people coming in to take these fills onto there we go. Did that take this? No, they didn't take the size out, and nor did this tested that size. So that's I want to see the test of that size, and I want to see it break because this market's pulling back south. And if that size breaks, that's a good. That means there's a big enough of a seller over here around these areas to wipe out that level on the bids for AMD. 71.95 is the level we're watching.
Yes, sir. Just readjusting my stop now on comp. I took another piece out in the 57s, 357s, de-risking a little bit. So I'm adjusting my stop to 1 penny above my entry price. So that's 371, and then we'll cover at, we'll put 373 just in case, it really moves there. So adjusted my stop. The reason I have to do that, number one, is because when I take profit, the amount my stop changes. So if I had say 50 shares left and I took out 25, then I've got to make that adjustment. Also, when on this platform, when you hit the flatten key, it cancels all the stop orders, the script orders that you have, so you have to readjust them. So if you guys are using P-Pro 8 and you don't know about that, if you do hit the flatten key, your script orders for that particular stock are canceled, and you need to re-enter them. Maybe they're profit takers below the level you took profit, whatever it is. So just a little tidbit of information there. And VTA still flirting with the highs. I like this stock, continuing to stair step up, holding the 50 period quite well for the majority of the time. So that $0.50 has acted as a good resistance point here for the last, I want to say, 25 minutes. So liking that, especially the fact that I took it, I front run the $0.50 break, and kind of giving me a 1 cent cushion there to play with my stop. So, whoa, Affirm is moving. Let's flip to Affirm here on the comp chart, AFRM, and Affirm is NASDAQ. Look at this. Affirm is moving nicely off that 1605 bottom. Guys, this is a nice looking chart. It's up 11% on the day, only $1.65 though, but Affirm's been having, it's been really, I guess, benefiting from the lower CPI number yesterday. I remember I had this one up as well, and it had a great day yesterday. I think it was up 25% or something. Not sure. I'll have to go back and look at that. But right when we opened at 9, you had one maybe red candle. Then it's been a nice steady move to the high side. Now it looks like we just created high of days, breaking through that 1665 top, Bradley.
Yeah, there's I'm watching AMD over here. There's buying coming in, quite a bit of it actually. and buyers keep propping up. The last number we saw was around 71.95, but now I saw 200 lots pop up around 72.9 or 72.12, and obviously they got filled, but there's selling coming in too. So you know what, I'm just gonna jump right back in over here. Not gonna worry about it until the setup stops working. We've yet to break the double top high a day of 72.22, I believe is the high a day on AMD. Let me go check real quick on that. AMD, what's the high a day today? 72.22 is the high a day on that bad boy. So until that double top breaks, I'm gonna actually stick into that trade for that time being. So just patience is the name of the game over here for this one. A stock that's popping up on the scanners, Snapchat. Wondering why Snapchat's up on the day today. It's up 5.78%, making a new high a day. And well, triggered, looks like it did trigger 6% to the high side, but then now pulling back down as the market is showing us the red candles coming in for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ over here. I wanted to short Intel. Let's go see if Intel is near 30. Let's go see if there's any size near 30 on Intel. No size, but we'll take that short near Intel over here. Well, I can't really see the size. Maybe there was size, but I just couldn't see it. Couldn't scroll down enough to see the $30 area. Maybe if I do this, what Luca does.
What does he do?
He just grabs the thing and just makes it bigger.
I can tell you in 1 second.
Yeah, there you go. There's like 1,000, 2,000 lots almost at 30.
INTL. Nice. Yeah, sometimes I look on this one. Okay, let's see what we got. Nothing to update you guys about, to be honest. What's going on here? What's Intel's INTL? What's
INTC.
INTC. My goodness, I blanked out there for a minute. There we go. Let's have a look. We broke that 30 though, eh? Okay. So 30 goes there on INTC. No, sorry, not to the high side. I'm freaking out. He had a lot of size at 30 probably. I see 101,000 shares, maybe even more, about 106,000. I don't know what you see on yours. But yeah, comp.
Yeah, 2,000 lots.
I don't know, what is that?
200,000 shares.
200. Yeah, I don't see the entire thing. Then I see about 110,000 on mine, but I don't have maybe all the gateways. Maybe you have more gateways.
Yeah.
Okay, let's flip here between comp and NVIDIA. Yeah, and Vita. Yeah, this one's still playing in the range. I'm not going to keep updating you guys about this because this one's such a slow mover and it's not doing much. It's giving you pennies at a time here, and this is the type of trading day it is for small caps. So earlier they were strong. Crew We says AVCT popping. Any ideas how big of a pop? Sends a $2 super chat. Let's go to AVCT. What's happening here? There we go. What is AVCT? Just so that we have some context, guys. Let me switch quickly to my other screen. I'll tell you what that is.
Wow, big selling came in AMD there. That's nasty. AMD just had some size at 72.15, like 200 lots, just like that right there on 71.88. 200 lots were sitting on 71.82, sorry, 72.15, and big wave of red and blues just came in and smacked the position down and wiped out that level. Then 72 showed some size, they wiped out that level. You're looking at 71.80 had some size, they wiped out that level too. 30 cents in the money now on that short. I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect that because right before all of that happened, we actually broke the high a day. We broke the high a day by like 3 or 4 pennies. I was so close to just punching out of that trade because we broke the high a day, but instantly I just saw a big wave of just red and blue. Red and blue on my time of sales is configured to see selling, and as soon as I saw that, I got my hands off my keyboard and I just kept watching, and I saw the size just get absolutely demolished and smacked. So that was a good 20 cent, 30 cent scalp for me. I'm gonna jump out of that one real quick because what if it goes back to the north side again and then actually breaks the high a day and then rips it? Clearly we saw those sides get whacked to the downside, so that means there's a seller there, but there's also buyers here around these areas. We saw the big move that we got off of VWAP not too long ago on AMD. If this short works out better to the downside, even more to the profitable, so if it gives you more profits to the downside and I'm not in it, whatever, I'm not gonna cry about it. Maybe I will later, but currently I won't won't, because I did not expect this trade to be a winner, and it ended up being a winner, so I'm just going to walk away with this one.
I don't know how comp and AMD are connected, but that flush on AMD coincided with the flush on comp, and guess what? We are short comp, so we're going to spend the money on that one, obviously. 352L, so that's a 20-penny winner on comp. I still have 17% of my size left, so a little bit below 20. I want to ride this one down to that $320 level, because now we are confirmed. We're in the right direction, and I'm gonna adjust my stop to even be below my entry point there. So then none of this trade can possibly be negative. It will all be profitable. So my entry on this bad boy is 370. I'm printing 55s now on the bid, so I'll adjust it to, let's say, 69. Let's go ahead and put that in. So 369 will be our L, and we'll cover it all. What the hell? What's going on? So 369, and we're gonna cover. There we go, 36, and then we'll give it to like maybe 371 or whatever. There we go. In case it just like kind of catapults up. There we go. So profitable on comp, profitable on NVTA. These two working out for me today. Looking for some possible shorts. I'll get to AVCT in a second, but I want to talk about PDD, because I see PDD setting up for a real nice short here. Come on, dude. PDD. There we go. So Pinduoduo, the very popular Chinese ADR. Look at this. This is setting up for a flat bottom breakdown here. So this is what I like. I like these type of setups where you have a decided bounce to the downside, off VWAP, a retracement, and then coming back to that bottom level. This is like kind of like a neckline almost on a head and shoulders pattern, but not really. So this is what I like to take south. So let's see if this one can get any sort of momentum to the downside. Maybe the market can kind of catapult it if it starts moving to the downside. But this one seems to be moving independently, to be honest with you, than the market. Here's the market chart. Here is the PDD chart, both 1-minute charts. They look fundamentally different. So I'm looking for some relative weakness here on PDD, as I had been looking at on BABA earlier in the day, Brad.
Right on. Intel did break 30, went up to $30.02, but now right under 30 once again. So I added to my position, and I'm going to give it the risk of high day over here for Intel. We'll wait and see if that one ends up being a winner for us or not. As the NASDAQ is currently above VWAP and is flirting, the candle, the new 5-minute candle is flirting with the red and green. So we've seen it open to the red side, and then we've seen it go green, and then we're watching it go red again. And now once again it's green. So we're just waiting to see how the market will move around these areas. NASDAQ above VWAP, S&P 500 below VWAP. Here's the S&P 500 futures. Come on, load up. Give it a quick second over here, guys, and there we go. So here's the S&P 500 below VWAP. Here's the NASDAQ futures chart, which is above VWAP. So just waiting to see how the market will decide, or what will the market decide to do around these areas. 11,700 for the NASDAQ futures, 3,970 for the S&P 500 futures. AMD going to move up, saying chat. Wow, look at the size on AMD bids now, 1,000 shares on 71.85. If that buyer, wasn't that buyer there earlier on 71.85, and I was talking about it, pretty sure I was talking about it, right? He disappeared and he came back, and now there's 500 lots over there. So we'll see if this buyer is going to prop up the market for AMD and semiconductors in general, or not. Let's also calculate 1,000 lots, add 2 zeros to it, times 71.85, and it looks like he either disappeared, meaning they pulled the order, or they took enough of the size and then eventually pulled the order, or they turned into an iceberg. That kind of looks like an iceberg too. So that's $7 million over there on that 71.85 area. Let's keep watching this trade, because this trade might end up being really profitable for us if we keep seeing size like that popping up on the bids and not letting AMD go to the downside. Then the long is going to be absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely, yep. Still waiting here for the last little bit. I've got a piece to take out on comp at 350, but still stuck at 52s here. There's some size coming in. There we go. Broke through 52s, 51. Now we're seeing 50s on the bid. It's just a matter of getting filled now. I'm not first in priority, obviously, because I just put in that bid back to 51. So this one going in our direction, which is awesome sauce. We also got into a short on PDD. 65.09 is where I'm going short. There we go. Now we're like almost 10 pennies in the money. Let's take out some here. Beautiful. So we take out like a 25% position there on PDD. Let's wait for that break of 65. Are we going to get some resistance here? The tape shows we got 60 lots. No, we got 74 lots here on at 60. So that's not the biggest size, I would say, but who knows? Maybe there's a hidden order. There's an iceberg order there. The market not really tanking either. So this one seems to be like it is a secular move. I'll de-risk a little bit more off here. What do I got? Oh, I can't take off a quarter of that size. There we go, baby. Right through that break up. Now we're printing in the low 90s. Beautiful trade. Spin that money one more time on PDD. So getting in nice quickly there for a 20 penny win on PDD. Very quick. That's the neckline that we were talking about. In fact, I got in a little late. If I'm being honest, I would have liked to get in like at 65.25 or 65.20s somewhere, because that was where the neckline broke. But I wasn't quick enough on the gun, to be honest with you. And there, I'm flat on the rest of the trade. So I just flattened out the rest of the trade. Sorry, that was a profitable trade. Getting out at 65. So nice 10 penny win for that remaining portion. But nice, I'm 3 for 3 on the day now with Comp and Vita and what was that other one? PDD. Yes, now just got filled also. Again, drop that money again, baby. On Comp, we got that 350 fill finally, so that's a 20 penny winner. And guess what? We got 7% of the trade left, so we're gonna let that one ride, guys. We're not gonna touch that one. We're gonna wait down for that $3.20 level that we were talking about. That's the area here where I see an area of support. If it can make its way down there before 12:30, great. Otherwise, I'll just flatten out, Bradley.
AMD flying right now. Did take out the high day. Thank goodness I stayed away from the short this time, because obviously we saw that buying coming in on the bids. And we saw the tape too, but there was a little bit of selling pressure that allowed us to capitalize on the shorts. But now that we're looking at size on the ask, all that size is just getting demolished and taken out. So AMD soaring to the north side over here. S&P 500 finally managing to get to VWAP, and NASDAQ deciding to rip past the VWAP to the north side also. So the market taking all of the positions back to the green side and straight rocket launch over here. AMD might now be able to go to 73 after this move coming in on the market. So that long from 70 that we had, oh man, that was such a beautiful entry. Sadly, we scalped it in what looked like could have been a head and shoulders pattern, but nope, forget your patterns, forget your technicals. This market has a different plan for AMD. It's God's plan for AMD, baby. Thankfully, though, Intel not really going back towards that 30 high that we had earlier on and stopping me out. So it's possible it does stop me out on the short over here for Intel, but I'm gonna stick to my trade plan and see if it ends up working out for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Excellent trades so far today. Market retracing above VWAP now for the time being. 39.75 is where we're at. Looks like we kind of made a local or a recent low at that 39.55. So a nice 20-point move in between there. But kind of look at this chart. We've been a little rangy. First, we want to. This is like, you know, the open, so this doesn't really count because it's kind of just a madhouse, you know, at the open. Then when we settled down, we kind of held above VWAP, bounced off VWAP a couple times. If you took those bounces, you printed nicely. I think you would have gotten a nice little 15-point move off either of them. And then you had that breakdown where, then look at this. So it's kind of like this one flipping into this one. So we had this pattern here above VWAP, and now we're having a very similar pattern below VWAP, but we're breaking it to the north side now. So I wonder if this is going to be kind of the same thing as we happen here. So I'm not sure, not a futures trader, don't really trade the MES. I'll stick to my small cappers, but it's always good to learn a new thing. So that's why I'm making comments on it. If I'm wrong, let me know in the chat. That's what I'm looking at the moment. PDD kind of retraced after we got out, thankfully. Yeah, that it retraced to the area that we talked about, that 65.25 area. That's the area that would have wanted to get in, but I didn't. I gotten a little bit below that at 65.10, but It's retracing to that area, but bouncing back now to the low side off that area. So that area is acting as a level of resistance, previously support. So we'll see if this one continues to make its way down. Maybe there are more trades to be had, especially if we can stay below 65. I mean, we momentarily broke it. Looks like we got all the way down to the high 80s, 64, 80s. Now, retracing back into that 65.50. If we can break below 65 and stay below 65, I like PDD as a secular mover. Not really looking to be market dependent here on some of these names. Comp now holding that 350, but I think we did get a print below that. We got into the 40s, so whatever size was at 50 there momentarily has been taken out. I don't see much on the tape, to be honest with you, but these stocks that are in play, you can't really read the tape in the same way that you read these big cap tapes where some of the orders are sitting. These orders seem to come in sporadically, right? Whether they're algos or investors deciding to punch in based on the price action. I think that's what some of these ones do more of the time, more often than not, Bradley.
Currently looking at NIO, double top on NIO around $11.69. That's the high day for the bad boy over here. So trying to see if we can get a quick little short scalp on that position. Already up 12% on the day for NIO. Not sure if we can keep going higher. And if you look at this candle over here, the high of November 7th, the candle high did go up to 12. So yeah, I mean, maybe it could go to 12, but a nice little scalp position over here to the short side of the market does pull back. We could capitalize on it. And if it takes the high day out, we move on from it, take that quick little loss, move away, come back closer to that $12 area for a reattempt on that short. Looks like AMC did break the high day, the triple top on AMC breaking and now managing to go higher. 661, 662 is now the high for AMC. So wonderful moves coming in for the meme stocks, GME, AMC, once again to the north side, baby. Gotta love watching this. What's up with Disney, saying someone in the chat? Let's go take a look at Disney today with 10 million shares traded already. Disney most likely on the green side. Yes, it is. 4.8% to the north side. Flying Disney almost to $95. Ooh, I think the 95 is a nice, even significant number, and psychological area too. Just 95, it just stands out. So part of me is itching to already short this 95 area for Disney. Let's see if we can pull a little bit closer to 95. That way I can take the most size that I want to and not give it too much of risk on the break of 95, maybe 95.15, 95.20 or so. Disney on an absolute tear today, but not too long ago their earnings report came out and they got hurt off of that earnings report. So here it is, actually moving closer to that 95 as we wanted to. So let's try to take this trade.
Yeah, not much to update for me. Affirm still moving nicely to the high side, though. Looking to test probably around 17. We're seeing 1680 prints right now. Let's bring in Affirm, have a look at that chart. Yeah, nice move up there. It looks like we created a bit of a bottom around that 1605. A couple of times it touched around there. Then ever since it's been moving up. So nice little 80 penny winner off that 1605-ish bottom. A bit of a slow mover though, but it's up 12 and almost 12.25% on the day now. So getting urges to punch in, but the better idea is to play this off a level on the way down. I mean, I don't want to punch in at this time, then all of a sudden it retraces back 20 pennies. I kind of feel like I saw it a little bit too late, or I waited, but you can't trade everything all at one time. I've got nothing here I'm looking at. I see Microsoft making a big boy move there off VWAP. 246 now. We're trading 246.62 is the high of the day. I think we're trading at 246 even. So getting closer to those high of days, Bradley. Nice little bottom though, 241. Lots of range today on Microsoft, but I haven't participated.
Time to go into the best part of the day, baby. It's going to be don't show my screen yet, guys. Just give me a second. Let me look at this one over here. All right, now I just checking some message from Bears versus Bull over there, but yeah, we're good. Coming back to the YouTube like count, guys. So already at 2.7K likes, I appreciate that. Wow, look at that, 360,000 subscribers now. So we did manage to get 10,000 new subscribers in the span of about a month or so. That's actually amazing. Did I get the number right? I think 10,000. Yeah. Or was it 100? Am I being crazy here? I don't even know anymore. But anyways, thank you for you know, hitting that like counts and the subscribe counts today. And looks like Disney did give me a fill for the short side. Let's go. We did get our fill on Disney. Now we're short Intel, Disney, and NIO. Those are the 3 positions that we have on board. Coming back to the like count once again, though, real quick, I just want to finish the spiel. Every time you hit the like count, guys, the algorithm keeps improving our chances to push out the channel to as many new people as we can. So please help us out on this one. We also have a closing show at 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, which is a brand new show. So if you could do us a favor and hit the like on that one too, I would appreciate a lot. For everyone in the chat that you see that has a green name, they're part of the Trader TV Live family. You also could join the Trader TV Live family by clicking the join button right next to subscribe. A nice little pop-up box will show up with Brendo telling you exactly what it entails. Not many people use the notification button, but I would appreciate it if you guys used it. That also counts to the YouTube algorithm. We have merchandise or merch that you could buy from the YouTube store directly. So if you click on the logo for our company and click on go to the homepage, go to store, you'll see the hoodie that Sean actually has on today. I'd rather be trading the white classic hoodie. You could also be rocking that and make the money that Sean's making just with the power of the Trader TV Live hoodie.
I think that the company should give us some of this merch to wear on the show so we can advertise it. How do you feel about that? I don't know. Whoever makes this, whoever's profiting from it.
You mean our company?
Yeah, the company.
Yeah, that's that. You talk to the boss.
I think we should wear it to advertise it. You know, we're showing it on the store. Let's show it in living color, baby.
You talk to the boss. The boss.
No, I don't. Putting Mr. Sean on the spot, but he'll come up with something. I know it. What's that? Tell me which one you want. Hey, I think the hoodie. I'd rather be trading. That's the. What should I get? Black or white? It's winter. Yeah, black's better color. No, I'm large. This one's large.
No. You get an XL.
Oh, it fits tight?
It fits
okay.
one size small. Trust me, I
They
got a
know better
large.
than me.
It fits me like a medium. So
Really?
get an XL.
Okay.
Get an XL, it'll fit you like a large.
These guys know better.
And if it doesn't fit you, then I'll give you my large. You give me your XL. It'll be that easy.
Sure.
Because my large fits me like a medium, bro, like a medium. Yeah.
Did you wash it or did it come like that?
It came. The day it came, I put it on. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I can't breathe in this.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be wearing that a lot because I would rather be trading. Even when I go home, guys, like, and I start doing like my chores, I gotta feed my dogs, I gotta like clean up, stuff like that. I've got CNBS running in the background, to be honest with you. And like,
if you see these dogs in your front yard, just
I don't have
upstairs.
a front yard. It'd be nice if I did.
We going hard.
It's funny. I have a front
You don't know
window.
where that's from, do you?
No idea.
Bing bong.
Go for it.
Now, Bing bong. You never heard Bing bong before?
No.
Sean remembers Bing bong. Bing bong.
Bring it up.
Sean
no,
knows.
we can't copyright.
No, you can't copyright. Guys, right now Intel's giving me profits because the shorts are paying me on the downside. So I have my orders layered out to the south side to take profits almost every 5 pennies out. And I'm actually going to recreate my stop for the amount of size I have. And Disney is also moving to the south side. Only 9 cents in the money on Disney. And same with NIO. So it looks like these shorts are paying at the moment. And time to profit for Patty Daddy. If you are short, maybe think about covering some profits for yourself. Sean was wearing brawny paper towel flannel yesterday. What is that? I don't even know what that is.
I don't know, man. Playmaker.
Oh, the plaid. Okay, got it. Anyways. Oh, the lumberjack. Okay, yeah.
Hat to match.
Oh, okay. Brad the man looking fresh, all trimmed up. Yeah, shout out to Halim.
Sir.
You know, the best fade of the day was not the fade on Coinbase. It's the fade that I'm rocking right now. Shout out to your boy Halim at Ralph's Barbershop on Bay Street.
This guy's like feeling himself. He's like touching the hair. He's like looking at the line. He's like, yeah, this is nice, man. I feel good. So, yeah, shout out to Patty Daddy for getting lined up for tonight. Guys, remember, we got We got 2 new grads on the floor. So it was Max and Ian, who the party was supposed to be for. And then we have 2 new guys that just graded yesterday. 2 very big boy trades off that CPI number. So I don't know. Do you know if they're coming tonight? Are we celebrating them?
I have no clue.
What the situation is. I'll talk to them. I sit beside them, so I should find out. Yeah, so big party coming up for us tonight. We'll be heading out and drinking a little bit, right? Not that much, drinking a little bit. We're going to be appropriate. Just joking, of course. Firm continuing to make that move upside. We were talking about 17 being a level, and looks like it is, because now we've got a 1695 top, currently in the high 1680s. But you know, this one's, and you could have punched in almost anywhere in the last, I want to say, hour, and you'd be in the money. Put it that way. There's very few areas where you could punched in and not have been in the money, if you were patient, of course, right? So a firm continuing to stair-step up. We were at 12%, now we're at 12.6%. So we may easily see 15% on the day if this one continues to have legs. Let's see what some of the chat people are saying. Pixie and Snell, please check. Thank you. Yeah, I looked at Pixie earlier. I didn't like the volume. I still don't. It's only done 10,800 shares in the past 5 minutes. That's not going to cut it for this type of stock. Let's bring in the chart, have a look. I don't even need to look at the bar charts on the bottom to know that this is a sparsely traded name for the moment. Look how the candles are distributed. Look how there's like candles, plenty of candles that have no movement, that are flat. So that tells you there's not as much action coming in as there need to be. Is it up on the day? Sure, it's up 32%. But the fact of the matter is, it's probably going to be spready and completely unpredictable. One big buyer comes in, he takes out a whole bunch of orders. Let's pull up Pixie on here just to prove a point. PIXY, I think it is a NASDAQ stock. I'm wrong. It's a New York stock. One sec. PIXY, New York. Is it AM? Pixie. What is Pixie? I can find out. Don't worry about it. PIXY. No, it's NASDAQ. What the hey, man? All right. Yeah. Okay. PIXY NQ. There we go. Okay. So already I see a 20 penny spread, right? 1609 on the ask. Sorry, I correct that. A 40 penny spread. 1571 now on the bid. 1609 on the ask. I'm not touching this one. It's just not tradable, not the way I trade anyway. I can look at SNAL for you. I had a nice trade off that this morning. SNAL. Here we go. This one it's made its move, guys. This one's done for the day in terms of a long, it may retrace back into that 385-ish area or wherever VWAP is at the time, but currently trading at a little bit above 3.25, 3.3, up 46% on the day. But look, I mean, it made its move pre-market. This is 904 here. I was trading with my buddy back there. We were both looking at this. We both had good longs off it. And then it retraced back below VWAP, kind of reclaimed VWAP for a moment, but that was a fake out.
You're admitting to team trading.
That was absolute faking out. So all the way down, I like that. This guy's joke. Just because I alert someone about it doesn't mean we're team trading, dude. But that's funny. This guy's always looking to cause problems. Then you have like a big sell-off off that 410 level, guys, all the way back down to 310. So gave up the goodies in like, what, 10 minutes? From where did we start this descent? 10:24. It ended up at 10:51. So yeah, 25 minutes, guys. Neither are interesting for me, to be honest with you. I'm going to steer clear of both, Bradley.
Sorry, I was taking a sip of water over there.
Yeah, go for it.
AMD did not manage to go to 73 like I thought it would with the amount of buying and everything that was coming in on that position alone. So jumping right back into the short over here, giving it a little bit of a risk. Not too much of risk to the north side, waiting patiently to see if the market will pull back, taking AMD to the south side for us and paying us the profits that we are looking to get paid on that position, to be specific. And Disney, we took some profits once it hit 20 cents to the downside. Now we're only 10 cents in the money on Disney. It's still around that 95 area, which never really broke on the day, so which is good for us. And if the market curls back down over here without actually going to the day's high for NASDAQ NASDAQ once again up 1% almost. Here we are on the NASDAQ chart up 1% and around 11,750. But the previous high was around 11,780. So if we do make a high over here around 11,750 and pull back, that would be a lower high. And then the market already created a higher low. So kind of a pizza slice pattern being formed on the market. We'll have to wait and see if it's a pepperoni or a Hawaiian pizza. And we know if it's Hawaiian, then that's a no-go. That's a big red sign over there, and that's an easy short for myself. But if it's a nice pepperoni pizza, or maybe if it's a soppressata pizza with black olives on it, then maybe we just have to take a bite out of that one. Sharif, good looking, my guy. Yeah, God, not sure what you were talking about. Maybe a trade over there, but good trade for yourself. Apparently, it's
What's your
saying.
favorite pizza, Bradley?
It's the one that Luca put me onto. So it's going to be soppressata with black olives.
I've heard you say that before. So what is that exactly?
It's like pepperoni. It's like sliced meats, but it's like a spicy sliced meat.
Like calabrese?
Yeah.
Ooh, man, I have a calabrese addiction and a salami addiction.
Oh, I have a salami addiction.
Yeah,
I love salami.
I can just raid the fridge and then throw in some cheese with that too. Make like a little finger sandwich. Let's not
every time Sean's wife posts a picture of her creating like the cheese boards and the salami boards, part of me gets jealous. It's like, damn, this man's living like a king over here.
Charcuterie.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, charcuterie.
Yeah, when Sean and his kids and his wife are having a movie night, usually you'll see a picture of. Does he have headphones on? No, okay.
No, he's just focusing.
You're just focused, eh? Yeah. She always makes a nice little board with candy, with snacks, and with salamis and cheese and everything. And I'm just sitting there like, wow. I wish I could do this for myself, but I'm too lazy.
Well, come back from India with someone in hand. Light them up, guys. Come on.
You're not getting salami meat boards. You're getting Indian chicken curry boards at that point.
Tell her to hit the Italian deli instead of the Indian deli.
Yeah. I'm getting butter chicken boards and curry goat boards at that point.
All right, guys, I've got like a few minutes left on here before you are graced with Ian's presence. He'll be taking over for me for the next hour and a half, the next half of the show. Then it'll be him and Bradley. I closed out my composition. It kind of went near my my entry point here at 370. I closed it out at 365 or 364, whatever. I just felt that the curl up was, it was a little dangerous, and there was not much time left on the show. So I hit that shutdown button. Anyway, boys, so I will have to say peace out. Thank you for having me, and I will see you guys bright and early Monday morning.
Thank you, Sharif. Have a great weekend, my friend. As always, love having you. And we will have a great weekend today. As Sharif did mention, there's going to be a grad party for the person coming on in the next few seconds over here. He's going to be, Monday, guys, all I have to say is stay tuned for Monday, because Monday, there's going to be a video being played on the show, and that video is going to be a little fun. I'm not going to ruin what we're doing. Some of you already know what the challenge is that Ian and I have to do today at the grad party, and that's why I buy extra pairs of whatever it is that we have to. You buy extra pair too? Yeah. Are you actually doing it out of what you're doing it? Like you're out of the one? Yeah. And was this the shirt that you just got, the Takashi Palm one? Okay, I like this one. This one's a nice shirt over here. Ian will be coming on in a second for you guys to take a look at the snake oil salesman himself coming in very soon. While he's gearing up, let's go quickly take a look at our positions, which are pulling back to the north side, sadly. Disney which was in the money, now pulling back to that 95 area, and the market going up north. The market actually manages to break past 11,750, and and S&P 500 continuing to go higher than VWAP at the moment. So be a little careful if you are short, such as AMD. AMD now 20 cents out of the money, sadly, but still not at the high day for us to jump out of the trade just yet. So just going to hold on to this a little bit longer. Would be nice to get a nice little win on AMD shorts here for ourselves. And NIO is currently apparently 7 cents in the money, and Intel only 1 cent out of the money. So NIO flushing down for us a little bit. Time to take profits on this one in about few minutes or so. We'll see if we can get a bigger flush with more pennies being offered for us. Why shorting Green Day? Just depends on what positions you're trading. That's all it is. You can do whatever you want, man. It's not. There's no set rule in the market that you can't short on green days or you can't go long on red days. Find the trades that work for you within your setup and trade that setup. It's called the playbook, right? Have a playbook, know what you want to do and where you want to do it, what levels you want to do it. For example, NIO. Why would you want to short NIO at 11% on the day? It's absolutely killing it. The markets are up on the day too. But my trade setup right now that I'm applying from my playbook, which is the double top short of the high day, meaning the stock cannot clear the double top. There's not enough buyers to clear the previous high where the market made because the sellers were there. So that's where I'm going to look to take my entry at. So right now off of that entry, we're 20 cents in the money on NIO shorts. They don't want to fill me. I've seen this happen all the time because NIO never trades on the BATS gateway. It's like these Chinese ADRs are allergic to the BATS gateway. They trade more on the ARCA, so I have to use ARCA to punch out.
Yeah, right. I never really noticed that.
Dude, I always throw an order on BATS, on BABA and NIO. I barely get filled. I throw an ARCA, instantly fills me. It's like they're allergic to BATS.
Good to know, I guess, moving forward. What's up, guys? How's it going? Hope everyone's having a good day. Today's been kind of weird because it's like continuation of yesterday, kind of. I mean, like the market is up. The market's up like 0.3%, but we are like, running into some trouble here to the upside, right? There is obviously some clear resistance areas. Today hasn't been the most successful day for me, but that being said, we're still in it, not shut down or anything like that.
Snake oil man, that's your name.
And
now.
we're in one good trade here. I was in Amazon long. I'll talk about that in a second. I'm in Apple long as well. Excuse these dark pool wicks here, but essentially, what I kind of noticed and what some of the boys noticed last night, I guess before the market closed, there was so much buying on Apple. Like there's big buying on Apple, and it's been quite strong again today. So basically playing off of this VWAP bounce here. That one's doing pretty well. It's like 70 cents in the money. I've been taking profits slowly, but I am wanting to like build into this position because I really think that we're going to test back 3,900. I don't think that we continue to fade the rest of the day because if we would, maybe we would have already done that. But yeah, essentially going to keep buying this 147 area if it dips back down there. But for now, that's just kind of chilling. Amazon is another positive name for me today as well. I just had this trade here, very very similar, like buying the dip essentially. And more dark pool waves. It always happens on these big tech names, but it's kind of holding VWAP as well. So that was the thesis on that one. I did add to it on the 100 break, and then 100 really wasn't working out that nicely. Like there's clearly some sellers up there at 100, right? It wasn't able to hold earlier. It kind of got up to like, what's the high here? 178. And then, we obviously haven't really seen that back since, right? So I still like the long on Amazon. It's still really strong. And yesterday it was up like 12%, right? So just going to be a little bit more patient now. Wait for this one to come in, closer to VWAP and try to buy there. I did have a short on AMD similar to Prad here, but I got stopped out. I was essentially shorting in front of the 72, and I got stopped out high a day. So, clearly AMD, the chips in general, just super strong. I think they had like a little bit of a catalyst. Their Taiwan semiconductor sales were up yesterday. So, clearly some positive news for once, for AMD, and, continues to grind up higher. But just look at this daily. It was consolidating so much between like the 64 area, and then the past 2 days, gone. So now we're in total new range here, and it's obviously going to start breaking some levels to the upside, hopefully, for those holding AMD in their long term.
Yeah, it's currently still watching my shorts over here. Did take some size out on AMD when it hit 72 just to take some profits out, but still holding a good chunk of my size on AMD and have an order to get back more size around 72.40. And here's NIO taking some more size out at 11.50 just in case it wants to go back all the way to our entry on the short side. So don't want to be stuck with all of my size on the short. Paying ourselves, we could always get back in if we want to and hold some for the move that we are looking forward to, which is towards VWAP. Disney's still hanging out near the high day, so not sure what Disney wants to do. Thankfully, though, we did scalp some profits on it, but we do have most of our size left on Disney, still hanging out. Still short AMD, Prad? Yeah, I'm short AMD at the moment. I got back in on the AMD short after noticing that it did not really do too much with the buying that was coming into it. So just scalping my way out. But I'm a scalper. I like taking my 20 cents, 30 cents wins and walking away from the market. And when I'm losing maybe 5 cents or 10 cents at a time. So my risk to reward for the most part is 2:1, 3:1 type of trades. And here we go. AMD now breaking 72 to the downside. Let's see if we can actually. Well, 72 is holding on the bid now. If 72 can actually break and continue going south, maybe we get that move towards VWAP on AMD, which would be wonderful. Currently, only 12 cents in the money on AMD, so nothing too much to really scream about. Disney trying to break that 95 area. We're watching patiently to see if it does end up breaking that 95 or not. Coinbase is a beast, says someone in the chat. T-Man says Coinbase is a beast. Yeah, look at the stock, up 10% today. Not sure why, because Bitcoin and all their cryptocurrencies are still in the red. So here's BTC down 4%, Ethereum down 3%. Sam Bankman-Fried absolutely getting fried over there every single day on his on the news articles. Poor guy getting roasted. Apparently he had to claim bankruptcy recently, and Miami Arena is coming for him for money and so on. So all those catalysts coming over here and disrupting the cryptocurrency market, dropping almost every single currency. Bitcoin in a new doomsday range now at below 17, 18K. So we were not really under 18K for too long. We dropped under 18K, then we started trading above 18K, but now here we go under 17,000 for Bitcoin, and the next step is apparently 11,000 according to a lot of conversations on social media. So be careful if you are holding any coins. Obviously, I myself I've said this before. Like any money that I have in Bitcoin or Solana or Dogecoin or whatever, I'm okay with it going to zero. The same thing applies with my Intel position on my long-term account and my Apple, my DraftKings, my Palantir, my SoFi, all of that. I'm okay with it going to zero, and I don't need that money to pay bills or anything, right? So think about the same way when you're going about in your trading. Make sure you're only risking money that you're willing to lose, because nothing in this market is defined. Nothing in life is actually definite, right? The only thing you're promised is death and taxes, but you can evade taxes, trust me.
Yeah, there's ways to do it. We won't really talk about that on this show here, but I want to actually ask,
open up.
Your shirt, like obviously it's a Mercedes shirt. It doesn't have the FTX sponsors.
Thank God it doesn't.
You know that I just saw on Instagram they actually just dropped their FTX sponsorship.
They took it off.
Yeah, they took it off. They took it off. So they obviously move quick. But yeah, that's kind of interesting. Someone was asking about Tesla. Tesla's a weird one today because it was kind of weak in the morning, and then a lot of buying came in. Yesterday, initially, Tesla was also kind of weak. It was like selling off like right at market open, like very harshly. And then it made a bottom at like 180, right? And then it never really looked back. Today, same sort of look, honestly, with the chart. And then, it hasn't really tested back those lows again. I did try like a little long here, like 192. To see if that breakout was like really going to start to like kind of go to the upside. We're going to get some continuation here on Tesla, but not so much in the case. I ended up stopping out. But I think I'm just gonna be more patient with these positions. I feel like if I want to add to them, adding just closer to VWAP. I think I just got triggered into the short there on AMD. I was gonna basically take the short through 72, and I was watching it as Prad was talking about it too, and now it's really starting to sell off. So. Let me bid out and get some out there. Just a quick like 10-cent scalp, take some off there, and then try to hold some more for a bigger move. But some selling really starting to pour in here. Some red on the tape on AMD. So I was watching the market kind of pull off or pull back from VWAP, and then AMD was like kind of just hesitating around the 72 area. And I'm thinking like, okay, maybe AMD has a little bit further ways to fall here potentially if the 72 can't really hold up. But now we're seeing it get reclaimed, right? So. Essentially I did size down on this trade, but now it's really starting to kind of get back bought up above 72. But now it's got a risk above 72.50. High day, it's pretty straightforward, clear to find out. But that being said, like if that starts to break out, then I don't know. Maybe it's just the wrong thesis, so to speak, on AMD here. Maybe I should have been starting to get long in the morning, but that's okay. Rivian short. Let's take a quick look at Rivian. I know it was in play yesterday, I believe it was. They had their earnings. And so obviously, a big day yesterday. But today, not really doing too much. Only 9.4 mil volume on the day. So that's not going to be too exciting. I think in general, volume's kind of lower today. With Veterans Day, with Remembrance Day happening November 11th. Some of the it is a federal holiday, so the banks are closed and whatnot. So maybe some less volume in the market today. This morning was okay, but. Rivian, where are you short from? Maybe like in the 34 above that area. We are kind of breaking out though, so just kind of keep that in mind. Like I'm looking at the daily here, and I was looking at Rivian yesterday because obviously it was in play yesterday, but I couldn't really like get any defined levels on it. Obviously, it had a huge day, but we are at the top of this consolidation area and having sort of an inside day. So it is kind of asymmetrical risk, so to speak, here on Rivian. It might be a 1:1, risk trade, right? So just kind of keep that in mind if you are short. Strongest chart in a long time, AMD. Yeah, no kidding. And here I am shorted, but we'll see. Let's see what happens with that one. Hoodie broke 10. Let's take a quick look at Hoodie. I know this was like going crazy last week and whatnot, but obviously today, man, look at this daily chart. All the way up to like 190 and now back to 10. These names, this is why you got to be super careful with these names. Getting a little bit of a bump today here, but like, man, I'm staying away from this one. Like, you can tell here too, like, 10-cent spread, 15-cent spread on a $10 stock. Like, that's not something I'm going to be necessarily interested in, especially knowing that the history that Huddy has. So, just going to stay away from that one. Huddy on the run, yeah, maybe, who knows. I honestly don't care too much. Meta testing the highs once more, right? So, the shorts were kind of working on Meta a little bit earlier. Let me actually punch in. I actually like this again. We're getting another chance here. Meta is maybe a little bit weaker than AMD. Let me punch in short here on Meta just to see, essentially just risking off of these highs as well. We are potentially making a lower high here on Meta. Gonna watch this one closely. My other trade, Apple, that one's working. I think Apple's still the strongest name in the bunch, and that one continues to get bought up, right? So, I guess essentially that's my hedge. If the market continues to grind up, I'm gonna have the long name in Apple, and hopefully, some relevant or some relative weakness here in Meta.
I'm just currently talking to the other grad who's going to be in the basket for the party with Ian, and talking to him about how big of a joke we are when it comes to Square. So not too long ago, if you guys remember, I was telling you guys a story about how we went to a bar. We saw that they were using a Square terminal for accepting payments. We talked to them and they said, a lot of bars are actually using Square terminals. Their previous terminal was too expensive and Square is like the cheaper alternative route. And right then we were like, oh man, Snap is going to be a monster long coming in the near future because a lot of companies are using Square to process payments, and we should buy calls for it. I was even talking about it on the show to you guys, like Square, not financial advice, but maybe buying calls for Square long term. And then I was also asking Sean. I was asking Sean on that day or the next day, Sean, what do you think about buying calls for Square? He's like, you should do it. Sadly, I did not do it, and we missed out on it. Could have made so much money. Square was trading around $52, and after one positive earnings report, we're at $70 on Square. My best trade of the day today is Square. Actually, I took the long off the pre-market / opening drive. Well, maybe not opening drive, but the opening 30-minute range breakout and the pre-market breakout and the $69 breakout. So added on the break, got out close to 70, and then got out. My best out was 70.50. Looks like the stock struggled to get above 71, so I'm pretty happy with my exit overall. Could have gotten back in, but wasn't really watching Square. Kind of even forgot I was trading Square at one point, so missed out on the reload over here for this one. NIO, we closed the trade completely. It is now shut down. We took our profits on NIO on the short. That was a good 30-cent flush on it. That's what we were expecting it to happen. We got the profits on it, and we are adios, goodbye. Peace out. See you later. AMD. did dip under 72 for a split second, but then holding 72 again. This 72 bid is like super glue, gorilla glue, whatever you want to call it, double-sided sticky tape. It's that sticky icky. It does not want to break, and it keeps magneting back to 72 on AMD. I think I'm going to stay away from this trade for a little while. Let it really figure out what it wants to do. I don't want to be in the trade and then help it figure out what it wants to do while I'm making or losing money. I'll let it figure out what it wants to do around this level, and I'll come back to it when the variables are played out.
There is some size here on Meta. I just added to the short. You can see it there, 113.35. There's 339 lots on there. I am willing to get more short and just risk off higher day here. It seems like the market is really kind of like trying to figure itself out around this VWAP area, around this 39.75. I'm still catching myself saying 36 or 37. I can't believe that the market is all the way back up at 39. Yesterday was absolutely wild. You know, it was one to definitely you know, at least be a part of, and you know, try your hand. Yesterday I had a decent day, and then you know, today kind of gave back some, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Apple, Microsoft opinion, sure. Well, you know, I'm on the Apple long, so you're gonna know my opinion there. But let's take a quick look at Microsoft. Excuse me. Microsoft today up 1.3%. Man, all these dark pool wicks always happen on these big tech names. Let me see if I can just kind of, what is that? 1150. Where are we right here? 243. Let's see, there we go. Fixed all. There's another one though. Only up 1.3% today. Only 13 mil volume, guys, on the day. We are at the top end of this range though, like 250. So you know, I don't really mind that short. I would obviously be willing or wanting to wait closer to this 250 area. I think that's going to be more of an inflection point. But you know, Microsoft is holding up above VWAP as well. So you know, these tech names are pretty strong. AMD is dipping back down below 72. I saw some of you. Yeah, there you go. Filled on the bid, 71.95. There on AMD. So, you know, some of you guys are getting more along on that one. You know, it can go both ways, but, you know, we're watching that one pretty closely here. I think, Brad, you're still short AMD. No, you're not short AMD anymore. Yeah. Yeah, so I think 72 is probably going to hold up, but, yeah, we'll give it one more shot. What else are you guys trading? I haven't really been seeing you guys call it too much. CCL, I haven't looked at that one at all in a while, actually. You know, the travel industry is like one where it's like, it's really good to trade if it's in play, and then, you know, recently hasn't really been in play too much. Well, I guess like, you know, with some of the COVID restrictions potentially easing up, I guess, in China, then, you know, they'll start to come and play a little bit more. But, you know, CCL not doing too much, is slowly just grinding up today, 5%. Had a nice day breaking out yesterday, 950 area, and now, you know, kind of, there is a gap, I guess, on the daily up towards this 11 area, right? So if you're, you know, long from down here in a swing position, that's looking pretty nice on that one for CCL. I want to take a look at one more thing on the Chinese ADR theme, so to speak, and then we'll send it back over to Prad. But BOVESPA here, nice short in the morning in 72. Yeah, BABA. It seems as though every time the likes of like BABA or NIO, when they gap up, there's always like this, like obviously a gap like below, right? And there's always a lot of selling pressure. And I don't know if it's like, you know, investors kind of deleveraging these Chinese names, or, you know, they were swung long or something like that. But you know, if you catch this this breakout to the downside, you know, it can be quite profitable, right? So that's definitely something I'm going to be looking for. You know, moving forward on the likes of BABA and whatnot. I've been kind of successful with that one so far. But, you know, 70 holding up nicely. So, you know, just holding it, looking at the daily, 70 was yesterday's close, you know, so that one's holding up nicely there. You know, potential dip buy on BABA idea if it comes back down into that range. But for now, my trade's just basically flat, not doing too much. I guess that add on Meta was okay, because now we're back down into the teens, right, on Meta. So it didn't really, you know, fill that size kind of rejected there on Meta in the 30s. So you know what, this one for now continues to work for me. But I am, you know, willing to obviously average into this one as well.
What the heck is going on here? I'm trying to short Snapchat and I'm getting order rejections for Shopify. What?
Are you on a different window?
No,
Is Shopify open at all?
No, not even. It's not open on any window. I'm on the Snapchat. Oh wait, I actually got the fills. Oh, wait, what is going on over here? That's so confusing. Let's actually get rid of some of the size because we didn't want all that size. But that is so confusing. I kept getting Shopify rejects, but I ended up catching the fills. Maybe I didn't get Shopify rejects. Anyways, moving on. Guys, Snapchat, $11.50 coming in on Snapchat. I'm trying to short this $11.50 area. Let's see if we can end up with the winner on Snapchat. Today up 6.9% today, though. Absolute beautiful move to the north side for this bad boy. Kind of moving in tandem, maybe not in tandem, but sympathy move off Meta platforms overall. Meta with the crazy move all the way back to 103. I mean, what Meta was not too long ago at 90s and so on. And even Google with the pretty good move back to almost 100 over here. Currently trading at 95 for Google. But Disney, 25 cents in the money on the short for Disney. Let's go. Looks like that's paying us. But the market wants to go back to the north side over here. So maybe you want to be a little careful shorting stocks at the moment as the market is going back up north. At AMD, still above 72 and is now trying to go back to the high day of 72.50. Let's see if AMD manages to do that. Michelle saying AMD 74 end the day. Wow, okay, yeah, you're really bullish on AMD. Hopefully it hits 74 for you because that means some profits for you coming in. I personally am not in the trade, so I don't really, it doesn't matter where it goes to me anymore. So I pray for all of you it works out. It works out for Ian, it works out for you, it works out for AMD overall itself. Coming back to couple other positions. Wow, Square actually broke 71 just now. I was just saying Square has not managed to break 71 all day, so I'm happy with where I exited my long, but looks like I'm not going to be happy now as we are breaking 71. We're clearing 71 to the north side on SQs. Jack Dorsey is going to be very happy with this move.
Yeah, something's going against me here. The AMD trade did slice down that one, so I'm not like, it's not going to hurt me or anything, but obviously it's going to suck. Mike Crahan sent a super chat there asking about ATVI. If this deal is going to go through, or if it doesn't go through, what's the price going to be? What's the bio
$20.
price? What's the bio price again?
95.
It's something insane, right? Yeah. I thought it was in the 90s. I know Prad used to trade this a lot. This one was a little bit before my time here on the floor as as a bio trader and whatnot. So I never really traded this one as a buyout. But yeah, honestly, ATVI, if this buyout kind of falls through, which it seems like it seems like it is, yeah, this expect this one to go down. Obviously the 71 area is going to break. Is that 52-week lows? Let's take a look. It does seem like it is. I guess this was back. Well, no, actually, okay, I guess this is when the deal got announced, like right at the beginning of the year, January. So at least expect it to travel back down to the 60s area where it was trading before, right? But yeah, like I said, I haven't really been trading ATVI that much. AMD 75 end of day. Yeah, I see some of you guys calling out that. That's a bold prediction.
Estimated completion date 31st March 2023. So there's a long time for this deal to close.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing with these deals, guys, is that you'll notice that when they come closer to their actual completion time, it creeps closer to the price, right? If it's actually going through, right? So we're still a ways away. That's like 4 or 5 months now until this kind of potentially gets closed. Someone just said Tesla in the chat. Let's take a quick look at Tesla. I always like to do that when someone calls it out. It looks like Tesla is breaking out here and testing these highs once again, 193. So some strength coming in here into Tesla. The market is pushing up. Let me actually get some out of my Apple trade. Hello. Yeah, that one's working well. I guess the only trade that's kind of working well for me, but that's okay. Yeah, Tesla is pushing to this 193 area once again. It rejected it slightly there. It has broken out, guys. The high is 193.86. So close to that 194 area. Yeah, I think that Tesla probably. I didn't really see the size there, but I'm not really willing to take a breakout, this late in the day off of any size, and I don't believe that there is any size there. Oh, there's like 500 lots, which is decent for Tesla here midday, but that can get wiped out very, very quickly. So don't really lean on that one too much. Snap broke 1150. Are you trading Snap, Brad?
Yeah, I got stopped out on the break of 1150, so no more trades left on board for me. I'm currently watching the SPY and NASDAQ actually take out the high day. NASDAQ pretty much a high day. SPY not at the high days yet. And also looking at AMD, I think AMD breaking of the 7250 long towards 73 or 74 might be something to take a look at. There is some size on the ask for AMD though. 400 lots on 72.47 at the moment. We'll see if that level breaks and continues going to the north side. It is almost the end of lunchtime too. It's only 2 minutes till lunchtime, official lunchtime ends, and maybe volume comes into the market with NASDAQ moving the way it is, with QQQ moving the way it is to the north side. We're expecting to see some big volume spikes coming in on some of these trades over here, allowing them to break out and absolutely rip. Someone's saying INTC. Let's go check out Intel. Wow, Intel is at $30.24. This is why you use stops, ladies and gentlemen. That stop saving my life at the moment, and you know, keeping my day green. Thankfully, if that stop wasn't there, I would have been crying at the moment, because that was a big move on Intel to the north side. So obviously now we're waiting for AMD to leech off of that move and also rip to the upside itself. Unless QQQ rejects off the high day, then I'm not sure if we really have that move in the market or not. Someone said Meta at the high day. Let's go check out Meta platforms. 1.6% to the north side on Meta today. Almost back to $114. High day on Meta, 113.84. We're at 113.78. Let's see if this double top actually rejects on Meta platforms, or do we get a breakout the way that the market wants to go to the north side? Are you thinking short Meta right now? Never, he says. Ooh, so I think I'm going to be hands off on that one.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get run over in that one. I'm still looking at Tesla here. It did reject this 193 pretty handsomely there and pulled back quite a bit. But, you know, with the market kind of grinding up here, I don't want to get too hasty, you know, on the short side. You know, the AMD trade is not really working for me as I expected, and same with the Meta trade, right? But Meta is kind of, you know, running into that double top area. Someone here, super chat from Mohammed. AQN, I believe that's a Canadian stock from the TSX for a swing trade. Yeah, we could take a look at that one. Obviously, we do have TSX entitlements here. I'm blanking here. It's
TO?
Yeah, yeah. Wow, I totally just blanked out there.
That's how useless the market is.
Actually, we like trading TSX, you know, sometimes. You know, trade some buyouts on TSX here and there. Although a lot of the level 2 is Fugazi, though. No,
TSX market sucks.
It's sometimes not bad.
It's
Don't
trash.
sleep on it. Do not sleep on the TSX
It's
market.
watching paint dry.
Swing trade, Mohammed. Are you talking about a long here? Because, you know, just looking at this daily, obviously it got crushed. It got crushed today. It's down 18%. I'm not sure of the catalyst here in, you know, for today, but clearly there is a catalyst. So maybe if you know the catalyst, you know, shout it out in the chat here. But yeah, you know, I hope it's not a long trade, because, you know, where are you really kind of risking off of? I'm going to zoom back out here as far as we can kind of go. And, you know, since last year, this is by far, like, this might be all-time lows if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, AQN just getting absolutely smashed here. If you're short, then obviously, you know, this is probably a good time to cover. But if you're long, you know, depending on where you got long, just kind of be careful with that one, because, you know, that one can keep grinding down. Let's send it to Brendan at the BitGuest.
Hey guys, give you an update here on oil markets this afternoon, as we are seeing a little bit of a move on oil today back to the downside. Currently, we did have a huge gap to the upside on these China headlines this morning. If you missed it again, China regulators coming out saying they are in fact going to go ahead with easing some of the COVID restrictions within the country, saying that it'll come down to quarantine time and how much quarantine time individuals who are exposed to positive case will have to spend. And that includes anyone traveling into and out of China. So here, still 2.25%. This was much more than 3% at the high. We got all the way to 90. 90 ends up rejecting back to the downside. But yeah, all about this note this morning. Positive demand possibly, or more demand coming out of China after the COVID rules get eased, guys.
Meta now at a new high a day, 114.24 coming in on Meta. AMD triggered my stop triggered my entry to the north side on the break of 72.50, but then immediately died right under 72.50 for AMD. So being a little patient over here, giving it a little bit of a wiggle room, more than I wanted to, but we'll just see if it ends up being a good long for us. If it doesn't, then I'm instantly flipping back to the short side on that trade. Huddy got apparently rug pulled from $11 to $10. A big move to the south side on HUDI as the market was going higher. So we're just watching over here what HUDI does. Up 11% still, even after getting rug pulled over there a little bit. And AMD once again back under 72.50, trading near 72.42 or so. Let's just wait and see what ends up happening with AMD for ourselves. That's our only trade on board. Thankfully, we closed our Disney short, and now Disney breaking 95 to the upside. We got a nice little 40-cent scalp on Disney before it did this. So thankfully, we're not getting any damage on Disney. Disney is our third best stock of the day. Let's go check out some other positions like NIO. Looks like NIO is consolidating here around VWAP, and it might be a time to look for a long here on NIO. Right back to the high a day. If this range low breaks, then we just jump out of that trade and move on from it. Currently staring at Snapchat at $11.60. Wow, Snapchat. I see you. QQQ still going north. S&P 500 still going north. Part of me wants to see 4K coming in as a test at least. I mean, if 4K is getting tested, that would be a good spot for me to short the S&P 500 futures. 0 trades on the futures side today. I've been waiting for the 4K level to come in and just never came into play.
There was some size there at Tesla at 194. There was about 1,000 lots there, and I saw that I quickly got into the front run trade in the short, and then it quickly just didn't work. That size got taken, and then it made a new high a day. So we are kind of claiming this 194. If we zoom out a bit, this is like essentially the resistance area from the morning. So that's, obviously the thesis behind that trade. But now that it's broken out, not going to try that one again. That short, the trade idea is done, right? So, you can't kind of keep trying it. Although, if we break down below, maybe then we get back in and, that'll be like a wick off top there. But just want to be patient with that one. Don't want to get too hasty on that one and give back a lot of, profits I've taken out on Apple for the likes of that one to Tesla here. And, Apple is continuing to work here as the one long trade that I do have on. I actually am going to hop back into this there because now there's size reloaded back on the bid. Let's zoom back there.
Yeah,
there's 250, another 250 lots there at 194. Again, they're on Tesla. So I am back into the short. A lot less size this time because obviously this is less size on the offer there. But if this is a wick off top here on Tesla 194, I want to be participating in that one. But it is still struggling with that one. So I'm watching that on the side. Let me actually just get my stop in just in case, because, we've seen the likes of Tesla just kind of rip everyone's faces off. I think there might be a reserve there actually at 194 because they tested it quite, and it took some of the size there and then never broke. So, watching this one very, very closely. But other than that, no trades on for me. AMD will rip. Watch out. I mean, you guys have been talking about AMD. Are you short back AMD again now, Brad?
Yeah.
Let's take a quick look at this one. This one's been kind of whipping me around quite a bit here, but I don't want to get too emotional with this one. Just hop back into the short because I've lost on it twice now, right? So that's the key, right? Don't make emotional decisions and whatnot. After losing on it twice, 3 strikes you're out. I don't know if I even want to go at bat. This third time here, I might just go walk myself back to the bench here on AMD.
Yeah, I'm now Shopify short too. I've been waiting for this $40 level to come into play all day. Kind of like a repetitive trade from yesterday. If you guys remember, my wonder why my executions are not showing, but was shorting around 36, taking some nice little short fills on Shopify. I think Shopify yesterday was my best trade of the day. I did get a short over here on Shopify, a short over here. We got stopped out, and now this is the real spot that I've been waiting for all day on this bad boy. So let's take some fills on this one and see if we can bully Shopify back under 40 just like that, and take a nice little profit all the way back down to maybe 39.50s. That would be awesome to get out of it. And looks like AMD is trying to. It did go down to 72.35s, but we're back to 72.40s. We're currently short 72.43 on AMD as the NASDAQ keeps on trying to pull upside, and you know, it looks like it wants to keep going higher for the NASDAQ because the UVXY is at the lower days also. So we'll just have to wait and see patiently to see if UVXY breaks those lows or if it bounces from those lows and goes higher, at which point the market should technically should technically come back to the downside.
I'm watching Amazon here now as well. This one continues to grind up. It looks like it is thoroughly reclaiming. Let me get this dark bull wick out of here, man. We got to get these charts looking a little bit better here. One to it just kind of throws me off too. Okay, that now it's gonna crash. That's okay. But yeah, essentially Amazon, it is reclaiming this $100 area now. If it can really kind of show face and hold up above this $100 area, you know, it's gonna grind higher. There is some size there at 150, so maybe some longs trying to offload. What is the previous high? Is that real there? 178. I guess it is, right? That happened around 10:30 there, right? So you know, it's not like we haven't been here before. But now, you know, some actual strength kind of showing up here on Amazon. I did get a little bit more shares there on Tesla once again. Still nowhere close to the size I had on the first time. But if we're not actually able to reclaim this 194, and now looks like we actually are, as soon as I bring it up, wow. As soon as I bring it up, there it goes, stops me out, and now, you know, really pushing up above this 194 area. So, you know, gonna have to put that idea to rest, and I'm just gonna hold on to my lonely little Apple trade here that I don't have that much on anymore. Wow, Tesla is just ripping here. So the 195, I think Neil mentioned it in the morning. 195 was that big level from you know, the past week or so on Tesla that it couldn't really get above, right? So, you know, maybe that's where it stops. Gonna be patient, wait to see if there's any sort of you know, inclination of size there. But that's gonna be you know, the next idea that I have for Tesla on that one. The December might not be as red as last year. It's a buyer's market. There will be people buying and holding to carry over onto 2023 at a good entry price. Yeah, I mean, potentially. Like, I think obviously yesterday was a good win. Like, it's a good win, and you know, the bulls should celebrate it. But that being said, like, we're not out of the woods yet. You know, obviously the Fed's gonna need to see a couple months or a few months in a row of inflation actually going down, you know, for them to, you know, potentially start to talk about pivoting, right? Of course, you know, if you look up that CME tool, and I'll quickly bring it up here, CME Fed rate tool, this has actually gone very much in favor of the 50% basis point rate, right? So let me bring it up here so you guys can see it. Make it full screen there. So, you know, our current rate now is 375 to 400, and then this is now saying that's an 80% chance for a 50 basis point raise for next time, right? So that's obviously going to be in December. I think it says there December 14th, right? So that's, I think, going to be the next big, I guess, market mover trade, if you will. But yeah, you know, don't get your egg, don't put all your eggs into one basket. That's what I'm trying to say here, onto the long side, because, you know, we're not out of the woods yet.
You naysayer.
I'm a bull through and through. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, you know, I'm hella long in my long-term account. Like, Google is you know, not doing that great for me right now. So I'd love for it to kind of keep going, but you know, you don't want to get too hasty with that. You know, you gotta accept all potential you know, outcomes, I guess, moving forward, right? So, you know, obviously the CPI is still very high. Inflation is still very high. 7.7% is still extremely high. It's nowhere close to where the Fed wants it to, right? They want it to more towards that 2% area, right? So, you know, got to keep that in mind.
I don't know
we still got a ways to go.
CPI is 7.7 when this piece of crap costed me $11.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because, like, you know, it's not like, you know, eggs are costing any less, or like, you know, groceries or whatever, like the charging cables, whatever, like gas is still expensive.
$11. Like, I could have bought Super Chicken with that.
Speaking of which, you know, we gotta try that other chicken place, that one.
Wingstop?
Wingstop, yeah.
They delayed their open.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It was supposed to open at Luca's birthday. They delayed their open, and now we're stuck with no Wingstop for a little bit longer. But I'm glad you remembered. Yeah, we got to try out that spot. I love wings, man. I love especially like the spots that have like the Parmesan flavor with like whatever.
I recently had All Stars. I don't know if you had
All-Star's not
All
bad.
Stars. Yeah, All Stars not bad. Obviously, they're known for like having like a million different flavors.
Yeah.
So you know, try kind of a trip down memory lane on that one. But yeah, excited for the new wings place to go, and you know, we'll try that one.
Yeah, I think Ricky Rose actually owns a store somewhere out in Miami, I believe, for a Wingstop or a franchise store. Rick Ross, for those if you're wondering who Ricky Rose is. NASDAQ still keeps on flying to the north side. We're now at 11,800 on the NASDAQ, up 1.48% for the NASDAQ market. S&P 500 almost back to 3,900. We're only 2 points away from 3,900, which was the previous high day for the opening market. I want to talk about quickly the like button, which is still underappreciated. But someone in the chat said, guys, get to 3K because we want to hear Neil rap. I appreciate that, but sadly, the morning show and the midday show like count does not count towards the Neil's rap counter. That's for the closing show. So make sure on the closing show you get to 2K. But I would love for us to get to 3K, and we just now did get to 3K. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There's still 4,600 of you watching at the moment. I think we can easily get a little bit higher than 3K. So smash that like button, hit that subscribe button, ring that notification bell, and all that good stuff that helps us with the YouTube algorithm. Currently in the Shopify short, we're 18 cents in the money on the Shopify short, and the NIO long, we're 3 cents out of the money as it's pulling towards VWAP still. With the help of NASDAQ going up and S&P 500 going up, I'm expecting NIO to find a reason to create a double bottom around VWAP and then rip to the north side. That would be awesome to take some longs off of that. Looks like 1919 is that low. I don't know if I want to give it all the way up to that low. I might just give it up to $11.20. If 11.20 breaks, then I'm probably just walking out of this trade for a loser. But Shopify, man, let's go 30 cents in the money on Shopify. Let's take some size out here to protect our capital that's being offered to us on the stock.
I want to address one comment there. Derek said, stopped out again on Tesla trying to short in front of that size at 195. The FOMO might be back in the market. Derek, I was thinking about that exact same trade, man. So, you know, I don't blame you for taking that one or trying that one. I am short now, though. As it, you know, kind of flushed back down through 195. I wanted to set the stop order to take the breakdown through 195, and then it just went without me. So I just had to kind of punch in. So my price isn't the greatest, but you know, the market, I saw this, and this was kind of, you know, gave me more inclination here to, you know, to punch into this one. Look at this. This is a 5-minute candle here on the ES, and I guess that's like a, you know, a bearish hammer candle, or a bearish. Is that what it's called, Brad? Bearish hammer candle.
You're asking the wrong person.
Yeah, I got to brush up on my, you know, candle. You know, we don't really look at candles here when we trade, you know, I'll be honest. But, you know, that looks like a little bit bearish to me. So rejecting these highs once again here on the ES there. So, you know, I'm trying to, you know, short in front of this 195 area. Well, I guess it's like a zone, right? Because
the free fall candle. Baby.
The free fall candle, yeah, those kill candles, right? Those are the ones that, you know, Pratt enjoys the most. But yeah, essentially now short here on Tesla. Going to give this one a little bit, you know, a little bit of space to the upside. Above that 195, oversold to the upside. I mean, maybe, right? But you know, maybe we do end up testing that 3,900. And here we go, right away, reclaiming this 195 area. So, you know, maybe going to be wrong on this Tesla short once again. But you know, sometimes it's just how it goes, right? Sometimes if you continue to take some L's, you know, it's just not your day in the market, right? You can't be your day every day. Otherwise, you know, you probably wouldn't be trading that long because you'd just be making super bank every single day, right? But
that's loser talk.
That's loser talk. No, but what I'm trying to say is that, you know, when it's not your day, sometimes it's just you just gotta stop early and, you know, live to trade another day. Don't go blowing your whole account. You know, trying to front run 195 at Tesla. That's really what I'm trying to say there. AMC going again. I know AMC had a big day yesterday, and then, you know, today. I wasn't necessarily interested in trading it, but it is up 12%. So maybe, you know, we should have been focusing a little bit more on it there. But there, I just got stopped out of Tesla. It looks like the $6 level held pretty nicely here. But man, just look at this daily. It's so beat up. I don't know if these levels really mean too much here on AMC. it's not the same trading this one anymore, right? Like obviously we're so used to trading this one when it was like super volatile, halting and whatnot. It did give us a few days earlier this year in the summer there, but not so much anymore. Regardless, you know, for those AMC apes out there, hopefully holding from $3, now you're back $4 in the money here on AMC. Maybe it's time to start cashing some out if you're, you know, your prices are that good. But if you're holding the bag, then obviously, you know, just keep holding. What can you do?
Right on. Currently, super chat time, actually. Yeah, let's go to super chats real quick as we don't have much time left over here on the midday show with Ian and Brad. I did punch a new position, guys. I took a small short on Meta, and I have an order to take more size on the breakdown of 114 if it does happen. That'll be something that I'm looking forward to, but not looking good because the market is back above 11,800 for the NASDAQ market, and S&P 500 trying to break that 3,900 area. 3,990 area, so maybe 4K does come into play today. Talking about 4K, Stop Console Wars in the chat was saying, oh, of course you like that 4K number, you're a gamer. I didn't understand it at first, but you said 4K gaming. 4K gaming is for the casuals, buddy. I'm a real gamer where I turn down the graphics to absolute dog water levels.
FPS, right?
Yeah, it's for the FPS. It's for the input lag. And the latency, right? So I turned down the graphics to absolute dog water levels to the point where it looks like you're playing Roblox almost. But it gives me better frames per second. It gives me lower latency for input lag and mouse and keyboard input lag, and that's what gamers do to kind of cheat around the system over there. 4K gaming is not for competitive gaming, but it is a thing for sure. People do 4K gaming. 1 millisecond gaming right here, baby. People rag on me for using a wireless mouse for trading, but this Logitech wireless mouse is a masterpiece. It's a 1 millisecond delay, a gaming masterpiece. Just insane how beautiful these Logitech mice are these days. But I was going to talk about Super Chats, so let's quickly go to Super Chats over here. Super Freeze with 11.99 euro. Big fan, 2.9. I think we already talked about this platform. Forgot to like sometimes. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Pratt. Always, yeah, I think we talked about this too. Let me do Bears versus Bull a favor and just hit that thumbs up button on those ones. AVCT is popping. Any ideas how big of a pop? I mean, that's your guess is as good as mine on that one. If it's popping, how big of it, how small of it. You could look at previous resistance levels and guess that it could pop to that. Right now, my idea would be, you know, pop to $1, which it already popped to $1, and then now looks like it wants to reject $1. It's a penny stock that is broken $1 and made a high of 1.02, but now sadly back under $1. So just not looking like it wants to stay above that price. Going back to Super Chats over here. La Familia says, Austin, thank you for that, Austin. La Familia indeed, baby. We are all family. Mike Crahan, what's the price of Activision deal? I think you did this one, right? Activision deal price, I.O. Deucin. Oh, okay, got you. So Activision deal is, there's this website right here, alpharank.com. If you go over to it, you can click on any of the buyouts. So if you go to Activision right here, you see 95 is the consideration price. Deal expected to close around 31st of March on next year, and it was originally announced on the 18th of January of this year. What is this? Acquire financial target, legal advisor, acquire legal advisor. I guess that's their lawyers and transaction details, arbitrage return, and so on, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, that's the answer for you over there. 95 is where it's going to get bought out for if the deal does go through. And you're asking, in your opinion, Dustin Poirier or Michael Chandler? I think Michael Chandler is going to whoop Dustin Poirier's butt, absolutely, and then slap some hot sauce on his face after. So easy win for Chandler over there, no doubt. I mean, dude, Chandler is a monster. It's out of my ear. Chandler's a monster. The reason why I took that earpiece out is because I had some useless person talking in my ear from across the room, telling me about the last fight card that I was so bullish about. Sadly, it didn't go my way. Charles Oliveira did lose that fight. But coming back to here, I think Chandler's going to absolutely whoop Dustin. Israel's going to beat Alex, but it's going to be a tough fight for Israel. Willie Zhang's going to beat Carla Esparza. Frankie Edgar is old, man. I think this is going to be his retirement match, so we'll see who wins this one. And obviously, I got to go for Dan Hooker. He's with the Israel Adesanya team. That's the City Kickboxing team. So I gotta stick with Dan Hooker on that one.
I'm just watching Tesla here at 196. It was pretty interesting. It broke out 196. And then someone just like jammed the bid with like 400 lots above 196. So I tried the long and that quickly didn't work. That quickly got filled to the downside. And now we're right back below 196 again. There are some sellers here at 196, but I don't know how many times I want to try this and, continue to get run over. Right? I'm just trying to be really patient now and, try to take some better trades, I think, here on Tesla. Taking some... not necessarily bad trades, like these are front run trades, but clearly the market was grinding up higher, but we are starting to run into some trouble here. But man, I don't know about picking tops, but clearly there is some selling here on Tesla. Tilray, is Tilray popping off, guys? Is that what you guys are all calling it out in the chat? I'm bringing up here, I guess, like 8%. There was a little bit of a volume spike, so I don't know if there's some sort of news here on Tilray, but it is breaking high a day, guys. So this is pushing high a day now. The time of sales is basically frozen in time. So, volume spike, sure, but it's nowhere near the volume that was, getting pushed at open there. Nice opening drive, though, on Tilray, so that's pretty cool. But let's zoom out the daily here, and let's look at some top-side levels. Obviously, this 450 is huge. Just looking at these two big candles here, 450, that's going to be a huge inflection point. So, we're just about 25 cents away from that. I don't know if we get there today. Maybe we do. Like, it's up 10%. You guys are, talking about in the chat. Maybe it gets there. Nicole Harris, thank you for a super chat there. TLY, Matterport, and AMC. Let's start with TLY. That's going to be New York. What's TLY? Is it AM?
No, just try a bunch of markets.
Oh, okay. Are you talking about TLRY? Okay, so that's Tilray. Let's take a look at Matterport. I know Matterport had their earnings as well. Only 12 mil volume on the day, not really doing too much. Let me see the chart there. Matterport, come on. 26%, to the upside though, right? Running into trouble around this 4 area, but it's been consolidating. Well, not really consolidating, but it had this like huge move yesterday. And I think Matterport is that metaverse play. I think they're involved in the metaverse. So, maybe getting bumped up with Meta. Obviously, Meta, having 2 really strong days, and there's a gap on the daily for Meta. So, leaning more towards filling that gap. And we talked about AMC a little bit earlier, but regardless. Nicole, thank you for the super chat and thank you for your support. I know you're a pretty big time viewer for the show.
Yes, sir. Or ma'am, thank you for the super chat. Sorry about that. Looking at the S&P 500, we did break the high day by 1 point. 3,991 is now the new high day. Let's see if we reject breaking by 1 point, not that big of a difference. But let's see if the market pulls back from this double top area, or do we manage to continue going to the north side on the market? I want to take a short on, obviously not going to get filled, because why would I get filled, right? There we go. Now we're going to take that short on the SPYs to see if we can get a nice little pullback coming in onto the market, and also take a short on QQQs here and see if we can get that move to the south side and profit on the short. Shopify did manage to pull back to $40 apparently, so we're only 1 penny in the money compared to being 20, 30 pennies in the money on that trade, and we still have most of our size left on board on that one, so not looking good for Shopify. Let's see if Shopify can pull back for us to the downside, or will it break the high day of $40.10 and continue ripping? A Canadian company with positive earnings catalyst not too long ago, and still leaning off that positive catalyst all the way up to $40. So monster move coming in for Shopify and in the last few days, especially in this last week. Looking back at the scanners over here, looking at WBD, Warner Brothers Digital or Discovery. Is it Discovery or Digital? Warner Brothers Discovery. Yeah, I thought so. Warner Brothers Discovery making a new high a day, absolutely ripping to the north side. 14% up on the day almost. And currently, if you look at it on the daily chart over here, that blue line might be a little invisible for you guys. Probably can't see it, but that blue line is the 50-period EMA on the daily chart. We are exactly at that price or at that number. Let's see if that 50-period EMA is going to put Warner Brother Digital in some risk, or will it actually keep ripping past that level? NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 still ripping, so our shorts on the QQQs and the SPYs are a little bit of a question mark territory. You know, are they going to work for us? Are they not going to work for us? So we're just waiting to see patiently to see if those trades end up paying us or not. UVXY at the low a day and not really pushing too much further than the low a day. Same with the market. At the high a day, not really pushing too much further than the high a day. So let's see if we can take a UVXY long over here by giving it that couple cents of risk to the downside to the low a day break. If low a day breaks, we walk away from it. If low a day doesn't break on UVXY, we get a nice little pop maybe to VWAP, allowing us to take some profits on that one too. This is basically the same trade as going short on the market.
Someone's asking AMD short, what do we think? I mean, I had a couple shorts on it, got run over.
Almost at 73, wow.
It's all the way up at 73, guys. It's up 6.5%. You know, it was one of the stronger names in the stock market today, that's for sure, at least in the big tech sector. So, you know, AMD short, what do I think? I think don't short it. You know, it's probably best not to short something that's, you know, super strong on the day. You know, look for something that's a little bit relatively weaker on the, you know, overall day on the market. Rather than AMD, right? So I would probably just stay away from that. I'm going to stay away from it at least. Got some NEO at 11.31. I know Prad's long NEO, so maybe you could talk about that one next time it gets swung to him, but I'll leave that one for him. I was looking back at this Tesla. It does look like Tesla is rejecting 196. So, you know, if that is going to be the top, you know, this is what I said. I want to be a little bit more patient with this one. So, you know, maybe short like a lower high type of setup as opposed to just trying to pick the top and nail that one, right? You know, to trade perfect, it's not always going to happen that way. You know, more times than not, actually, it will not happen that way. So, you know, maybe it's just not my day here on Tesla, but that's okay. You know, you live to tell the tale and you live to, you know, trade it potentially another day. Short Amazon at 101. I was looking at that one as well. So I'm glad you kind of brought that one up. It is kind of, you know, there is some size there. There's like 700, 800 lots. There is some buying though. So it does look like it potentially is, you know, obviously going to test. I don't know if that size gets taken, but the market is pushing up higher, right? And we've seen continuously now these offers just get smashed, right? So that's why I'm not hammering this short right now, this front run, because, you know, we've seen it happen on Meta, we've seen it happen on Tesla. You know, I was watching Apple earlier. There was some size at 149 that got smashed. So I'm assuming this 101 is going to get smashed as well because, you know, Amazon is another really strong name on the day, 4.5% up on the day. Yesterday I had a huge day, right? So, you know, clearly, you know, some buying here on Amazon. So I'm not willing to, you know, really try to hammer these shorts here, but yet to be broken though. The high, it says there exactly 101, right? So, you know, maybe it was briefly tested. There we go. So this is going to break. That's a pretty big reserve there I saw at 101. You can tell, guys, when you're reading the tape, so you see all those 101s, flats going off there. That means there's probably an iceberg offer there or a reserve there. That was a pretty big order, 1,000 shares. But, you know, this 101 has yet to break, right? So clearly someone at 101 is just soaking shares there. It's just soaking shares at 101. And I hear Luca going off in the back. Was that Luca? I think it's Luca. Maybe not Luca, but you know, I heard someone going off in the back there. Maybe they're looking at Amazon as well. But yeah, big reserve here at 101. Let me bring this up here. Let me try. Let me try this one. Doesn't hurt to try. If that 101 breaks, you know, we're gonna be out of this one, and we'll see where this one goes. But yeah. Oh, I think it just broke there briefly. I saw 101.01 there on the offer on my level 1. So maybe it broke briefly there, but it still seems like that reserve is still there, guys. You saw those prints go off on 101 once again on the offer. So, you know, we're now short on Amazon at 97, and, you know, going to see if this reserve holds.
Right on, mate. Currently watching. I had to jump out of my QQQ and SPY shorts because the market keeps on going higher. And I did mention that 4K area is where I wanted to be short. So if the market is going to give me that opportunity to short 4K, I'd much rather just wait for it. And if 4K breaks and goes higher than 4K today, this market, baby, maybe we do see the test of all-time highs coming back into play very soon because of the CPI number. Neil's giving a stank face right now for that statement. All-time highs, Brad, forget about it. Oh, it's for something else? Oh, it's for Amazon. Oh, okay, he's giving the stink face for Amazon. So it looks like more people are actually watching Amazon on the floor. But you said you were going to throw it to me for NIO, Ian. So let's go check out what NIO is doing. Looks like that long is paying us. Thankfully, we do have a long on board to take advantage of this market move that's coming in. And Meta Platforms making a new high day. So let's jump out of that. 4K is coming in, guys. 4K on the market is coming in here. Let's get ready for this trade for myself.
Now there's some size there at 98 on Amazon. So, clearly there's some particular interest here. I know Neil was trading Amazon there, and we're all kind of watching this one now, just seeing what happens here because you got the reserve at 101, so that size just got taken. That reserve is still there at 101. I just saw that. Yeah, I don't know, something very funky going on here on Amazon, but I think I'm just gonna kind of get off of that one. Now I'm watching for a real break. Yeah, so yeah, Neil's watching for that breakout if Amazon starts to break out. But we are, like Brad said, we are testing closer to that 4K area on the ES, right? So I think maybe we get like a little fake out breakout there on the 4K. Now the shorts starting to. Well, there is some more selling, but I want to accelerate more to the downside into the 80s. If I see the 80s, let me actually just bid maybe. See the 80s, then I'll take out some there on Amazon. So now I'm going to start bidding a bit if that short continues to work. But man, it's just kind of dilling right now. It really wants to decide what it wants to do. GME, AMC, no volume, but keep going up. Yeah, that's like basically means that there's no liquidity, right? So when there's no liquidity, it's really tough for us to really kind of get involved in that, right? Like I don't really want to be, trading, thin air, so to speak, right? I want to be trading with other traders and more, participation in the market. So that's why we kind of lean away from those ones a lot. Roku soaring. I know Prad's a fan of Roku. Let's see here.
Take that back right now.
Man, it is. It is up 11%, right? So testing that once. Do it, bro. I dare you. Once it is testing that 62 area, breaking out here. This consolidation, I guess, man, so many things are breaking out, right? So I'm just saying the same thing over and over again about these stocks, but obviously some buyers stepping up in the market overall in general. But like I said, guys, don't start pouring in all your money into the buy just quite yet, right? Maybe you could start dabbling a bit, but keeping patient and keep waiting for
who
for
paid
better
you
prices.
to be a shill today?
A what?
A shill.
What's a shill?
A short selling shill. I know. I'm gonna mention it. A short selling, like whoever's a short seller, like the AMC guys, like the apes, they say that if you're shorting AMC, you're a shill. You're a short selling shill. Yeah,
I've never heard that one before. I think Sean was going to point out someone just gifted us 10 Trader TV Live memberships. So thank you so much, Cyberspeed, for that one. Obviously you're a big fan of the show, and thank you for that donation. It's very kind of you.
Love seeing those things coming in. The super chats, the donations of what's called the Trader TV Live memberships and so on. Thank you for hooking up the viewers with that. Looks like S&P 500 futures might pull back without even touching that 4K area, which is going to be very upsetting for myself because I wanted to short the futures off of that level. But yeah, at least we have a position on the ETFs for SPYs and for the QQQs that we can use to take advantage of that move, I guess. And currently NIO popped up to the north side, so we're 15 cents in the money on NIO, taking some size out of NIO over here on that pop just to make sure we can capitalize on that move. And now if the market really pulls back, UVXY, which we are long, absolutely flat on that position, should start paying us some profits to the north side too. So waiting for UVXY over here to start getting elevated to the north side with the market pulling back. Let's see what the chat is talking about. We got another super chat. who is breaking out like AMC, 625% up in my option. Let's go, Nicole Harris, absolute monster. People in the chat are also alerting AMC, big volume spike on AMC, big breakout alert on AMC. Look at the stock now, above $7, 16% up on the day, and we're exactly in this range high over here on AMC. Not sure if we have a move above this range high on AMC, so expecting a short to play out overall. That's just Bear Prad talking at the moment. We'll see if AMC can continue ripping to the north side. Obviously, you want to be careful shorting AMC. You can ask Citadel about that, and you can ask what's that company, Citron. Citron. Every time they release a short report, AMC just absolutely destroys Citron over there. Currently, QQQ shorts and SPY shorts are working for us. 30 cents in the money on each of them. And sadly, NIO, which was 15 cents, only 4 cents in the money. So a little bit of a question mark coming in on that one. MES, man, I wanted to short MES closer to 4K. I guess I should have just taken that fill at 3997 and given it like a 4-point move to the north side. If I lose that 4 points, whatever, want loser, move on. But if I didn't lose that 4 points, I would have been in a nice little move to the south side. 7-point short already in the money.
That's difficult though, right? Because you're risking off 4K. Realistically, you should be risking off a little bit higher, right? Like, it's probably going to do its like little thing, tick 4K, and then, go back down. But, it is what it is. Amazon short is now starting to pay me a little bit here. This one's working for me, 20 cents in the money. So, clearly that guy's soaking shares up closer to that 101 area. Or that person rather, was, really trying to sell this down, and, some selling really starting to step up here. So I am slowly bidding out of this one and getting some shares out here into the 70s. Actually, let me bid a little bit more on that one. Did I get that fill there? Okay, yeah, I did. Okay, cool. So, slowly scalping this one out and, making some money back here on this Amazon short. So, clearly we got one trade right. This Tesla 196 though, man, oh man, that one is probably gonna hurt me. But it looks like it tested back to that 196, and I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't take that short, but now it's all the way back down to 194.50, right? So if you had that short, that one's really working out nicely for you. My Apple position, and I'll be completely honest, like I don't have enough size to kind of scalp this out. So what I'm doing now is I'm just trailing my stop, right? I'm basically just trailing my stop to see how high it can kind of go and keep it going essentially, and see how long I can kind of hold this. But Apple has been working for me. It's like $2 in the money now on that one. But yeah, I'm not going to be really managing this one. Yeah, $2. Yeah. So I was long around 147 there on Apple. So we could sing the sirens for that one. It's not really making up for the rest of my trades here, but that's okay. Still a solid winner on the day. Hood short. Can we check out that chart? Yeah, we can take a look at Hood. I saw you mention that a little bit earlier. My bad for not getting to it. You said you're short Hood right now. I hope you're short up here in the 12s, because that would have been a monster short, man. But regardless, shorting potentially these pops here. Obviously, Hood has been getting continuously beat down, guys. It's one of the weaker stocks in the market, that's for sure. Tesla as low as the $7 area, but I zoomed a little bit too much there. Just look at this. I'm going to draw a trend line. I don't really draw trend lines too often, but look at this one here. It looks as though we have kind of broken out of this, this little uptrend, or this little mini uptrend here, and we're kind of testing back that area, right? So I wouldn't mind that short if you are kind of getting short at these prices here on Hood. But obviously, if you're short from 12, I hope you took out some profits there on this big flush. But now looking to potentially add to that one. But yeah, good short on that one. There, Victor was your name.
Victor, thank you for that outlook on Hood. Ian, currently the market trying to go back up once again by touching 39.90. Maybe we do see that test of 4K coming into play at some point. Got into an AMD short, took some profits off SPY and on QQQ shorts over here when I was 60 cents in the money, and still have some size left on the board for both of these trades. They're both 30 cents in the money at the moment. NIO only a penny in the money, waiting for NIO to pop again so I could take profits. But maybe if the market pulls back down, there is no pop on NIO to come into play. So being a little careful on that position and waiting for AMD to now pull back from 73 all the way to maybe 72, maybe even 71. That'll be fun to see if the shorts on AMD can play out. We did have to battle AMD quite a bit, but even after all the battles that we had on AMD, I'm only down $9 on that stock today. So quite a bit of a proper risk management being applied on AMD for myself, and maybe now if we get a big win on it, we can easily turn AMD into a positive trade for myself. Michelle's saying, Pratt, stop shorting AMD. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, the stock is what, 6% up on the day. Monster move coming into this position. It actually hit 73 for yourself. I think you were looking for that 73, 74 as a profit target area. So hopefully that one ended up working out for you. Congratulations on that monster AMD long for yourself. I mean, look, I had that long right here, and I scalped out 50 cents, and I was happy with it. But who would have known that you would have got $2.50 per share on that position? So let's go AMD.
Amazon flushing. Here we go. Maybe I should have took this reload here as it tested back 101, but that's the thing. And that's something I gotta work a little bit better on, is that when you start taking losses, I feel like you have to have that same kind of charisma or that same sort of confidence going into your next trade and keeping those trades separate, right? So because I took some losses on like Meta and Tesla a little bit earlier, when it came back to my price on on Amazon here, I was more reluctant to actually add to that position, right? But clearly that would have been a good add point there. So maybe something I could work on going into the future. But that right back down to the 70s. Let me take some more profits on that one. Well, how's the saying go? It's like more money, more problems. Well, you know what? Bring on the problems on this one. We're printing here on the Amazon short to the downside now on that one. We're making a little bit of money back here on that one.
Yeah, hey, just gonna casually slip in a Drake lyric, not even give him like, what's it called?
A little bit of a shutout, guys. If you don't know, that was
What's that thing called when you use a quote from a book and you have to put in a paragraph?
a citation.
Yeah, citation.
A citation.
No
Yeah, we gotta do our little
citation.
works cited. Scroll down to the bottom of the bottom of
footnotes.
The footnotes there, guys. You see my references.
The credits.
But,
the credits.
But yeah, no, that's a quote from Drake's newest album with 21 Savage. There, if more money, more problems, I say bring on the problems. That's what Drake says.
I love it. I love it. Bring on the problems, baby. That's the biggest lyric.
That's a Drake line. Well, no. But he says more money, more problems. That's the original saying, and he says bring on the problems. Right. I like that. Yeah. Bring on the problems, right? So obviously, if you guys don't get it, more money. He wants more money. He's gonna get more problems, anyways. Whatever. Joke's over.
We're waiting to see what the market's doing, guys. We got about 15 minutes left on this wonderful Friday between Ian and myself over here. Make sure to ring the notification bells, the like buttons, and all that fun stuff. And after the next 15 minutes, the monsters, the Neils, the Seans, and the Brendos, well, maybe not pluralize them, because there's only one of them, right? There's only one of these legends, and thank you. Well, what am I trying to say? But there's only one of these legends, and lucky for you guys that you guys get to see them coming on from the closing show all the way from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, covering the market, looking for the opportunities, slapping the market, putting some damage on, and making those profits. Right now, I'm making those profits on AMD, baby. Looks like AMD shorts are 12 cents in the money. We're getting a nice little flush coming in on AMD. Maybe the market could flush along with it, taking AMD all the way down to $70, which would be absolute cash money territories, baby. Let's go. Bring me that money. Show me the dollar. Show me the money. We're also looking at the Meta platform short that we just got into. 10 cents out of the money on that one. Wait a minute. How did I get into Meta? Looks like it did trigger me. It wasn't supposed to trigger me until 114 breaks, but it looks like 114 did break, and we got back above 114 here on Meta. So where did I get filled? I got filled at 113.98. So 10 cents out of the money right now, waiting for the market to really dump so we can take profits on Meta and AMD and more profits on SPY and QQQ shorts.
Brad Hamilton with the Benz jumpsuit. No, this is the sweater that he got. Who is it that gifted
Playmaker 88.
Playmaker, gifted it to him. So obviously he's a big time fan of the
Next
show.
Monday, Neil's items coming in.
Okay. I wonder
Next
what that's
Monday,
gonna be.
your items coming in. So we're excited to see what that is. Probably a Rolex watch. He's got to step it up after this, Jackie. So probably a Rolex watch coming in. I think I already know what Sean's gift is. It's going to be a Lambo, shipped straight from Miami. And then for Brando, it's going to be a brand new Mercedes 2023 F1 car.
That would be cool. I know, obviously, Brendan's going to be looking forward to this one, but Brazilian Grand Prix is coming this weekend.
Sprint race?
It's qualifying was is at 2, I believe. Maybe Brendan can. Yeah, I think he said yeah. And then sprint race is tomorrow, and then obviously the race on Sunday. But Hamilton's an honorary Brazilian citizen. Not citizen, but he's like an honorary. I don't know. They gave him like a bunch of stuff for
a key to the country.
Yeah, basically like a key to the country. There's this huge big ceremony and whatnot. But basically another home race for him. Hopefully he pulls out a win. Anything can happen. I think it was. I think looking at the weather report, it was raining. So when you get those rain races, anything can happen. Although this year
I'm
they've
tired
been
of
kind
listening to this from you, man.
About what? Potential good races?
Yeah, potential good race.
Honestly, at this
potential
point,
win for Hamilton,
at this point, and I know Brendan can kind of be there with me on this one. I'm just hoping that Hamilton does well. I'm just hoping that Hamilton wins or pulls something out of the hat and wins. I don't really care about any other outcome for the race.
Yeah, hopefully, man, he does win. We would like to see him win at least one race of the year. Come on, Hamilton. Come on, Mercedes. That Red Bull car is just juiced up. They probably drive that car on Red Bull. Like they just
it's just
juice it up
filling
with
with Red Bull.
And they just run
it's a
that
special
engine.
mixture of like gasoline and Red Bull, and that's what makes it go so much faster.
That's why it gives it wings. Maybe it gives the car wings over there. Absolutely flies. What a monster of a car that is. It's the Honda's fault too, eh? Damn Honda. What team? Do you have a team for FIFA World Cup?
No, not really.
No, you don't have a World Cup team. Sean, do you have a team? Italy? They didn't make it, did they? Them in India just chilling. That's a good one. Good comeback. Good comeback. Off the top of the dome, just a good comeback over there by Sean. He said, "Them, Canada's your team." Okay. Brazil's my team.
Didn't
since
Canada
day one,
knock
so
out
I gotta
Italy?
stick
They
with
beat
Brazil.
Italy, right? No. Okay, I was mistaken then.
Brazil's my team, so I got to stick with Brazil. I know a bunch of us on the floor over here are looking for Germany and Netherlands. We got the Verstappen fanboy over there who's going to probably pick Netherlands as his team. And we're just going to wait to see FIFA coming on very soon. It's going to be a wild ride for sports betting, that's for sure.
I'm looking forward to that one as well when the World Cup comes to Toronto, because obviously the Airbnb business is going to be popping off during that time. No, not World Cup. Was it what's the one that's coming to Toronto in 2024?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, it's not the World Cup. The World Cup's in Qatar. There's. The
next FIFA World Cup is in Toronto?
Yeah. That one's in Toronto, right? That's what I was referring to. Man, this Amazon short is kind of printing for me here. I got some outs at 61 was my best out there on Amazon. So I still have a couple shares left, holding this one, potentially for a bigger move. But, glad that this trade really worked out, to kind of recognize that reserve there on the offer at 101. It was all tape read, guys. It's just all tape reading. And that's why I know some of you guys, are trying to get better at tape reading and, level 2 reading and whatnot in the chat. But, sometimes that's where you can really use it to your advantage, right? When it comes to these, like, even dollar levels, that's where it really starts to kind of kick in. And when you recognize these things, sometimes you could kind of take advantage of them very, very quickly for, some quick scalp plays. But, that one was a pure tape read there on Amazon.
Imagine this was the view you had for your condo when the World Cup is happening.
Oh man, I'd be selling my condo for like $3K a night if that was the view. But that would be good too. But I think that's 2024.
2024. I didn't even know that. That's actually wonderful. Does Canada automatically make?
Is it? No, what's the?
Yes, it's every 4 years, right? Does Canada automatically make it to the World Cup for hosting it then? Okay, that's pretty cool. That's awesome.
You're right. My bad. It's 2026, guys.
It's every 4 years.
Yeah.
Every 4 years. Cricket World Cup is coming on soon, I think, or I don't know anything about cricket in terms of the World Cup dates and so on. But yeah, lots of sporting events for the world to get together. The world has been in shambles for so long, guys. So we need these events for people to have the camaraderie to get together and have some fun. And with this weekend coming up, I hope all of you guys go have a great time with your friends and family. Spend some time with your loved ones, kiss your mom, and hug your dad, whatever. Cook the barbecues over there. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to fire up the barbecue because this next week I think it's snowing in Toronto.
Is it really?
I think so. I think next week is gonna be snowing, and I'm not gonna have a chance to fire up the barbecue after on. So weather's getting a little bit poopy coming in soon. SPY moving back to the north side. S&P 500 now. Pretty close to the 4K level once again, so maybe I will have my chance to short the market at 4K over here and see if we can get a nice little flush on the market, or will this market keep ripping past 4K and close above 4K? I think I'm gonna say the market closes under 4K today. That's just my guess, though. I could be wrong on that. Let's see what ends up happening on these ones.
I just hopped in short there on Tesla. I saw some offers kind of stacking up, starter position essentially. Obviously, I missed my chance here closer to 196. So with that being said, if I'm risking off of the 196 level, I got to size down on that one because I'm going to be accepting obviously a lot more risk monetarily wise, right? So that one's quickly starting to work a little bit for me as the market, there's some size in the offer as well. There, 195.30, 100 lots. But as the market is kind of rejecting those tops as well. Amazon not really coming back into contention to my price, so I'm not really too worried about that one. And obviously, Apple is doing its thing. But now, where's my price on Tesla? Okay, 195.33. So 10 cents in the money. Obviously, that's not much on Tesla. Willing to add to this one if we creep back closer to this 196 area and continue to reject it. But essentially, I'm just kind of going off of a potential lower high here on Tesla. How did y'all do yesterday? So. We actually kind of missed the CPI trade. I know a couple of us nailed it, and I want to call it the newest graduates on the floor. Baga and Gopi, they graduated yesterday on that CPI trade, so congratulations, big time congratulations to them. Obviously they hammered that trade where a lot of us kind of missed it, but that's okay. You can't catch them all, as Brankos likes to say. That's a little referring to Pokemon there, but yeah,
that's loser talk again, man.
To catch that trade. Nail that one. Big time congratulations.
Loser talk. You gotta catch them all. Just if you want to be the best Pokemon trainer there ever was, like Ash Ketchum, you gotta catch them all. You gotta have a Pokédex. You gotta learn to throw the Ultra Balls as hard as you can, and make sure that Pokemon is not evading your grasp. Currently, guys, watching my Pokemon right now is the futures. I'm just watching futures. That 4K level I've been waiting for all day. Let's see if we can actually jump into it. I also love the way you said his name, Bagat. It's Buggit.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Buggit.
Okay, my apologies.
No, you're good. Bagat. I love it. I love listening to pronunciations of Indian names. People screw my name up 100 times a day anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. But wonderful opportunity on the market over here for both of them to graduate. Shout out to both my Indian boys on the floor. Shout out to the Team India. And we got a couple more people who are gearing up and getting close to graduate. Someone in the chat said, what does graduation entail? What does graduation even mean for you guys? Basically, they have to make X amount of dollars in a given period of time, and they're only allowed to lose $50 a day. So imagine having to make, $2,000 in let's say like 3 months. And by only losing $50 a day, it's a little hard. So opportunities like the CPI, where the market's absolutely ripping one direction or the other, you get to capitalize on those moves and really make 3 times, 4 times, 10 times, 50 times your shutdown on a day like that. So those boys absolutely took advantage of those CPI numbers. The last CPI number, they smacked it. This CPI number, they smacked it, and that allowed them to improve the way they did recently. The $50 grows as your performance improves. Yes, thank you, Sean, for putting that in the chat. It's like I was talking about it yesterday. Our shutdown calculator, it keeps on growing based on how you're performing. And how does it do it? It takes your last 14 days of performance. It wipes out the 2 of your worst days off that 14 days. then it takes the average of those 12 days. So 12 of your best days of your last 14 days is taken as an average, and then that number is used in the formula to see how much money can you risk for that certain day. So if you keep doing better and better and better, your shutdown naturally keeps on getting higher. But if you start doing worse and worse and worse, based on your current performance, your shutdown goes lower and back to that base of $50. So that's why I was explaining yesterday of, come up with a system of how much money you're willing to lose in a day. And that number that you're willing to lose in a day could be your profit target for that day. So on the floor over here, I say this multiple times, just aim to make your shutdown. If you can make your shutdown, that's more than enough. Meta Platform's now ripping to the north side, so I have to jump out on that trade. Looks like that 114 short attempt is not going to work out for us, and we're so close to 4K here on this S&P 500. I'm just going to take that trade here.
I'm just watching Amazon here. It's right back up to that 101 area, but doesn't really want to break it cleanly. It's quite interesting, actually, to see that. Lucas says it wants to break. I feel like it does this time, right? We didn't come all this way 3 times now not to break, right, Luca? Yeah, big time congratulations to those guys. Hammering that CPI trade. That's 3 graduates now on the CPI trade alone. So, clearly one of the trades of the year.
I'm not doing 3 shoes.
For sure. No. Well, you kind of spoiled it, dude. Like we're supposed to.
All right, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
That's okay. They probably weren't listening or paying attention.
Good.
Blah, 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 blah. Why no pullbacks? I mean, man, the market is grinding up, right? So you really got to pick your spots if you are trying to short, right? Obviously short in front of this reserve on Amazon. But as I was trying to front run, let's bring up that Tesla chart. I was trying to front run Tesla a handful of times earlier, and look what happened. I just kept getting run over, right? So, you really got to pick your spots accordingly. In the market here, if you are trying to short, man, I probably should have been offering out there on Tesla to get a little bit more shares, but that one's okay. I'll probably get hit there. But yeah, guys, be careful with that one. Why no pullbacks? I mean, obviously there's big time positive news yesterday, right? Big time positive news yesterday for the market. Wow, Tesla just flushed pretty bad there, 30 cents. Yeah, so obviously, some continuation today, and that's what you kind of expected. We're right here, up here, testing that 4,000 mark on the ES, and probably going to break it sooner rather than later, right? So, keep that in mind. But if we are going to pull back, I'd expect it to kind of pull back around this area, the 4,000 area. What better place, to pull back from here? But again, guys, if that starts breaking out, really, have some tight stops on that one because you could get easily run over.
T-minus 1 minute left, so last request for hitting that like button. Reminder to get to at least 2K for the closing show to hear what Neil has in store for us. Thank you for getting us to 3.1K over here for the morning/midday show. Like counter, appreciate every single one of you who helped us out with that one. Let's look for this market, man. Come on, market, flush already. It would be awesome for this flush. I mean, I'm short on the SPY ETFs, on the QQQ ETFs, on AMD, as you guys see, but I'm also short on the futures directly. So this future short should be my biggest trade on the board right now in terms of notional value. And if it does end up paying us on the downside, ooh, that's going to be a nice little win for ourselves too. I had a great week this week, guys, for being on the show. Awesome opportunities to talk about, and the community just keeps on growing, which is wonderful. Hopefully, you guys have had the same awesome opportunities and smack the market back. For those trading opportunities. Have a great weekend. We will be back Monday, 11 o'clock. Sharif and I will be here. Ian will be back Wednesdays and Fridays as always. So go have fun on the closing show. Hit that like button. Adios.
Cheers, guys.
Hey guys, 2 p.m. on a Friday afternoon as we welcome you back in. A couple hours left until we get to the weekend. It has been a bit of a roller coaster, kind of a day, back and forth a little bit. We are basically back to day highs as we speak right now, but a nice look to end the week off. Very, very positive outside of the Dow, kind of lagging a little bit here, negative 0.12. Still, the Dow working on 5 of 6 positive weeks heading into the weekend. So a nice look anyways for the Dow, even though it's flat today. 0.9 there for the S&P, 1.8 for the NASDAQ. Leading the way, has been leading the way all day long.